Oh no, looking at the watch, so I am all good. We will just start right now. News. Nobody. 0 people watching.
Severe weather starts our day's other headlines. The East Coast is experiencing heavy rains and flooding as the last remnants of the post-tropical cyclone Debbie move north. Flash flooding warnings stretch from the...
Oh my god. Apparently Twitter crashed because of the Donald Trump event.
Huh?
Apparently Twitter crashed because Elon Musk brought Donald Trump onto a space or something, I imagine.
Oh.
Something happened. The site crashed.
The Carolinas up through Maine,
Trump's so
Pennsylvania,
desperate,
and New
he's
York
going back to
potentially
Twitter.
hardest.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Ground News is telling me.
Weak.
So weak. Yeah, that's what Ground News is telling me.
Thanks, Ground News.
Thanks, Ground News. If you want Ground News to... Look in the description. Get your own Ground News.
Hit. Tornadoes also remain a threat. In Vermont, still reeling from flooding earlier this summer, officials today updated the state of emergency to include the impact from Debbie.
There will be damage. There will be various types of flooding.
Fucking Debbie.
It will be a challenging next 18 hours, but we will get through it. Stay safe and take care of each other.
The death toll from Debbie has risen to 8 after a tree fell on a home in North Carolina yesterday, killing a 78-year-old woman.
That is true. He did go to Aiden Ross before going back to Twitter. That is very true. And I don't know what's more pathetic.
Russia, meanwhile, declared a federal emergency today in the country's Kursk region, where officials say they've evacuated 3,000 civilians. That comes 4 days after hundreds of Ukrainian troops crossed the border in what's believed to be the largest attack on Russian soil since the war started. Also today, a Russian...
First invasion of Russia since World War II? Ooh, that's quite a title.
I mean...
That's first people to invade since the Nazis. That's quite a propaganda.
I mean, they have invaded with small ops and stuff, but
yeah, but like I'm talking like tanks and shit into Russia, like military shit into Russia. It's like first one since the Nazis. Yeah.
Watch them fucking use F-16s inside Russia.
Oh, I fucking hope they do. God, I hope they do. Oh, that would be awesome.
And then turns out America knew what was going to happen the whole time. And they've been training for this exact mission. The pilots
for this mission, yeah.
F-16s have been training for this exact mission.
That'd be fucking awesome.
Missile strike on a shopping mall in Ukraine.
Nobody can actually agree with exactly what's going on. So that means we can make up and say whatever we want, like Tim Pool now.
Yeah, exactly.
The ghost of Kiev is going to fly there himself.
But yeah, we'll talk about this right at the end. So you'll have to stick around for that one. The 3 people watching.
Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region killed at least 14 people, injuring 44 more. The UN reports that July was the deadliest month for Ukrainian civilians since October of 2022. An airplane carrying 61 people crashed in Brazil's Sao Paulo state today. Brazilian airline Voipa.
Yes, insane.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, how does it
how it happens
like that?
Do you know how it happens?
Stalls.
So what happens, from what I understand, as you're climbing, if you get hit by a crosswind and it blows you out, you stall because you're not moving forward, you're moving sideways, right? And then as a result, you get no lift and you just spin downwards. Is from my understanding is what happened. And then you go boop, and it is unrecoverable. You cannot get out of it. I think, if I'm probably wrong, but I believe that some fighter jets can.
Yeah, that's how I'd imagine it would be a thrust issue.
Yes. Yeah, I imagine it would be like max thrust and all surfaces the other direction. But yeah, unrecoverable. So I believe it would just be bad luck. This
said the aircraft was en route to Sao Paulo's international airport when it came down in a residential area in the city of Vinhedo. Footage on social media shows a fiery wreckage just steps from people's homes. The airline has confirmed there were no survivors. The cause of the accident is not yet known. A California man was sentenced to 20 years in prison today for attacking police during the January 6th Capitol riots. Authorities say that David Nicholas Dempsey, seen here at a tunnel entrance to the Capitol, used flagpoles and other makeshift weapons to assault officers who were trying to hold back rioters. His sentence is one of the longest out of the hundreds of prosecutions related to January 6th. In Austria, authorities say that they've arrested a third person in connection with a foiled plot to attack fans outside Taylor Swift concerts this week with knives and explosives. Two Austrian teenagers were arrested on Wednesday. Officials say they were inspired by ISIS and Al-qeada.
Oh my
Austria's
God.
interior minister said today that...
Yeah.
What do I always say?
Mm-hmm.
The third suspect is an 18-year-old Iraqi citizen.
Der mit diesem in Kontakt stand.
He was in contact with the main perpetrator, but according to the state of the investigation, he is not directly connected to the attack plans. But there was indication that he took an oath of allegiance to the Islamic State group a few days ago.
Jesus.
Though the concerts were canceled, some fans decided to make the most of the situation.
If you can see that I'm the one who understands you.
Hundreds gathered in Vienna to sing Taylor Swift songs and to commiserate. Swift travels to London next week for the final leg of her European tour. On Wall Street today, stocks closed out a roller coaster.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Tsai. John Yang is away. An Israeli airstrike in Gaza hit a school today, killing at least 80 people. The strike happened during morning prayers, according to witnesses. Israeli Defense Forces say Hamas militants were operating out of the school. Hamas disputes the claim.
Imagine if Taylor Swift turned her fan base into an anti-ISIS militancy. ISIS would be fucked. They wouldn't survive just based on sheer volume alone.
There's this video today that I posted. It's like a Ukrainian drone factory, you know, like how they build them by hand and stuff. And it said, ISIS watches this and cries.
A newly released 911 call during the 2022 mass shooting at Robb Elementary School reveals a family member of the gunman tried to intervene in the shooting that killed 19 students and 2 teachers. Records released as part of a lawsuit against the city of Uvalde, Texas, showed the shooter's uncle asked a 911 dispatcher to speak with him in an attempt to de-escalate the situation. The call came in about 10 minutes after the shooting stopped. At the Paris Olympics today, the U.S. women's soccer team beat Brazil, the first Olympic title it has claimed since 2012. Mallory Swanson's goal early in the second half put Team USA on top. It now has a record 5 Olympic gold medals in women's soccer.
Damn.
And on the track, Masai Russell added to the American gold medal count with a photo finish in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Team USA also picked up gold in both the women's and men's 4x400-meter relays. But a U.S. gymnast may be losing her medal. The International Gymnastics Federation said tonight that Romanian gymnast Ana Barbosu came in third in the women's floor exercise final last Saturday, not American Jordan Childs. Childs was awarded the bronze after Team USA made a last-minute scoring appeal that has now been nullified. It will be up to the Olympic Committee what happens with the medal. And longtime Google executive
Like, once the Olympics are over, it's done. Shut up. You can't, like, what the fuck?
And former YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki has died. She had lung cancer. She played a key role in the success of Google, coming on as one of the first employees after renting her.
I don't know, probably talking the amount of absolute literal shit that she spoke while she was fucking CEO, sucking corporation dick and turning YouTube into a fucking hellscape. This woman ruined YouTube.
Lung cancer is like pretty guaranteed to kill you. So
Yeah.
it was the
Garage to-
brimstone that she was breathing. The brimstone and sulfur she was always breathing.
Google's founders. For almost a decade, Wojcicki was the head of YouTube, which she'd urged Google to acquire. Susan Wojcicki, also a wife and mother of 5, was 56 years old.
Holy shit. So not only did she ruin YouTube, she was the reason Google bought it and ruined it. Good Lord.
Cool, huh?
Wow.
Still to come on PBS
Wow.
Newsweek.
I hope that money was worth it.
It
Thank
was
you.
to them.
The rise of explicit images online made public without consent. Good evening. I'm Stephanie Tsai. John Yang is away. The Trump campaign says it was hacked by foreign sources hostile to the U.S. and pointed toward Iran. Politico was the first to report the hack, saying they began receiving emails in late July from an anonymous account with documents from inside the Trump campaign. They appeared to be from a senior campaign official and were related to Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance. Now, fellow Republicans are blaming the Biden administration, which they say has failed to hold Iran accountable.
Remember what I
tried
said?
to hack his campaign?
No, remember what I said literally on the interview we just did? Right? Almost all of like hacking is just fucking sending emails.
Yeah, phishing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
90% of the breaches you'll be able to get are just from sending emails to people.
Yep. How do they like do you have to click links? Is that how they get it?
Yeah, so stuff like that. It'll be like they will mirror something. It'll be a mirrored website.
Yep.
And stuff to get you to put info in. But also, like, as soon as they get they'll also try to get access to your email account itself if it's a company email, right? That's why you always want your company email to be separate from your personal email, right? But if they get access to the company email, then they get everyone's email in the company because you'll be on forward lists, right?
Yeah.
And then they can start putting out breaches all throughout the company where they will basically mirror the IT department's email, right? And send out an IT request, and then people will fucking a number of people will click it, and it will put a fucking spyware in all their fucking everyone who clicks it then gets the fucking system spyware put in, and they get control of enough systems, then they can do ransoms.
Yeah.
So like all this ransomware stuff that this like where they shut down pipelines and stuff, 90% of it is because people clicked a fucking goofy link in their business email.
Yeah, crazy.
It's not like
or did hack his
very technical skill. Actually, you can pretty much learn how to do it in an hour. But you know, good luck. Good luck. You know, because there's no bounties that you can claim doing phishing scams. You have to do actual breaches to actually be a white hat. So anything that's like scam related, good luck. If you're in America, you will probably go to jail.
campaign this week. They're trying to kill him. And we know from the intelligence community, Iran doesn't want Trump back. Why? Because he held them accountable.
No.
Microsoft reported on Friday it was aware a presidential campaign had been targeted in an attack by Iranian hackers, but did not specify which campaign. The Israeli military says it is searching for multiple terrorists after a deadly shooting in the occupied West Bank.
Has any other president actually been like put a fatwa for their death out, like Trump has with Iran?
I don't believe so. I feel like it would be big news if it did happen.
Well, I mean, like, you know, there was Reagan. Like, that might have just been like the rhetoric of the time. But Reagan was also fucking giving him missiles and shit, you know?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Say Palestinian gunmen opened fire from inside a car, hitting 2 Israelis. One was killed, another was wounded. Settler violence is on the rise in the area as the war between Israel and Hamas stretches into its 10th month. Brazilian officials say the remains of all 62 people inside a plane that went down last week in Sao Paulo state have been recovered from the crash site. Families of those killed in the plane crash gathered in Sao Paulo to identify loved ones.
The news was heartbreaking for everyone, for his aunts, for his mother. His mother is torn apart. Losing a child is already difficult in any situation, let alone this one.
Now, medical examiners will collect DNA samples in order to match those remains to families. Investigators are analyzing flight recorder data, and preliminary results are expected within 30 days. The search is on for the bodies of those killed in a landfill collapse in Uganda.
Damn.
The Red Cross says at least 18 people were killed, including 2 children, after the massive site caved from heavy rain. Those same storms are also slowing rescue teams. The landfill is in an impoverished area where women and children often dig through the piles to find scrap materials they can get paid for.
Fucking Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep.
American gymnast Jordan Childs is in the center of a storm surrounding.
You see Uncut Gems?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, in the beginning when they're at the opal mine in Ethiopia and it's like people just scrambling and stuff. So, like, that's a thing. So basically, here you actually, like, you can pay to do it for like quartz mining and stuff, and you can get a lot of quartz. Like, and they give you, it's like $5 for the whole day at some of these places, and you can keep all the quartz you can get. But like, if you're willing to really go out in the more like dangerous areas where you like go down where like rocks have fallen down and stuff, then you'll find really nice chunks.
Interesting.
And so like we would do that because we would like make jewelry with it, you know, because quartz is like their quartz is like cheaper than other stones because it's like so abundant.
Yeah.
And so like all that quartz basically was like no cost to the company that we would dig out of these refuse mines. But it's like, it's refuse. Like the big rods are dug up by the mining team, and all the other like piles that are taken out by the tractors and fucking dump trucks get dumped, and then people pay to dig through the mounds of dirt. And it's like playing in a sandbox, bro. It's great. I mean, isn't sand mostly quartz anyway?
Probably.
Have you seen sand under a microscope?
No. Silly blue tongue losing his skin.
Olympic bronze medal. The International Olympic Committee stripped Childs of the medal today, but the U.S. Olympic Committee says it will appeal the decision. She won bronze last week for her floor routine, but only after her coach questioned the scoring and submitted an inquiry. An inquiry, Olympic officials said, came after the 1-minute time limit for challenging scores. Romanian gymnast Ana Barbozu was elevated back to 3rd place in the competition. The U.S. picked up its final 2 gold medals of the Paris Olympics to close out the games at the top of the medal table. First, American cyclist Jennifer Valente cruised to victory in the women's Omnium, a multi-race track cycling event. Then, in an adrenaline-filled women's basketball final, Team USA beat France by 1 point. The win was the 8th consecutive title for the women's team.
Imagine almost losing to France.
And tied the U.S. with China for the most.
Cycling, no. Isn't France like really good cyclers?
That was basketball.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear.
Cycling is one of the better Olympic sports, in my opinion.
Most gold medals at 40. And Paris celebrated the closing ceremony with the official handover to Los Angeles for the 2028 Summer Games. Still to come on PBS News Weekend. The push.
Start the day's other headlines in Russia. Ukraine's top military commander says his forces now control
was our
nearly
delegate we
400 square
sent
miles
from
of
Los Angeles
to what?
To take like the whatever the torch or whatever.
Oh.
Or something.
I don't know.
It's just a passing of the crown or whatever.
Sure.
So LA's hosting it next. Who do you think their delegate was?
Oh, I already know. Snoop Dogg, wasn't it?
Nope.
No?
It was Tom Cruise. Big win for Scientology.
Bro, what the fuck? Are you kidding? Why did I see pictures of Snoop Dogg? Why
Snoop
Tom
Dogg
Cruise?
was there in the beginning.
Why Tom Cruise? What the fuck?
He's the big movie star.
He's a cultist.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, why that? But like
the US should be aware of this.
He's one of the biggest stars in the world. Like, action translates really well into other languages because it's not dialogue heavy.
Russian territory in the region of Kursk, across from Ukraine's northeastern border. It's the first time a Ukrainian military official has commented on the gains of last week's surprise incursion. For their part, Russian authorities say more than 121,000 people have evacuated the area. So
what? It's all just like salt crystals and glass, basically. That's really strange.
Right.
Far, and that 12 civilians have been killed in the fighting. Today, Russian President Vladimir Putin told a meeting of top officials that the attack is an attempt to give Ukraine a better negotiating position for future peace talks.
It is becoming obvious and clear now why the Kyiv regime had refused our
shells and stuff.
Here's some pure quartz sand. Right here. That's the pure sand. That's the white sand.
Yeah, it's damn. That's cool.
Yeah, wild, right? Yeah,
our proposals to return to a peaceful settlement plan,
the desert
as well as
sand
the
is
proposals
shit
of
that's
interest.
like pure quartz.
Yeah, okay. And that's the good building stuff?
No.
What does good building sand look like?
And neutral mediators.
It
appears that the West
shit
is fighting us with
that has like all the grit that locks together. It's the beach sand and stuff.
Oh, okay.
The desert sand is worthless because it's too
Ukraine's
fine.
operation is the
okay.
largest attack on Russian soil since the war started 2.5 years ago. In Greece, a wildfire is raging on the outskirts of Athens, forcing hundreds of people from the city's northern suburbs. At last check, the blaze was about 9 miles from the city center.
Oh,
it started on Sunday afternoon, sending flames.
Okay, because I saw that he was saying that it was 4
did
kilometers away or something.
Yeah, he
the
said
last time
that-
I saw something.
He said that he had a bug out bag.
I did ask him, and then I fell asleep, I think.
As high as 80 feet into the air. Some 700 firefighters worked today to extinguish the flames as residents fled through thick clouds of smoke. Some, however, stayed behind to protect their homes.
Terrible, terrible, terrible fucking idea. Do not do this.
What?
Stay behind to defend your home?
Are you
Bad
gonna fight-
idea.
You gonna personally punch the fire or something?
People in Australia do it all the time. You like spray your home with water and you spray the roof and stuff so it doesn't catch. But you also have to do this around the entire property. It's not worth it.
What if you just turn on all your sinks and plug them up? What do you think?
Also, a lot of the houses here I see have foliage in the house. Good luck.
The wind would go in one direction, then in the other. The smoke was suffocating. I couldn't see. My eyes
This guy's name is Spyro's Gorilla.
go in one direction, then in the other.
I'm not even fucking kidding. Hold on. Let me fix this. Look at this shit. What a fucking name. Good lord.
The smoke was suffocating. I couldn't see. My eyes teared up. I couldn't breathe. I was 60 yards from the house and couldn't even see it.
The fires have been fanned by intense winds and bone-dry conditions after recent heat waves. June and July were the hottest months ever recorded in that country. An earthquake rattled Los Angeles around midday today. The 4.4 magnitude quake was centered near the Highland Park neighborhood in the northeast section of the city. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, it could be felt as far south as San Diego and as far east as the Palm Springs desert region. There were no initial reports of injuries or damage. It comes less than a week after a 5.2 magnitude quake hit the area. The Biden administration has rolled out a broad new effort to improve customer service experiences by cutting down on wait times and red tape. The initiative spans a range of federal agencies and would include requiring companies to make it just
Another
as easy to cancel
pointless but good policy. I would never think, hey, can we make customer service better? Make it easier to cancel subscription memberships. Based as fuck, bro. Another Biden W on shit that, like, this guy's a policy god. Like, but yet he can't fucking negotiate a ceasefire.
membership as it was to sign up. It would also crack down on so-called doom
it
loops
has to be as easy to cancel it as it is to sign up. That means, like, for most of the time, you just have to click a fucking button, right?
Instead, connect people with a live representative with the touch of a button, and it would urge healthcare companies to allow consumers to file their claims online. At today's White House press briefing, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said companies have prioritized profits over people.
Americans are tired of being played for suckers, and President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to use every tool available to protect Americans from corporate greed and practices that hit people.
Yeah,
consumer protection.
They chose profits over people. Yeah, it's called capitalism. You're the ones that are supposed to putting people above profits.
Biden lame duck consumer protections. Epic. Fucking awesome.
I mean, he's been doing this shit the whole time, like consumer protections, like
literally one of the worst things about America is the no consumer protections. The one job the American government should do is protect the consumer.
You know how libertarians feel about that.
Yeah, well, fuck them. They don't have brains.
People in their pocketbooks.
The proposals build on earlier Biden administration efforts, such as requiring airlines to automatically issue cash refunds and to reduce hidden fees to consumers.
Meanwhile, check out my Dogecoin.
An official says that none of them would require congressional approval.
By gold.
Mars may be hiding an ocean of liquid water deep below its surface. That's according to a groundbreaking new study from the University of California that used data from
buy gold at like twice the price anyway. Like, it's not going to inflate in price that much to give you your money back, pal.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, gold has a solid rate, but it's something that you have to hold for like 50 years.
NASA's now defunct InSight lander. It suggests the water is stored in rocks 7 to 12 miles underground and could be enough to cover the planet in an ocean about a mile deep. Researchers believe the water likely seeped down billions of years ago when Mars had rivers and lakes. They say it would take drills and other equipment to confirm their theory. They could then seek out signs of microbial life. And on Wall Street today, stocks ended little changed ahead of a highly anticipated report on inflation due Wednesday. The Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Welcome.
What would help them find if the microbes existed is that if they brought back sand and looked at the sand.
Yes. All right. Potential interview good to go Wednesday.
With somebody who's in Australia or someone else?
The person we've been trying to get for a while.
A politician?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought that was hit next week anyway.
Yeah, I was just I just sent a double checking message and he got back to me, checking with everybody else, but looking good. So we'll have to prep for that, but it also means a shorter show on Wednesday. So because my schedule has had to change everything, unfortunately. So it will be about probably I'd say half the length, maybe. We'll see.
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Officials in Gaza say more than 100 people were killed Saturday in an Israeli attack on a school and mosque, where thousands of displaced Palestinians had sought shelter. The attack on the El Tabin school in Gaza City was one of the deadliest individual attacks since Israel's war on Gaza began over 10 months ago. Rescue workers said they did not find a single full body among the dead, just body parts often destroyed beyond recognition. Survivors said Israel attacked the school during morning prayers.
It's a mosque inside a school. People were praying the dawn prayer. They struck 3 missiles and one didn't explode. It's on the rooftop. Remains of people, children and women, the elderly were here. What did they do? Look, these are remains everywhere. They're from the displaced people who fled to here. Without a warning or anything, what can I say? I'm speechless. More than 100 were killed. There are still bodies under the rubble even now. Children are missing and some were injured. What can I say?
Israel claimed Hamas was using the school as a command center. CNN's confirmed a U.S.-made GBU-39 small-diameter bomb was used in the Israeli strike on the school. The attack came just 2 days after the Biden administration notified Congress it's preparing to provide Israel with an additional $3.5 billion to spend on U.S. weapons and military equipment.
And then all of a sudden, I'm going to be on Alex Jones, and he's going to be calling me Hassan Pecker.
What are you talking about?
Have you
Congress had approved them?
Hassan on Alex Jones? Alex Jones says Alex Jones is looking at his name and he goes, Hassan Pecker.
I had no idea about that.
It's really funny. Just Hassan's reaction is just him looking at the camera and screaming in happiness that Alex Jones is talking about him.
Money as part of a $14 billion package for Israel in April. Zateo reports part of the new U.S. package includes a direct sale of 6,500 joint direct action munitions to Israel.
That's funny.
In related news, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has ordered a guided missile submarine to head to the Middle East and for a strike group of fighter jets and Navy warships to sail more quickly.
Sounds, what are we thinking? Because I think this one's pretty good.
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? No. Is that what you think?
I still think that the subscribe.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
I think the donation should definitely be that one. The subscription should be this one.
Please clap.
Or you mean the donation, the bits?
Please clap.
That one should definitely be the subscription one. I think that's perfect.
You can clap at that.
To the region as Israel's bracing for possible retaliatory strikes from Iran and Hezbollah after Israel assassinated.
Or maybe one of the cut up Obama ones.
It would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
What's the super short one?
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Oh, here we go.
What?
Nothing. I'm just gonna export some sound bites because I deleted like all my old projects to resolve runs a little better.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we could also
Loving me harder, Daddy.
That would be funny for subscribers.
Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut. On Friday, Israel continued its assassination campaign by killing a Hamas commander in the Lebanese city of Sidon. Meanwhile, the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt have called on Israel and Hamas to resume ceasefire talks on Thursday in Cairo. Hamas responded by saying it supports the ceasefire proposal put forward by President Biden rather than any new plan. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, spoke before a crowd of over 15,000 in Arizona Friday in their largest rally.
Did you see speaking about that, the AI-generated post of Bobart and then instantly them transvestigating it?
Oh my God. Yes.
That was so fucking good.
Hilarious.
To date. During Harris's speech, a group of protesters began chanting, "Free, free Palestine." The vice president paused to respond.
And let me just say this on topic of what I think I'm hearing over there. Let me just speak to that for a moment, and then I'm going to get back to the business at hand. So let me say, I have been clear. Now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the hostage deal done.
Harris's response to the pro-Palestinian protesters in Arizona marked a notable shift in tone from how she reacted to protesters in Michigan.
I think the back blast made her wake the fuck up.
Well, I think that it was
because that was a Hillary Clinton move.
Well, I think
right?
there's two different things going on here.
Mm.
So she may have not heard the protests in Michigan, right? Because that was Detroit. That was her massive aircraft hangar one.
Yes.
Secondly, Michigan was likely a more radical call, like just not even calling for a ceasefire, but calling her like a genocidal person or something.
Possibly.
Right? It would be like a more IRGC aligned thing. Now, these protests here, I can tell you for a fact they were saying ceasefire now. So that's the factor that we have to determine is what the last protesters were actually saying.
Yes.
And if it's also ceasefire now, then we can come to the conclusion that it's definitely backblasting. But I do think backblasting had a significant effect as well. Like everyone was like, "Oh, that did not play well."
Yeah, it's as I said, it's a very Hillary Clinton move. It's a very sort of Thatcher-esque boss bitch kind of attitude that nobody really likes or appreciates.
If it was like, wild fucking shit being said, it might have been appropriate.
Yes, that is true. But again, no context. So who fucking knows?
If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
In other campaign news, Donald Trump has falsely accused Kamala Harris of using artificial intelligence to fabricate photos showing large crowds at her rallies. Last week, Harris spoke in front of 15,000 supporters at an airport hangar in Detroit, but Trump falsely claimed the massive crowd didn't actually exist, despite extensive photographic and video evidence. Trump wrote, quote, "There was nobody at the plane," and that the massive crowd, quote, "didn't exist." This comes as numerous reports emerge that Trump has been shocked by the early strength of Harris's campaign, as new polls shows her leading in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. The New York Times reports the former president has repeatedly called Harris a bitch in private. Russia's
not that one. Good. I hope she follows through with it.
Ordered residents in parts of the Belgorod region to evacuate as Ukraine expands its attacks inside Russian territory. Thousands of Ukrainian troops are now pushing into both the Kursk and Belgorod regions of Russia in a surprise offensive that began 6 days ago. Meanwhile, a Russian missile hit a supermarket in eastern Ukraine Friday, killing at least 14 people, injuring 43 others. In other news from the region, Ukraine and Russia are blaming each other after a major fire broke out Sunday at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which has been occupied by Russian forces for 2 years. Russia accused Ukraine of shelling the plant, while Ukraine blamed Russia for starting the fire, which occurred in the plant's cooling towers. In Bangladesh, interim leader Mohammed Yunus has appealed for unity amidst ongoing turmoil and religious tensions as Bangladesh transitions to a new government after the student-led ouster of longtime Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Yunus, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, met with and embraced the weeping mother of Abu Saeed, the first student to have been killed in the unrest last month. On Saturday, Bangladesh's Chief Justice and Central Bank Governor resigned as protesters encircled the Supreme Court. Students are now focused on unseating officials they say abetted Sheikh Hasina's repressive rule. She's fled to India. The Biden administration's decided to resume sending offensive arms to Saudi Arabia, lifting a ban that had been in place since 2021. The U.S. had halted offensive arms sales 3 years ago amidst public outcry over Saudi Arabia's role in the devastating war in Yemen. U.S.-led peace talks between warring parties in Sudan are set to proceed in Geneva this week, even as Sudanese officials say they have not yet agreed to send a delegation. Sudan says the U.S. failed to ensure the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, first commit to respecting an existing agreement, the Jeddah Declaration. Sudan also objects to including the United Arab Emirates as an observer in the negotiations, as they accuse the UAE of supporting the RSF. This comes amidst a spiraling humanitarian disaster in Sudan, where the UN's declared famine in a North Darfur camp and ongoing heavy flooding has led to even more displacement and deaths. In the Philippines, the independent news website Rappler has won an 8-year-long legal battle and will continue its operations after a court voided a shutdown order issued under former President Rodrigo Duterte. Rappler and its Nobel Peace Prize winning co-founder Maria Ressa were consistently persecuted by Duterte for their critical coverage of his authoritarian rule and his deadly war on drugs. Maria Ressa spoke after the court ruling.
This court decision, the latest in a string of court victories for Rappler, is a much-needed reminder that the mission of journalism can thrive, even in the line of fire, to speak truth to power, to hold the line, to build a better world.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting the Biden administration's been pushing to arrange for Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to leave office in exchange for amnesty for him and other top Venezuelan officials. The report comes 2 weeks after Venezuela held a contested election where both Maduro and the opposition have claimed victory. Peru has passed a bill that bars the prosecution of crimes against humanity committed before 2002. If signed into law by President Dina Boluarte, it could benefit convicted former President Alberto Fujimori and hundreds of others who carried out crimes during Peru's internal conflict from 1980 to 2000. The UN slammed the legislation, saying it, quote, risks endangering the rights to truth.
Was he Japanese? The fuck?
With justice, reparations, and guarantees of non-recurrence for thousands of victims of grave violations in Peru. In Brazil, authorities are investigating after a plane crash in Sao Paulo killed all 62 people on board. Among the dead were 8 doctors who were headed to an oncology conference. Another victim was a lawyer who represented clients in cases against airlines. And a federal appeals court extended a block on the Biden administration's student debt relief plan known as SAVE, which lowers monthly payments for millions and accelerates debt cancellation for some borrowers who had taken out smaller loans. Before it was put on hold, the SAVE program had already canceled 5.5.
Wild. Japanese dictator in Peru. Wild. What if, wow. How did I never know about this? This is insane. What the fuck? That's crazy. Human rights abuses, murder, kidnapping, embezzlement, abuse of power, bribery, and corruption. Crazy. Carried out a self-coup. Fucking hell. What a wild... That's so crazy. I can't believe that. What a random country.
$5 billion for over 400,000 borrowers. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
No audio on this one. Unfortunately, it's this format. Actually, I'm going to see if they have this as an actual reel. Let me see. Short, whatever it's called. Yeah, it's too hard. There's no audio though, which sucks. But yeah, so it literally boosted him up. You're not even watching, are you? Or listening?
No, I'm editing.
This is
no,
the
I
body
can't really
cam
hear because
footage.
it's glitching out because I'm in my editor.
Yes, there's no audio. It's just the body cam footage of them at the Trump shooter. Or the guy of the
yeah,
cop
we know
that
that
got
we know,
boosted.
Yeah. So can you see the shooter in the body cam?
That's what I'm trying to see. Slightly. There's not much. You can definitely see that he's up.
They might freeze frame it.
And he drops straight back down. And now he's running. So they were right on it. Like,
this close, bro. Dude, he turned around on me. He's straight up.
Said, take a look at what happened.
Now they get the ladder. Why is there no audio earlier? I don't understand.
It might be more
on top of this building, the left one.
It might be part of an internal investigation.
Okay.
So it was the audio being redacted.
Okay.
What do you think, the lizard people are that one, laying down.
Oh, they blurred it.
Did he get himself, Mike, or did they get him from over here?
Interesting.
This year's Olympic Games were a tour de force for American women, bringing home 26 gold medals and racking up 17 more medals than the men. When Paris last hosted the Games in 1924, just over 4% of the 3,000 total competitors were women. A century later, the International Olympic Committee dubbed the 2024 Games the Gender Equal Olympics, saying they'd have a 50-50 allocation of male and female athletes competing. But that doesn't tell the whole story. For a deeper look, let's bring in Cheryl Cookie, a professor of American Studies and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Purdue University. Professor Cookie, remind us how far the Olympics have come. For many, many decades, women athletes were marginalized. They were treated as subpar in comparison to the men.
How's she spell her name?
Look at the history of the modern Olympic
I've yet to see. I'm curious as well.
Games. The first game was held in 1896, and the founder at that time espoused really sexist and
it's a Y.
Okay. The second soundbite is no good. It's cut off at the beginning.
and misogynist beliefs about women and women's capabilities to engage in physicality and athletic participation. Certainly, he was not alone in those beliefs. And so the struggle for equality, equal opportunity, and inclusion has not been necessarily a linear one, but certainly I think we've come a long way in terms of expanding opportunities across the globe with respect to participation for athletes.
Sure. I just want to put up this graph just to give viewers a sense of the improvement as measured as the proportion of participation between male and female athletes. And in this graph, you can see that steadily over time, there's been an increase leading up to this Olympics, which was billed as being a 50-50 athlete participation. Of course, we'll have to wait for final numbers to see where that lands. But I do want to dive into some of the other metrics in which we measure equity within the Olympics. To you, what really stands out as needing much further improvement?
Yeah, I think the International Olympic Committee is certainly invested in expanding opportunities for women, not just at the athlete level, but also in terms of coaching. If we look at the percentage of coaches that are coming into the Olympics, I believe the last data that I was able to find was from the Tokyo Olympics, and I want to say there was about 13% of coaches at the Games were women.
Retard alert! Retard alert, class! Come on, you. You're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
Why is it so long?
Okay, so that's the first version, right?
Okay.
I got two others. Okay.
I just want the initial ding 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 retard alert. That's all I want.
Okay.
That's all it needs to be.
Then this. Hang on, it's processing.
Come on, you. You're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
Yes.
Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
No, just cut the second one and class off. Just the first bit, I reckon.
Okay, I have to reopen the editor then.
That's fine.
Come on, you. You're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
Coverage, the Olympics here in the United States, this is one time of the year where we tend to see real equitable coverage of men's and women's events and male and female athletes. And certainly I think that's been a lot.
Can the women fuck up a pole vaulting event with their dick?
Can do it with their tits?
Didn't think so.
If they have a huge rack, they can.
A lot of that has been due to the investment by the NBC networks and various different entities.
I want to take this global perspective a little further, which is one of the great virtues of the Olympics, as you know, is that it brings different peoples all together, united under sport. But that also underscores the challenges for gender equity, because some of these countries, the women don't even have basic rights.
Exactly. So, like, this is getting to an issue that I think is bigger than the Olympic Committee can deal with. Like, what are you going to do? Ban countries from the Olympics because they don't meet certain standards of the Olympic Committee? Who the fuck are you? Like, I would probably agree with the standards, but who the fuck are you?
Okay, tell me. Let me know.
You think the UN can't get these people to fucking do what they want? How is the Olympic Committee going to get people to do what they want? What are you talking about?
Does this play audio when I hit enter? Hang on.
It stopped sharing.
Okay, because I hit space. Okay, ready?
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert!
Did you hear anything?
Yeah. So cut it off at the... I don't know how to describe this.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert!
Before
right
the
in the middle.
Before
No. Keep further back. Right where it drops.
Because I was thinking if we're going to cut here, check this out.
I'll give it a bit of space.
We can take this and get a double dinger in there.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
That could work.
And then we could also go boom, boom. You take this, right, and go here. And then change this so it's even louder right here.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert!
What do you think?
Hold on, I gotta answer this call. Hold on. I think the first one. Call's gone. Call's gone.
Okay.
But
what first one?
The first iteration. So when you just cut it, maybe the double ding. Maybe.
Okay, so a double ding.
Yeah, hit me with the double again.
Uh-oh, retard alert!
Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect.
Much less is there an investment in female athletes. How do you see that? And do you think that the IOC plays a role in addressing those issues?
Yeah, I think the IOC has played a role in addressing those issues in terms of its partnerships with the United Nations. I also want to
I'm a firm
make sure that
believer
we're conscious that some of the struggles that we see around
when fascists
culture
come in here,
and gender and disparities around
saying these things to them, they don't know how to process it because they've been dealt with kid gloves. Where it's like once you don't care about being offensive in return to them, and it just makes them so much more cucked.
What'd you say?
I said I'm a firm believer that when we talk to fascists like this, that it hurts them way more, and they become way more cucked, and they don't know how to process somebody actually saying things that PC culture would consider offensive.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like
it's different in Australia.
Stop caring.
That's all we have to say.
Yeah.
resources and investment isn't just necessarily a problem in the global South, right? But that there's challenges that we experience here in the United States.
But within the U.S., a lot of metrics that show great enthusiasm right now for women's sports, whether it's female athletes like Katie Ledecky and Simone Biles, who have just become legends, but also just the level of women's sports popularity in TV ratings, in coverage. I don't think anyone would argue that this isn't a moment. The question is, have we seen this moment before, and does the momentum continue? And oh, by the way, I see your own enthusiasm with your USA women's soccer jersey under that blazer.
One of the things that's so exciting about the Olympics is that we get to see, as sports fans, women highlighted at the same level as the men. We have seen moments like this before. I think those of us that are old enough to remember
If they're the same level, why aren't the world records the same?
But that's a good point, right?
Yeah. You got nothing else?
No, just that the people want to see the women in the Olympics just as much as the men.
Yeah, I would rather
it's
watch.
Almost like it's all the advertising and shit with the other sports, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, advertising. But also the Olympics is more of, I think, a general sporting. So it's interesting, and this is why I like the Olympics, is because it's more or less pro-am. It's like the best of the amateurs. It's not meant to be the professionals. It's not meant
It's
to be
for
professionals.
homos.
It's meant to be sort of high level amateur sports. And that's why I reckon it's great, because there's always stories behind some of the people who win. There's always stories. It's great. Fantastic. Like excluding the nationalism side of stuff, it's fantastic.
1999 U.S. Women's World Cup tournament where the U.S. team filled up a Rose Bowl, 90,000 fans turned out. And there was a lot of conversation at the time about whether or not that was a turning point in women's sports, whether we were going to see an explosion in growth and investment and resources. And certainly, 25 years later, maybe what we're seeing now is
There needs to be a makeover of sorts. They need to reform their PR and revise their campaigns to try and, I guess, generate a groundswell of support.
For what?
Women's soccer specifically,
Hmm.
or like women's sport that people don't really give a shit about. They try and compensate it by alternating the seasons. At least they do here. There's like Aussie rules football.
Well, it seems like women's rugby in Australia and New Zealand is still pretty big compared to male. Like, if anything, I see more female rugby with the All Blacks than I do the actual men's rugby All Blacks.
I didn't even know there was a female rugby team.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
That's how little I see of rugby in general, is that I'm not even
Yeah.
sure about what I just said.
But like because the AFL runs the women's season during the preseason for the males, and nobody watches their games because the men are playing. It's literally like it just give people the sport when the sport isn't on, and you'll have people watching, but they just don't care. Also, if I'm being honest, the women's footy is pretty slow. Like it's very slow. Pretty low scoring.
They should. Okay, football never scores.
No. There's AFL. There's Australian rules. Like some of the.
No, actual. Not. You still call it soccer, huh?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because football is with the soccer ball that you kick in most places.
You literally don't know what I'm talking about, huh?
I'm saying, I don't know, because everyone else, when they say football outside of America, they're talking about soccer. So I'm saying, do you also call soccer soccer?
No. This.
That's also football.
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically why I was saying Australian rules.
This is exactly why we call it soccer, though.
I was specifying that it is not soccer.
Yeah, I know. I heard that, but I was asking you if you call soccer soccer. It had nothing to do with anything you were saying.
Yes, because this is football.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Wait, so you do call soccer soccer?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you didn't.
Yes, no, that's a European.
You're hitting me back and forth with this, man. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Those hopes and dreams coming to fruition in very real and tangible ways. And so I'm not typically
do you have a lacrosse scene
in my career where I actually feel hopeful for the future. I do think that this moment is
I'm not
different
surprised,
ways
but if there was a niche
business.
American sport to go to Australia, that's the one I would think would go there.
American football. I played American football.
I don't think American football is niche compared to lacrosse.
No, lacrosse is very niche. I'm sure there is stuff here, but it's not. It's smaller than American football.
I mean, lacrosse isn't big here. It's big locally. Just like how hockey is
and companies and corporations
places.
investing in women's sports. The other thing that I think is different about this moment is that we have a generation of women athletes who are invested in and taking their own money and their own time and their own knowledge and directing it towards advancing women's sports. And so we have this critical mass of not only fans who are clamoring for women's sports, but folks across the sports industry, women's sports spaces who are really investing important resources into women's sports. And so I'm hopeful that this is just.
What would a conservative say at this point? Yeah, especially beach volleyball.
The start of a beginning of a new era for women's sports.
One of the interesting
Professor
things
Cheryl
about
Cookie of Purdue University. Thanks so much for joining us with your insights.
Thank you so much for having me.
So like male and female lacrosse is actually completely different.
Really?
They're two different games.
What the fuck?
Yeah, hang on.
Why North Melbourne? I'm so curious.
The 2024 Olympic Games have garnered tens of millions of viewers with jaw-dropping performances and compelling storylines. But in recent days, controversy surrounding the gender of one boxer has also consumed
headlines. Okay, you ready to see this?
William Brangham has that story.
We're going to look at first men's lacrosse, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. You know, we got to protect the head from those stick injuries, you know?
Share the screen.
Sorry. I still am not used to it being like that after, because we've had it normal for over a year, right? So it's mainly just like
I know what lacrosse is.
Face gear to prevent you from getting hit in the face and whacked in the back of the head.
This game is savage.
This is women's lacrosse.
Oh.
Like, why? Just a mouth guard and a fucking goggles?
What the fuck?
Like, this girl's got a helmet at least.
Maybe it's an option?
No, none of the women, like, it's like the goalie will have it, but none of the women in female lacrosse will have the fucking helmets.
Maybe they don't have the arm strength to yeet the ball that fast.
Well, that's what people will say and shit. Like, even the goalie wears less pad for women.
Maybe that's literally what it is, that because the average ball speed is not as fast, you don't need as much padding. Therefore, why would you?
I mean, these girls got their helmets on. So I might be a thing that they're making girls wear helmets now too. But even these helmets are like smaller than the men's.
No, I agree. Put them in the actual equipment, make them go harder. Put them in the gym, make them lift.
Yeah.
Muscle mummy lacrosse. Fuck yeah. That'd be epic.
Algerian boxer Iman Khalif was triumphant yesterday. She defeated.
That makes sense. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Yep. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about the football anymore. But when I did follow it, I was more Essendon, which I guess kind of translates color-wise to why if I was to pick an NFL team, it would be the Falcons.
Her opponent from Thailand, and now will fight for gold.
Oh, you
on
hate
Friday
dogs,
night.
huh?
On the
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Michael Vick was like the Falcons guy for a long time.
Michael Vick? Wasn't he Philadelphia?
He is now.
Yeah, okay.
But like, I still associate him with the
Falcons.
Falcons.
That's right. He was in the He was at the Falcons, wasn't he?
Yeah, because like that when all that dog shit went down.
Yeah.
That's when he got fired from the Falcons. That's why I joked and said, "Wow, you hate dogs."
Streets of Paris, Algerian fans rejoiced.
It was an intense fight. She gave everything. Iman was able to represent her country. She was able to show the world what strong Algerian women are. She came out victorious, and we are proud of that.
Also, can we just like, if they're crying about her, right, and the Taiwanese fighter, where was that?
Her opponent of Paris. Algerian
boxer has also consumed headlines. William Brangham has that story.
Like, even the Thai boxer here is not very feminine. Right? If we're looking at it objectively, which is what they're basing this off, right? Which is what the conservatives are basing this whole bullshit off, is that she's not traditionally feminine and likely not white, right? It likely has a lot to do with it. There was an account that made a thread about beautiful women at the Olympics. What do you think the common thread was? Right? You can guess. So
they were underage.
Good guess, wrong. They were all from European countries, pretty much. Euro and America, I believe. And but like back to this, if what they're going off, if what they're basing this off is not traditionally feminine, why nobody else? Why these specific boxes that were also, right, also tied in with the IBA?
Wow. Maybe it's because
Interesting,
of
right?
Russia.
It's almost, yeah, right. And this is just sort of this logic sort of thread is kind of what I'm trying to get across here, is that it's very easy, even without evidence, knowing just the fact that the information that they're pushing is wrong. You can kind of logic your way out of believing it. So do people not have that thread of logic? Like where do you think the leap
Well,
comes from?
most people have redacted what they said. Normies, I mean, like the Facebook unks, right?
Yeah.
So I saw so many posts, people being like, "Oh, I didn't know it wasn't true at the time," and it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, you cannot apologize for the fucking immediate, like how you can be immediately weaponized into a hate mob against trans people.
Exactly.
You can't apologize for it.
Exactly. And what happens when that hate mob eventually gets to the point where that hate mob leads in death, suicide or murder, right? What happens then? You're just going to say, sorry, this person is no longer alive. I made a mistake. I was able to be weaponized. Like, what are we talking about here? So, like, just use the logic. Use logic. Use your head. Just think. If it makes you emotional, think about it. Take a second thought. Sit back. Relax. Smoke a joint. Think about it. Who fucking knows?
Algerian boxer
Don't do
Iman
that.
Khalif was triumphant yesterday. She defeated her opponent from Thailand and now will fight for gold on Friday night.
She won the gold.
She
on
won.
the streets of Paris, Algerian fans rejoiced.
And this whole event probably really galvanized Algeria behind her, I imagine.
Did you see where she did an interview and a French interviewer just assumed she knew French and she said, "I can answer in English if you want, but I don't know
That's
French."
so funny. That's fucking hilarious. Is that because Algeria is a French colony? Funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Fucking hell.
It was an intense fight. She gave everything. Iman was able to represent her country. She was able to show the world what strong Algerian women are. She came out victorious, and we are proud of that.
But Khalif's rise has also put her at the center of an international firestorm. It began last week when she defeated an Italian boxer here in blue who quit their match after just 46 seconds, saying she was in too much pain from Khalif's punches.
A man from beating a woman to death.
Immediately.
Did Fox retract?
Doubtful. They just move forward.
Did Elon retract?
Of course not. Elon is fucking on
social media.
Fucking sucking Tommy Robinson's dick in the UK.
God, I hope they sue the fuck out of them.
Elon Musk is really a lesson on what this fucking manosphere culture can really do to your brain.
Yes. Yeah.
Because, like, he was already a fucking moron, but, like, he accepted his daughter being trans. He signed off on the paperwork. He was totally for it then.
And now they've convinced him that he was tricked into it.
So, like, other than being a billionaire, there's no real evidence of him being a terrible person other than, like, you know, what comes with being a billionaire. You know, growing up treating your nannies like shit, so your parents will install a value of you know, less than in you and that you're greater, like, you know,
yes,
shit.
That inherent sort of they work for me sort of attitude. That the trust fund attitude.
Other than that, like, what else, you know? Like, the internet really, like, he needs to fucking, like, actually, like, be legally mandated to stay away from Twitter for his own health, you know?
Yeah. I don't know. Logan Paul
And like to make as bad as business decisions
he would have
with
a
it.
pretty good boxing form, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's also weight.
Yeah, weight as well, yeah. But that would be very satisfying.
Like Angela Lee, like if the weight classes were even, she would beat anyone.
Who's that?
She's retired now, but she was the featherweight division champion and won until she retired. And she retired because of like depression, because her sister, who was also a prodigy, killed herself.
Oh.
And she also suffers from like extreme depression. So she like had a kid and she basically retired. And they gave it to like my favorite fighter. And then that fighter instantly hurt her knee in training and has been out and had to vacate the title instantly. Because like it was like she literally there was also like her professional career was over because there was nobody left for her to fight. They even bumped her up a weight class because the Chinese female fighter, she's the only person from China that actually holds a world championship. And like I want to say like she beat Angela Lee once, and then Angela like basically like beat her the next two times. And like Stamp comes from she was Thai boxing when she was 5 years old, winning championships at 5 years old, because that's just the culture, right?
Yes.
So she had the titles for Muay Thai and kickboxing, and she wanted to become the world champion in MMA as well. So having no grappling background, she was fighting like the greatest grappler in the world because she kept winning the number one contender spot. And like so they had two fights, and the second fight like Stamp did pretty well, but like she doesn't have the ground game to beat Angela Lee.
Yeah.
And Angela Lee basically just wore her out by just holding submissions on her, not to make her tap, but to like really like, because you have to work so hard to get out of them.
Yes.
And so she got to the point where she just exhausted her and got an arm bar. But like Angela Lee, it's like wrestling an ice pick. Like the way she can like angle and like put her elbows and knees into people to like get locks on them. It's insane. Like she was so good.
And cable news was flooded with
UFC doesn't even have a division that small.
Bro, why are there so many fucking communists on Twitch?
I know, right? And fascists. Because that's what politics is. You're radical. You're either radical on one end or the other.
Accusations that Khalif was male or transgender. Former President Donald Trump and Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, both of whom have spoken out against transgender people, lashed out at Khalif's participation.
The far left wants to allow biological males to beat the living crap out of women in boxing.
Khalif is not male or transgender, but these recent accusations stemmed in part from her disqualification at last year's World Championships. The International Boxing Association, or IBA, a governing body for the sport, barred Khalif and a Taiwanese boxer after the IBA claimed they failed unspecified gender eligibility tests. The International Olympic Committee, which called the IBA's decision, quote, arbitrary, and banned the association over corruption concerns last year, decried the vitriol that's been aimed at Khalif.
The Algerian boxer was born female, was registered female, lived her life as a female, boxed as a female, has a female passport. This is not a transgender case.
Amid the attacks, Khalif's father came to his daughter's defense.
This is our official family document. May 2nd, 1999, Iman Khalif, a female. It is written here. You can read it. This document doesn't lie. The people who are lying and leading a fierce campaign against her are the enemies of God. The attacks against her are immoral. It is not fair. Iman is a little girl that has loved sports since she was 6 years old.
I feel so bad for her dad, bro. He must be fuming. He must want to punch every one of these cunts. He's like, fuck you. He must be so mad.
Algerian fans have been solidly behind Khalif at the Games, and this week she spoke about the toll the criticism has taken.
I send a message to all the people of the world to uphold the Olympic principles, to refrain from bullying all athletes because this thing has effects, massive effects. It can destroy
That's right.
people.
It's lower.
It can kill
That's what
people's
it is.
thoughts,
It's atom
spirits,
weight.
and
I
minds.
was thinking our lowest weight class being featherweight. That's right. So she was atom weight, and I want to say the Chinese girl is straw weight. But yeah, the atom weight division was so fucking good.
One. Yeah. Okay.
Like Angela Lee led that division, and like everyone in that division was like really, really good performers because nobody else had a weight class that small.
Yeah.
So like the competition from like Pride and UFC didn't exist at atom weight. So like the fighters they got were really fucking good. And also it's cool because their pay-per-views would have Muay Thai and kickboxing and MMA on them.
What is that flag?
Singapore.
Singapore. I thought it was a crescent moon.
Yeah.
Interesting choice.
But she like was
So that
she's
was Iman
half
Khalif a few days.
American. So like
Yeah, okay.
She's like that's like so she trained in all these American like like her family is like all a wrestling dynasty. Her brother's a champion too.
Okay.
And like I imagine their childhood must not have been great if like
They're fighters like that.
well, just because like the depression shit and her sister killing herself.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's just biological shit. You know what I'm saying?
It could be. It could be as simple as that.
Days ago, describing what these accusations.
Come on, guys. We need people in Twitch. We need people watching the Twitch. We're so close. I think we're over 2 now. And the faster this happens, then you don't have to watch on Twitch.
YouTube's not helping us.
No, they aren't. So we really should be encouraging Twitch more and more. But there is currently 7 people on YouTube. We would appreciate it if you went to Twitch.
Can do to people. For a deeper look at what we do and do not know, and what this says more broadly.
Just for like context, YouTube kind of like fucked us. They've stifled our growth entirely. So we are trying to encourage people to move over to Twitch. 1, because fuck YouTube and Google, but 2, because Twitch actually has growth potential and we're very close to getting affiliate.
We're team Amazon in this house. We're team Jeff Bezos.
Benzos, yeah. But yeah, so we're just trying to get the affiliate thing. Once that's done, all that sort of stuff. The tedious, like, tiring advertising crap that we have to do. We're doing it. Bear with us.
Broadly about the future of women's sports, we are joined by Katie Barnes, who's been closely following this for ESPN. Katie is also the author of Fair Play, How Sports Shape the Gender Debates. Katie Barnes, thank you so much for being here. There are so many different threads in this story. Who governs boxing? Who gets to determine who competes where? All these misconceptions about Iman Khalif herself. But let's start with her to begin with. She's born a female. She's lived her life as a female. She's competed as a female. And yet there's this International Boxing Association test that allegedly disqualifies her. What do we know about that test and what it tells us?
The nature of the test itself is unclear. The association has said that it was not a testosterone test. In a press conference, they later clarified that it was a blood test. But what they were testing for and exactly what eligibility standards Khalif did not meet, they have not been specific about. And part of that is due to the fact that this information is private medical information, so they are limited in terms of what they can say publicly without the consent of the fighters.
So at its core, it seems that there is this discrepancy between what the IBA and the Olympics say about whether or not someone has some unfair characteristics that allow them to compete or not, right? Isn't that the core of this?
Yes, there's the tension around the question of who it should be eligible to compete in the women's category in sports. And
I'm so fucking hungry. What?
Yo, I was gonna say at like a minute 9 is like on that highlight thing I set is the Chinese girl, and like when she takes her down, the thickness and the muscle density of the Chinese girl's thighs is just like really impressive.
Jesus Christ. That is very impressive.
Yeah, fucking
In this
like,
case, in
but
boxing.
it's small too, so it's like
Mm.
little tree trunks, you know?
Yeah.
And there is a disagreement, it would seem, between the IBA and the IOC. And again, we don't know the specifics of the disagreement, but the IBA has vigorously defended its
Fantastic.
decision.
Thank you. We love this. This is great. We now have 4 on Twitch. This is good. This is really good. We need 3. And then we start pushing for 75, and that's when we really, really buckle down and never get it.
Qualify Khalif and Liu. And the IOC has vigorously defended its decision to include them both in women's boxing competition in Paris.
How often are
Yeah, let the Taiwanese boxers fight under their own fucking flag.
these tests used? Have they been used for a long time? What can you tell us about the history of this kind of testing?
I would say that sex verification testing in terms of determining whether or not an athlete who wants to participate in an elite women's category is eligible to do so, that has been around for a very long time. Almost since women have been playing sports at the Olympic level, frankly. And so those tests have taken different forms, from visual inspections to cheek swabs that are looking for DNA tests or chromosomes to hormone tests over time. And so they've taken different forms. And in recent years, I would say it's been cyclical in terms of how these tests are performed and under what circumstances. And so it's an ongoing discussion about how best to regulate the women's category. And it is something that is unique to the women's category. The men's category is not under the same type of scrutiny, largely because of the nature of how women began to get access to sports to begin with. It's derived from this idea that this is a protected category. And so therefore, the boundary that is set must be policed from a regulation standpoint. And so how that has happened has changed over time, but it's pretty much always been there.
So what do you make of the whole political firestorm that blew up over Iman's successes?
I really think of it as a consequence of imprecise language. When people use terms like biological male, quote unquote, and quote unquote man to describe people who are competing in a women's sporting event, especially a combat sports event like boxing, that tends to bring out a lot of emotion from folks. And that is also happening in the wake of just a tremendous amount of emotional and legislative energy being put toward addressing some of these issues in the United States in terms of legislation passing around transgender athletes. And so I really think that bred a lot of confusion and brought out a lot of emotions. And sometimes that was used inadvertently, incorrectly, and sometimes folks, I think, weaponize that in this particular case.
I mean, apart from these larger debates over these, who governs these rules and who sets these standards, as we heard from Iman Khalif herself, the vitriol that was directed at her towards an individual has got to be so dispiriting when you're trying to compete at this level.
Yeah, I can't speak for her, of course, but you're judging by what she has said publicly, and also how she just released so much emotion after winning her quarterfinal bout. It's very clear that this has weighed heavily on her. And other athletes who have been through similar difficulties when they run up against policy that disqualifies them and that becomes public. I think it's important to acknowledge as members of the public that these are real people who are wrestling with these things and perhaps are learning new information about themselves. And now that's being parsed publicly and in highly emotional and charged ways.
Also, after the last Olympics, when Simone Biles pulled out because of mental health issues,
Getting cut punched her too.
And athletes are human too, and I think we would do well to remember that.
All right, Katie Barnes of ESPN, thank you so much for helping us wade through all of this.
Thank you for having me.
For Olympics fans wanting to get away from the crowds and concrete of Paris, this is a place to go and bring kids on summer vacations, including maybe some future Olympic athletes. It's also a place to sample African cuisine and artisanship.
What I like about the Africa Station is this cultural mix. Lots of cultures, lots of countries, lots of languages. I think it's really important that Africa finds itself together here today.
This Nigerian stand isn't just selling.
You see what
Nigerian
I'm saying,
goods.
though? That girl's like fighting an ice pick.
Yeah.
From Mali, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, and Senegal. So we are here to share what we do the best. For example, here we have some fabric made in Africa. We also have some soap, natural soap.
The continent's Olympic athletes and celebrities come here. On Wednesday, the Democratic Republic of Congo was in the spotlight Music and dancing are in, politics are out. This fan zone aims to be neutral, welcoming countries like Mali, which has rocky relations with France and a number of African nations.
This is the place where all the Africans come to celebrate their victories along with their defeats. There's a fraternity and solidarity that's been formed these last days that's hard to find elsewhere. Every morning, I come here and open the Mali stand, then go to Guinea and Senegal without taking the plane.
African teams have scored victories at the Paris Olympics. Kylie Namour won Africa's first Olympic gold in gymnastics, representing Algeria. South Sudan's young basketball team has made
Algeria's fucking killing it.
Headlines, even though it didn't make the finals. People here say the continent needs more support to level the playing field.
There are some good teams, like the South Sudanese basketball team and the Egyptian and Morocco soccer teams. But it's difficult for other African athletes because the infrastructure and the training aren't often good enough.
The evening is setting in, but at the Africa station, the party is only just beginning.
What a surprise. VOA. Another fantastically unique story. Like, considering that it's American propaganda, I don't know. It doesn't feel very propaganda-y to me. I don't know. Depends on the story. This just felt like another sort of journalism story, a basic journalism piece.
Lisa Bryant.
Taylor Swift's Eras tour has been called off in Austria after officials arrested 2 teenagers accused of plotting a terrorist attack. The concert promoter, Barracuda Music, said that, quote, "We have no choice but to cancel the 3 scheduled shows for everyone's safety." Roughly 200,000 people were scheduled to attend the sold-out Vienna concerts. For a closer look at this, I'm joined by Juliet Kayyem, professor at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government and former assistant secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. Juliet, thanks for joining us. The fact that these organizers had to cancel the shows, what does that say to you about how serious, how imminent these threats were?
It says 2 things. First, that not only was it serious, but that this was disrupted likely hours before there could have been extreme violence. And I think they canceled for 2 reasons. One is there was an insider threat. One of the 2 teenagers had some affiliation with probably one of the sub vendors, may have had credentials that would have allowed him to go in and out. Once you have an insider threat, you close the thing down because you have no idea who else could be in the room. The second is that the threat appears to have been in the soft outside perimeter rather than inside the concert hall. Anyone who's seen these pictures of the Eras tour knows that there's lots of people with tickets. There's lots of people without tickets who want the experience, want to hear her, want to be part of the Taylor Swift movement. Those parts are not protected. And so I think it was right and correct given the threat.
Waves of Swifties
That we know right now, both insider threat capacity and targeting the soft areas of the concert security, that you would want to shut it down until you understood what the threat was.
So as we mentioned, 2 people have been arrested. Bomb-making materials were reportedly found in their homes. One suspect, as you mentioned, even had that job inside concert operations. What do we know from what authorities have shared so far and what's been reported about what they were trying to do exactly? What was the threat?
So I'm going to put this in terms of the global threat right now. So ever since the Israeli-Hamas war started, everyone has known that the global terror threat has increased. That part of that is just in response to the war itself. Part of it is just, sort of the radicalization movement gets inspired by what is going on in Gaza and Israel. So we knew that already existed. So almost every area is in elevated threat environment. If you sort of move over to France, the Paris Olympics understood this. They are at a threat level. Then you have the recruitment efforts by an organization like ISIS trying to prove its relevancy, trying to get a high profile event, but very difficult to get people to move, say like 15 or 20 years ago, or 15 years ago, ISIS's tactic was they wanted people to come fight in a war. There's no more war like that anymore. So what they're trying to do is to recruit young men, isolated, maybe affiliated, getting radicalized online, and they radicalize in a very short period. That's the amazing thing. And tell them, do something catastrophic in your own country. You don't need to move across borders and risk getting caught. So that's what we know right now, and will continue for the foreseeable future, targeting these high profile events to make a statement and to show ISIS's relevance in an environment that has changed over the last couple of years for them.
And so, Juliet, when you say they were inspired by or they were radicalized, what do we know about links between a group like ISIS or a group like Al-qeada, I know was also mentioned as an inspiration for them, and these 2 teenagers? What were they directly actually directed to do something, or was it more vague than that?
Now, what we understand now, and this could change, is one of the teenagers was known to law enforcement at the time. So something had gone on in which he is at least known to intelligence agents at the time. There is also some reporting regarding the
Can't hear you.
She said the line. She did it. She said it. Familiar to police. I said it.
United States coming to understand that there might have been a threat against the concert specifically. So there was something public, or at least part of the surveillance network, that was captured. The specific individual who was arrested with the explosives was unknown, unknown to law enforcement there, is radicalized from what we understand from family members in a relatively short period of time, and is probably just going down the rabbit hole of radicalization. They find you, they bring you into back channels, into websites or the dark web that you and I don't even follow. And basically launch what could have been a terrible incident, not just for Europeans or others, when we know how international concerts are, but Taylor Swift is an American icon. This was a focus on an image of and a reflection of America's openness, America's talent, youth, gender, everything that she represents. And we're pretty lucky that it was stopped.
She makes a pretty good point. T-Swizzle is a pretty good target. Like, if you're really thinking about it, pretty good target.
Yep.
Like, I've never thought about it like that, but yeah. Yeah. Like, that's that's interesting.
Julia Kayam, national security analyst. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Really appreciate your insights and time.
Not state-brained enough, I guess.
Taylor Swift fans who hope to attend the pop superstar's Vienna concerts this week aren't the only ones facing financial setbacks. Insurers covering the 3 concerts, which were canceled due to a planned terrorist attack, face millions of dollars in claims. That's according to sources involved in insurance for Swift's tour. Organizers of large sporting and entertainment events typically buy event cancellation insurance, much of which tends to be insured through the Lloyd's of London market by a consortium of insurers. A Lloyd's of London spokesperson confirmed that event cancellation insurance is offered, but said it could not comment on specific policies. Militant attacks are often excluded from event cancellation policies, but policyholders typically buy extra coverage against them or the threat of them. Reuters could not establish the extent of coverage on the concerts, but one executive at credit rating agency Morningstar said losses could be in the tens of millions of dollars.
Their answer was, we have insurance for that.
Organizer Barracuda Music said all tickets would be refunded within 10 days. Some Swifties also spent thousands of dollars to fly across the globe to see the superstar, like Kelsey Nick from Minnesota.
I mean, our Airbnb at minimum was $4,000, and then our flights were like $1,500, something like that, $1,500 to $2,500. So yeah, it was like a minimum of like $5,000, I think. That's not including like meals or anything like that. So yeah, just it's a good chunk of change for sure.
Swift's Eras Tour is estimated to generate nearly $2 billion in.
We are continuing to follow breaking news on our World League 3 upcoming Taylor Swift concert.
If you can afford to fly to Europe for a concert and drop that kind of money, you can afford to do it.
Yeah, exactly. You can afford to lose it. I completely agree.
Concerts in Vienna, Austria have been canceled after Austrian authorities arrested 2 suspects who they say had plans to carry out a terrorist attack at the concert site. That's according to the promoter for the show. So let's bring in CNN security correspondent, former FBI counterterrorism agent Josh Campbell, as well as CNN senior national security analyst Julia Kayam. Josh, what do we know about these 2 suspects?
It's the same woman. That's why we hate the corporate press.
Next.
Absolutely.
A plane carrying 61 people crashed near Sao Paulo in Brazil on Friday, and there were no survivors. Video from local media shows the wreckage among houses in a residential neighborhood. An eyewitness, Pietro, described what he saw.
What I saw was the wreckage of the plane. All that was left was the cabin. I even saw the videos they sent me of the body burning there. I also saw a lot of people broke into the condominium to make videos.
Brazilian carrier Vopas, which operated the plane, said there were 57 passengers in total and 4 crew members on board. A local news outlet interviewed 2 men who said they missed their flight. Flight tracking software showed the plane's path. It took off from Cascavel in the state of Paraná and was bound for Sao Paulo's international airport. It entered an
Imagine being late for that flight.
unusual final circling motion before hitting the ground in the town of Vinhedo, some 50 miles northwest of Sao Paulo. A Brazilian aviation engineer told Reuters that a buildup of ice could have caused the plane to stall and spiral in the way it did, but investigators say it's too early to determine the cause of the crash. The airline says the plane underwent inspection a day before the crash, and its de-icing system, along with all other systems, had been deemed operational before takeoff. Brazil's Aviation Accident Investigation Center said they've recovered the plane's so-called black box, containing voice recordings and flight data. The incident is Brazil's deadliest since 2007, when a plane crash killed 199 people.
There's no way it was icing. It was spinning like this.
I mean, we'll know when
I
they
don't
do
think
the
ice causes
investigation.
that. Yeah,
Well-
that's why I'm interested in the investigation, because ice doesn't cause that, I don't think.
This was always the case. This was always the case. Like it was like children that were on the battlefield in Syria. A lot of them were under 21. That's the real tragedy of 9/11, then.
Ah. Is that a body?
I don't know. Uh-oh,
We are
don't do
learning that a
this.
small passenger
If it
plane
says
has crashed
disturbing,
in
they
a
might show
residential
burning
area. This
bodies.
is outside of
Skip
Sao Paulo,
this.
Brazil.
Don't risk.
Sure.
This before JD Vance?
The Bangladeshi prime minister has fled.
Yes.
Okay.
We're getting through the international first.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The country.
There's turmoil and uncertainty in Bangladesh after dozens of people were killed in clashes
Let's
with
see.
police. The
How
country's
well do you
longest
think
serving
he
prime
did?
minister resigned.
I've looked and he did cover protests before in Bangladesh like a few years ago, so
I think it'll be relatively fine. There wasn't
Let's
too
see.
much here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll give him a grade.
And amid the violence, fleeing to nearby India. This unrest is the culmination of months of protests against the government there. NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiella has the latest.
Nearby India, she says. And literally surrounds it.
Some pretty dramatic scenes in Bangladesh today with thousands of protesters flooding the streets, celebrating and also storming the prime minister's official residence today. Some looting, taking
Bangladeshi here. Everyone is happy about this. Scheherazade, and you're Bangladeshi. Nice. Yeah. So to catch people up on the lore, the gist of it basically is that they had a de facto caste system where only people who were related to people in positions of power were able to get in on a quota of government jobs. It basically ensured that like a certain set of positions were reserved for only people who were already related to the
wrong
powerful. Like it kind
Close.
of you know,
Close.
Yeah, very close.
I'd say close enough, but not close enough to reporting and relaying the information to an audience.
It's also not close enough to be even almost accurate. That's not what the quotas were. The quotas were based on people who served in the fight against Pakistan to get
in the revolution.
It is the grandchildren of the fighters in the Bangladeshi revolution who are guaranteed jobs amounting to 55% in
They're just-
total.
yeah,
it was
it's-
about 35%.
They're not
of the
guaranteed jobs necessarily. You
but
know?
it's guaranteed assigned to this group
Yeah.
of people.
Yeah, guaranteed. Quotas.
And that group of people cannot be changed. Those people are those people. They can have kids.
I'd
but
give
that's
him a D. So far.
you know, it was effectively a caste system, but it wasn't like officially by blood. But I think in practice, it kind of ended up being that anyway. And there were protests from
It's
students and
also
from
not a
workers, and
ca-
it was
it's
always
also
meant to
not
be
a
blood.
caste system.
No.
Like
It's
that's
only
like
for government
a
jobs.
caste system is like more of like the India Hindu thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Bangladeshi students, folks, they love protesting.
Come on,
apparently, this is like their favorite thing to do. Which I know
chair.
students generally tend to be pretty ornery, but apparently students in Bangladesh are just really, really into protesting. This one got a bit wacky, though.
It's South Asia.
You know, like security forces, military were brought in, people have been killed, and now apparently everything's on fire, and the prime minister has fled. So
furniture, dishes, food, whatever they could carry after the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, surprised the country by resigning today and fleeing to India. Her resignation earlier today came after weeks of violent protests with more than 90 people killed on Sunday alone. Those protests began—
Jeez, holy shit. I thought the total number for the entire protests was a few dozen. 90 in one day? Apparently a lot of sectarian violence. Yeah, I'm hearing apparently there's a lot of like femicide going on. There are some like basically the equivalent of like alt-right Bangladeshi student groups that are targeting women specifically and them up. Communal violence must be resisted. Hindu people are being attacked. Temples are being broken. Are Hindus, are they the minority? What's the dominant religion in Bangladesh? I guess they're right next to India, so you've got the—
I didn't hear about that, but sure.
Oh, like the student fascist protesters? Yes, we reported.
Oh, no. They were attacking the actual protesters. They were on the side of Sheikh Hasina, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they were specifically attacking women.
I mean, women are easier targets, so that always happens.
Yeah.
The Hindu, what's the Islam by far? Okay, yeah, okay. I guess in my head, I thought it was like 50-50 because India's right there, but Bangladesh folks save minority Hindus. They are like brothers and sisters. Please don't attack temples or attack people. This will only show your country in poor view. Elect new government, show the quality over here in India. Treat Muslims like you would in Jamaat and Awami League. The Awami League, these are like the alt-right student guys, right? The Awami League, they're like the, right? Bangladesh was part of Pakistan till it gained it. But no, I remember. I just didn't know what the portion of the split was, you know? That is a lot of people. That's like shoulder to shoulder as far as the eye can see down the city streets.
Very observant.
That's at least 100, maybe even 150 people.
Jesus Christ. It's massive undercounting.
Bangladesh has been in the economic position for a long.
He gets an F in counting. You're muted, bro.
It goes. It's because I'm eating. It goes all the way up the street.
Long time. It's like most of what I know about Bangladesh, I know in the context of the garment industry. The garment industry is almost impossible to fully automate. Unlike a lot of production stuff where you can literally just have like a factory and then an engineer who maintains the factory. Basically, all clothing items that you wear are made by people. The fabrics are woven by machines. They're big looms, but the actual stitching on basically all clothing is done by a human. A human has touched the clothing that you wear. Why does it need to be manual? Because managing fabric, the soft push and pull of fabric, the fact that you have to like loop things around or sew hems over on themselves, the way cloth can bunch, it's just too complicated. Machines cannot do it. We have not yet invented machines that can make clothing. Maybe some very simple garments of clothing, but even something like a t-shirt, you need a human. No, Benjamin, we can't. We just haven't. Can AI do it? No, a machine cannot physically handle a clothing in the way. You can Google it. You can look it up on YouTube. Even the cheap like $5 t-shirt blanks that you can get, that you can put your stupid designs on, like what I've done. Like at every level, humans are, and a lot of it's in Bangladesh.
Correct.
Bangladesh is like the epicenter of it.
Correct.
Not epicenter. I use that word too often. The center of.
No, you work well. Sure, whatever word you want to use. Correct.
I think that's a perfect word.
But epicenter and center do not mean the same things. I tell myself angrily. Victory. Well, she certainly did leave. Okay, I need to learn more about this. And why are we going after the Hindus if the problem was the quota system, and the quota system was definitely not favoring Hindus?
They're not going after Hindus. What are you talking about?
There's no way. Jesus. Okay, I'm going to turn that volume down. Bangladeshi J6, please keep in mind the Prime Minister was ordering the killing of protesters. This is not like a bunch of fascists have stormed their Congress because they hate democracy. They were protesting a very unequal, effective caste system, and then they were being killed for it. You know?
Quota. How hard is it to say quota?
He hasn't learned about it yet.
On it because I want to educate. So this is their caste thing. Basically, 30% of the government jobs were reserved for relatives, descendants of the resistance movement that secured the independence of Bangladesh. In practice, what that means is a genetic caste system where like your ancestor determines, but it's like nepotism but enshrined on a national level. And it means that a very specific caste of people get the best jobs in government, you know? So it's an odd caste system, but it's still a caste system. The Supreme Court reinstated the 30% quota. Students felt like they may have limited opportunity based on merit, so they started protesting. Also, the economy was bad. Also, everyone in Bangladesh worked.
Oh, is that the major part of it, is it?
I mean, the big part of it is that the economic in Bangladesh is shit, and these people want jobs, and they're closed off of a big section of the job market because the only good jobs now are in government.
For $3 a day, probably not even that. Making T-shirts that we wear. I mean, it's
chat. We're top 5 in viewers on politics. That's very exciting.
It's nepotism enshrined into law, which it, in a way, kind of is a caste system. It's a blurry line, I acknowledge, but from my perspective, what it's basically guaranteeing is that a certain genetic and heritage-based group of individuals gets
how many viewers
a certain position of power in society, which is kind of
62. I don't know what this channel is.
But I acknowledge that it's not a caste system in the way that like India's historical caste system was. It's just kind of, you know, military declaring a nationwide shoot on site curfew. Jesus. They killed the internet, the entire country. They blocked social media, Facebook, TikTok, WhatsApp. 215 confirmed deaths and more than 20,000 others injured, 11,000 arrests. The unofficial death toll is between 300 and 500. UNICEF reported at least 32 children were killed during July's protests, with many more injured and detained. The Awami League government and Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina have suggested the political opponents have co-opted the protest. Classic move. As of August 2024, the movement remains ongoing as it has expanded its demands to include accountability for the violence, a ban on the student wing of the government. Okay, this is the Hitler League. It's purple. We looked at it before. The Chhatra League, these are the, this is like the student wing of the government, and they're all like the kid Hitlerites, basically, you know? Look, their logo even looks Hitler-esque. Well, ISIS-esque, I suppose. The BSL has repeatedly been accused of using torture, extortion, violence, forced prostitution, and killings to instill fear. They're literally like student wing brown shirts who operate with the de facto permission of the government to keep others in line, which is pretty crazy. The Chhatra League are akin to a mafia, yeah. It's just crazy that they're a student league. I mean, I know that like in practice, they're probably not all students, but still. The movement calls for nationwide civil disobedience and for Hasina and her cabinet to step down and take responsibility for the deaths. Despite this, the government denies any protesters were killed by its security force. Okay, so that's the level we're on. Yeah, Scheherazadian, I saw a video the last time I covered this where there were women saying like there was a girl, a girl who was saying literally like we were at the protest, I got knocked down, or like my female friend got knocked down, and I thought, you know, okay, we're women, like someone help us up, right? And then the Chhatra League, rather than avoiding them, specifically targeted to beat them up and kick them while they were down. Like it's an incel league. We're literally talking like, imagine government-backed mafia brown shirts, and all of them are like black-pilled incels. You know, we're getting like Elliot Rodgers up in this shit with all of them.
Okay.
Speed chat. We're going to go now to Tenveer, who is live for us in Dhaka. And Tenveer, we're getting reports that there's actually a possibility that Hasina might resign. What are you hearing there?
Oh wait, is this out of date?
Yes.
Well, you can see behind me, maybe not the whole crowd. The entire city is out on the street. The speculation and the rumor has that she has left the country. We cannot independently verify anything like that. The army chief was supposed to give a televised speech at 2 p.m. local time, which is 8 GMT.
I love that they're all just like standing around him, blank faced, like, sup, news. And they're not fucking with the guy reporting or anything. They're just standing there.
But he postponed it till 3 p.m., which is 9 GMT. We'll know more details then, but nothing officially announced. But everybody in the streets...
I'm very sorry. I'm distracted by the sunner up here. Jesus Christ. Hello?
Every corner of the city, thousands of people are out. We are near to the Shabar Square, which is the epicenter of student protests. I don't know the number of people.
Epicenter?
I've never seen anything like that in the capital city of protest. Tens of thousands of mostly students, public, even family people with the children out celebrating. Practically, they're taken for sure that she has either left the country, resigned, or she may soon be leaving. And the government most likely is in a fallen or step down, and the army will decide what's the next step.
The UK denied political asylum to her, and tons of diaspora Bangladeshis are urging the government to not let her to other countries. Okay, genuine Scheherazade, I'm deferring to you entirely on this because I don't want to divert into like a Wikipedia read on her right now. Just 1 to 10, how Hitlerite is she? Like, obviously, she's pretty Hitler. She's obviously bad. I'm just saying, like, from your perspective, like 1 to 10, 10 being obviously the most Hitlerite.
The thing is that you can't say it on a Hitler scale because it's not so much an ethnic thing. It's like it's more like nobody's as like a capitalist like she is. Like nobody has the backing of capital and politics the way she had. Maybe Berlusconi.
Maybe.
Zero being the most. No, not Zero being the most. What kind of ridiculous system would that be?
Yes.
Probably an interim government with a caretaker type government for the interim period.
She's not like right-wing Hitler, but she's a dictator. So I don't know. 8. Holy shit! Note that Hitler himself was a mere 7. Okay. All right.
No more in details, maybe after 9 GMT local time. Yeah, but at this point, the main story is the celebration.
Yeah, Tim, sorry to interrupt. As you said, we're waiting for the army chief to speak.
The real question is, where did we
just
place her on the dictator tier list?
She was pretty high, I believe.
How crucial the army is actually for Hasina to stay in power. If she loses them, does she lose the prime ministership?
You want to know something sad? The reason why all these student protesters are crowding around this camera is because the internet is still cut in Bangladesh.
Yes.
They're like they know that they've been made invisible to the world to a large extent, so they're trying to get their faces out.
Historically very crucial because the army had played a role in I'm sorry.
They say she brought a lot of people out of poverty too. Yeah, I'm going to translate that in my magnificent brain that is familiar with how we tend to talk about countries in the developing world. What that means is that she's been very amenable to Western business investment. That means that she's offered a lot of companies the opportunity to set up factories in Bangladesh so people can work for sweatshop wages, Correct? Yeah. Yep. Job creator. The jobs are basically slave jobs, and we pay like $3 for a t-shirt. I'm going to do it, folks. I'm going to integrate my current autistic special interest into the subject of this, okay? I think we should buy more expensive clothing that looks a lot better, less often. The current fast fashion trend is one thing, but the long-term trend of more and more clothing manufacturing being outsourced to places where it can cost like $2 to make, sold to us for $9 so we can wear it 3 times, then toss it and it never looks good. It's not good. It's been happening recently too. A lot of clothing manufacturing used to be done in America as recently as the 2000s.
It's not worn by the first-hand buyer. They just throw it away before they even wear it.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Right?
I wear almost all of my clothes until they get holes in them. Maybe. Yeah. I was reluctant to throw out my fat guy clothes.
Like obviously, this is more coming from the women side of things where it's like shameful if you wear the same thing twice to like
yeah they should stop that. They should really stop that.
Jenny Milk only has a set amount of dresses she wears.
Sure. Like the 2000s.
I'm just saying hero.
More and more of it has been outsourced. Where does Uniqlo fit into this? Uniqlo, like basically every clothing brand, has most of their clothes manufacturing done in places like Bangladesh. Mm-hmm. There are some brands that do a lot of manufacturing in America. Buck Mason, for example, does a decent amount of their manufacturing in America. It's a very American brand. There are also non-American manufacturing places that are still good. If clothing is made in Spain, Portugal, Italy,
anywhere
South
but
Korea,
Bangladesh,
Japan, it's probably pretty good. Not just in terms of quality, but I imagine the people who made the clothing are getting paid better wages than the people in Bangladesh. But that's not guaranteed. Folks, Thy Workwear did a write-up on this. Did you know there are sweatshops in America, in Los Angeles, in buildings that I have been over because the metro line that I would take to my friend's place back in high school would go right over them? There are sweatshop workers making $5 was it an hour or a day? It violates the law either way. They're making not enough money, and they're making clothes.
Damn.
And I really do think that if we took the time to think a little bit more about developing our personal style and buying clothing that is more expensive but made more ethically, not only will we have nicer outfits and outfits we take care of for longer, and we'll be hotter and we'll be stunning, and we'll have more children, thus fixing the birth rate decline because we'll be from how hot we all are. But we won't be propping up a system of effectively slave labor in Bangladesh and other countries. Vietnam is another big center for that, like clothing, the clothing manufacturing. Though I think Vietnam, generally speaking, has significantly better worker conditions than Bangladesh. It's still kind
of motorbikes.
Oh yeah. I wasn't sure
of a low bar.
Today.
Doesn't have to be expensive. Well, I mean, if we pay workers a fair wage to make high quality clothes that we don't just toss away after a few days, they will be more expensive, but you will look better. God did not intend us to have $5 t-shirts.
People are excited here. Guys, please, I know you're excited. Historically, army played a role in the politics of Bangladesh. People generally love the army. They think they're a neutral body in times of crisis. They can handle situation. What we saw in the past several weeks, the violence and everything, they have confidence on the army that can manage the situation, and the army doesn't want to be the enemy of the people. And that's why people have confidence the army will control the situation in a neutral and proper manner. Every lives will be saved, properties will be saved. So this is what they're saying. And just about an hour ago, the students were hanging out flowers to the troops, the military troops. About 4 hours back, the police were still cracking down on students in the university campuses.
So, wait, Scheherazadian, as our reporter on the ground, can you confirm or deny the claim that the military is handling this better than the local security forces and police? Jesus, Annie.
Firing rounds, people were injured, some probably fatally.
Moving on. He is fine. B. Sure. Stumbled at the start, recovered a little bit. Seems to understand. There's not much more to sort of.
Tracking services showed a Bangladesh.
I thought we were moving on.
Me when I'm looking at our media, and it's like,
yeah, I know. I was just checking.
Bangladesh's president dissolved parliament on Tuesday, clearing the way for an interim government and new elections. Hundreds gathered on the grounds of Bangladesh's Parliament House in the capital, Dhaka, after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned and fled the country to a safe house in India on Monday. The movement that toppled Hasina rose out of demonstrations against public sector job quotas for families of veterans of Bangladesh's 1971 independence war. The move was seen by critics as a means to reserve jobs for allies of the ruling party. About 300 people were killed and thousands injured in violence since July. Student protesters had threatened more demonstrations if Parliament was not dissolved. The decision to dissolve Parliament was taken following meetings with the heads of armed forces, leaders of political parties, student leaders, and some civil society representatives, the presidential statement said. The group also demanded Nobel Peace Laureate Muhammad Yunus be the interim government's chief advisor. A spokesperson for Yunus said he had agreed. The damage to the Prime Minister's residence clear after it was stormed and looted by demonstrators on Monday.
I think what has happened yesterday, the vandalism, it was not at all appreciated.
I disagree. If the leader's fucking you over and they've been the leader and their dad was the leader too, loot that shit. Fuck them. Take all of their shit.
This belongs to the people, like us. We will have to pay for its reconstruction.
The streets of the capital, Dhaka, fell quiet on Tuesday, with traffic lighter, but students stepping up in the absence of police.
We haven't seen any traffic policemen since yesterday evening.
Should we engage?
That's why we took the responsibility in our hands to control the traffic, so
drop down. He's probably gone now.
everyone can commute smoothly.
Huh?
Check.
What's democracy, buddy?
Uh-oh, retard alert!
The student leaders also said they had received reports of attacks on minority groups.
Watching a video on a dictatorship that is not a democracy whatsoever.
That is totally becoming a democracy, theoretically.
To temples in the Muslim-majority country. They urged restraint.
Yes, generally one person, one vote is a pretty good way to go about things, yes.
Saying this could undermine their movement.
Come on, you're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
Bangladesh's army chief is set to meet student protest leaders on Tuesday as the country awaits a new government. This comes a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned and fled the country following a violent uprising against her rule. The student leaders who spearheaded the protests against job quotas and called for Hasina's resignation.
We got that one.
Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned and fled the country on Monday following weeks of deadly protests. They began as student-led demonstrations against government job quotas, but they quickly surged into
and what would you
both
prefer?
Hasina's resignation and that her arch-rival and Nobel Prize winner
letting the third world in as we're watching coverage
here we
of
go.
Bangladesh, a
Okay.
country in
Um,
South Asia.
you
Euro
know
has
that
fallen.
you
Euro
know
has
there are
fallen.
hold
1
on,
million must
hold on,
die.
hold on. Have you seen the actual immigration numbers? It's less than 400,000 a year. Europe has a population of nearly 1 billion. What are you complaining about?
Yeah.
Named
Europeans are
Mohammed
the most
Yunus helm
pathetic
an
out
interim
of all of
government.
them.
It's actually pathetic. Like America has millions and millions of migrants come in every year. I say America has more of a right to complain about illegal immigration than Europe ever will, ever.
Yeah, well, Europe doesn't have the right to do a lot of things. They just need to normalize Europeans shutting the fuck up.
They referenced the Protocols of Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
You need to leave the world of the Cold War. The first and third worlds no longer exist.
Yeah, those are not terms that exist anymore.
Has accepted the request, but what do we know about him? Yunus has been called a banker to the poor and a pioneer of the global microcredit movement. Microcredit lending is the idea of extending small loans to very poor people, often small business owners. Yunus and the Grameen Bank he founded won the 2006 Nobel Peace Prize for helping lift millions from poverty by providing microloans to Bangladesh's rural poor.
And then Sheikh
Their lending
Hasina
model
took
has
credit
since
for it? Is that
projects around the
Pelosi?
world.
Is that Nancy? Nancy?
It actually is.
Nancy
I think it is.
Pelosi?
I mean, America focused on U.S. women living in poverty.
We gotta
in
have gotten
2008.
rid of that one, right?
As his success grew, Yunus flirted
Surely.
Yeah.
briefly with a political career and attempted to form his own party in 2007. His ambitions were widely viewed as having sparked Hasina's ire, who accused him of, quote, sucking blood from the poor. His critics have also said his microlenders charge excessive rates and make money off the...
Buddy, you guys have been whinging about non-white people in Europe forever. Look at the outright disgusting way that the Roma are treated, or as you would say, the gypsies, right? Look at how they're treated in Europe. The 2 world wars came from Europe because you idiots couldn't decide on which white person was better. Shut the fuck up.
poor. But Yunus said the rates were far lower than local interest rates in developing countries.
I thought it was because of the Jews.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you Europeans want to fucking claim that you're this super master race, yet you are less developed in your head than Africa is. And you claim that Africa is underdeveloped. I think I would rather live in Africa than Europe, to be completely honest.
Depends where.
Yeah, it depends where, obviously.
So you're saying that Africans have more brain power than this guy?
Yes. Yes. Europeans are the lowest brain power.
Oh, so they have they have holes in their
small
head.
Euro brain.
Small Euro brains. That fucking guy the other day who's like, you were like, tell me something I haven't heard before, and he immediately says skull science shit. It's like, tell me something I haven't heard before. You think people haven't heard the oldest fucking shit in the book? Get out of my face, you moron.
Moved him as head
so
of
we can
Grameen
start
Bank in
killing the
2011,
Protestants.
saying that at 73 he had stayed on past the legal retirement age of 60. Thousands of Bangladeshis formed...
What do you mean? The known world? What are you talking about? What?
Formed a human chain to protest his ouster. Yunus was already in the spotlight this year, facing a slew of legal troubles. He was sentenced in January to 6 months in prison for labor law violations. Then in June, he and others were indicted on charges of embezzlement from the Workers' Welfare Fund.
I think that it counts like Ann Kami, and it's like it's like it's the Batman, like old Batman guy. What is that one called? Where he's like old as fuck. Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah.
When he's like breaking the gun, and it's like, this is and it just says ZOG on the gun, and he's like, this is the weapon of the enemy. We do not use it. And I was like, based meme.
Of a telecoms company he founded. The same month, Yunus discussed his legal troubles in an interview with Reuters.
And the cases are very flimsy, made up stories, stolen monies, forgery, embezzlement, cheating the cheating the labor, not giving them their proper money that they deserve.
Is that Mitch McConnell?
I'm still so curious what the point of
wait. So
saying this is.
This person isn't even European and they're complaining about Europe. That's even more pathetic.
Yeah.
That's like an American going in Australia and talking about how they need to bring back white Australia.
It is that stupid, you're right. Do you actually, that's a good question. Do you watch Elijah Schaffer? I bet you do.
Though he was ultimately not jailed in either of those cases, Yunus still faces more than 100 other cases on graft and other charges.
That's crazy.
In the June
Mitch
interview,
McConnell
Yunus was openly critical of Hasina
is moonlighting over there.
Well, Bangladesh doesn't have any politics left. I mean, there's only one party who's active. And
when Mitch McConnell goes into the trance?
Yes.
Breaking news.
That's him communicating to his other body,
What's his
Okay, guys, it's not a fucking new Avengers movie. Calm down.
There's really no talking. Okay, basically the Chief Justice.
Yeah, I've never even heard what they're referencing. I'm gonna bow to your expertise on this topic.
I'm gonna look it up. I've heard the name before, but I can't remember. Oswald Mosley. British. Oh, he's the British Nazi guy. Okay.
Oh, he's the other one who does the protest instead of Tony.
No. This is like old school. His whole name is Sir Oswald Imold Mosley, 6th Baronet. Firing squad. Dead.
Gay. He was at Hitler's wedding.
So
I
gay.
bet they fucked each other.
No, he died before Hitler. Wait.
He was at Hitler's wedding. They fucked each other. He consummated the marriage.
When did he die?
A soldier in the bunker.
1980. Holy shit, he was alive for a while. Maybe he did fuck Hitler.
That's what I'm saying.
That's gotta be like the gayest shit I've ever heard.
Okay. It's all an ad from then on.
Thumbs down.
Shares in Ola Electric surged during
Take that.
Shares in Ola Electric surged during the company's trading debut in Mumbai on Friday, valuing the company at
It's not a motorbike.
$4.8 billion. That's as investors bet on greater adoption of electric vehicles in India, the world's largest market for two-wheelers. Ola Electric $734
Yeah, those words don't go together, friend.
million IPO is India's biggest so far in 2024.
Oh, so he's saying
and the adoption of EVs in India is still low.
What a homo. What a raging homo.
Oh, I heard it.
But it's rising.
He fucked
as Prime
Hitler
Minister Narendra
based. Gay sex with
Modi
Hitler is
promotes
based,
clean
bro.
energy. Ola Electric dominates sales of electric scooters in India.
think he's got a Hitler
first
love
model
doll?
just 3 years ago. As of July, it had 39%
It's a
market
Hitler
share.
body pillow, but it's one of those ooh Hitler girls.
Yeah, but it's got like it's got like a hole cut in it with the flashlight.
Analysts said investors were also optimistic about Ola Electric's foray
I'm
into
a
motor vehicles.
monkey.
The company is expected to launch its
Give
range of
that
electric
monkey
models
what
next
she
week.
wants.
However, while Ola's revenues have soared, it has yet to turn a profit. In the year to the end of March, the company's sales rose 90%.
China is speeding ahead of other countries in letting robo-taxis take to the streets.
Oh,
the autonomous
you hear
cabs
that?
are now
You
a
hear
common
that?
sight
Hang
in
on,
the central
hang on,
city of
hang
Wuhan.
on. Key wording there. China is speeding ahead in allowing robo-taxis take to the streets.
Autonomous driving has just been launched.
Run by tech giant Baidu, they don't have any human driver, though a service assistant can always be...
Imagine being in the backseat of this car as it accelerates to 100 miles per hour into a brick wall.
contacted. All that puts China not only at the cutting edge of technology, but also social change.
I fucking hate that these journalism outlets are so bad at their job that they can't figure out that this is all bullshit.
Taxi drivers Reuters spoke to, but weren't allowed to
they
film,
did the same thing
said
with
the robots
Egypt
had taken...
stuff. Remember the Egypt stuff I was pointing out? Where I was like, oh, yeah, this is clearly a jobs program to get people to move to the new city.
Yeah, the new city, yeah.
Yeah, it's all this shit is fake. It's all fucking state propaganda.
Yeah.
And a big share of short-distance trips, and were hitting their incomes. With Baidu planning to expand to 100 cities by 2030, that has cab drivers across the country worried. In Beijing, Jun Tianchen at the Economist Intelligence Unit says officials will be watching very carefully.
The government will increase
if it's cheaper than taxis, people will take them.
Market by, for example, limiting the quotas of robo taxis on the road, for example. Yeah, and it is probably also will be stepping up its support for the employment of those drivers that could be losing their jobs.
It's not just taxi drivers that are worried. Robots are also taking over as driving instructors. At this driving school near the capital, they started automating instruction in 2019. Most students now opt for robot teachers.
Robots teaching people how to drive. Are you kidding me?
Although I've seen the people who teach people how to drive in Australia shouldn't be driving in the first place. I'm okay with this.
And pass rates are said to have risen.
Look, if it means people don't adopt bad driving habits from their family, I'm for it.
Manager Zhang Yang says the school already needs fewer instructors as a result.
Regarding labor costs, there are definitely savings. With our current training model, students learn independently of instructors, which also elevates the ability of students to learn on their own. During training, instructors play a supporting role, while our AI system in the car gives key training and operation pointers, so the instructors assist students in their learning. This significantly reduces the ratio of instructors needed.
In June, China gave 9 automakers approval to test advanced driverless systems on public roads. Then, last month, it published draft regulations for their use in public transport and ride-hailing. With
also, no longer buy Volvo. It's just Chinese junk now.
A slew of local testing projects now underway, the rise of the robots looks very unlikely to stop.
Rise of the robots.
Chinese airlines are gaining market share on international flights, according to industry data. That's as foreign rivals give up on serving the country, deterred by weak demand.
Serving the people today.
And rising costs, as well as extended flight times due to the need to avoid Russian airspace. Western carriers like British Airways and Qantas are pulling services from China or opting not to restart flights. British Airways said Thursday it would halt flights from London to Beijing for a year, citing commercial reasons. Last month, it suspended one of its twice-daily London to Hong Kong flights for the same period. And Qantas cited half-empty planes and low demand for China travel when it suspended Sydney to Shanghai flights in July. Since the outbreak of war in Ukraine in 2022, Chinese carriers have continued to take shorter northern routes to Europe and North America over Russia's vast airspace. In contrast, airlines in Europe, the US, and other countries have avoided flying over the country. That's either because they've been banned from the
I also enjoy cooming.
area by Moscow or their own governments, or have chosen not to overfly out of safety concerns. That's expanded the cost advantage held by Chinese airlines and allowed them to take a larger share in the international market. One analyst told Reuters the country's carriers enjoy cost savings of 30% compared with Western rivals. All that left...
Don't fly on Chinese planes.
See what I mean?
Especially Chinese airlines.
See what I mean? You call them gay and boom, they don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, they just go quiet.
China with nearly a quarter less flights abroad in July compared with the same month before the pandemic. But local carriers like China Eastern are operating 90% of their international flights, indicating it's overseas airlines that have retreated.
Thailand's largest opposition party regrouped under a new name on Friday. The party that had been called Move Forward was dissolved on Wednesday by the Constitutional Court, which ruled its campaign to reform a law on royal insults risked undermining the constitutional monarchy.
Good one, Nick!
Move Forward's disruptive liberal agenda made it other powerful enemies,
Fucking
taking
live.
on entrenched interests with plans to reform the military and dismantle business monopolies worth billions of dollars. All 143 of its surviving lawmakers have joined the new grouping, renamed as the People's Party.
Surviving members.
Here's its leader.
Today, I have been elected as the leader of the People's Party by the party's General Assembly. Now, I can speak openly and directly to everyone that our mission, including the party's executive committee, party members, MPs, and the entire team, is to form a government that can bring about change in the 2027 election.
The People's Party vows to advance reforms and amend Article 112, the controversial Lèse-Majesté law.
We have consistently proposed amending Article 112 of the Constitution to prevent it from being used as a tool for political persecution. The Constitutional Court's ruling did not prohibit amending the law, but we must be cautious and approach everything with great care.
The royal defamation law in Thailand is one of the world's strictest of its kind.
You see that?
It punishes acts
Mm.
deemed to insult Thai
They
royals
admitted they're
with up
gay.
to 15 years imprisonment for each perceived crime. Hundreds of people have been prosecuted under the law in recent years, which the palace typically does not comment on. The People's Party is the third incarnation of the progressive Future Forward Party, which was...
Hong Kong's top court on Monday unanimously dismissed the bid to overturn the convictions of media tycoon Jimmy Lai and 6 other pro-democracy campaigners for an
Go fuck
unauthorized
yourself! We're Team Jimmy Lai in this house.
assembly in 2019. 76-year-old Lai,
Dude,
the
he's
founder
such
of the
a G.
pro-democracy news.
He's so cool.
He's the newspaper guy, right?
Yeah. But like, there's the clip I love
Newspaper
of him where he's like, you know, like, we have democracy today because our ancestors have been fighting for it. Much blood was shed for it. Many people died for it. And then he's like, I'm
Daly and
staying
others-
here till the end. That's my promise to my people. If we burn together.
including Martin
Pretty
Lee,
hardcore.
had been found guilty of organising and
Dude, it's so
participating
cool.
in an unauthorised assembly in August 2019 during months-long pro-democracy protests in the China-ruled city. A lower court had overturned their conviction for organising the unauthorised assembly, but their conviction for
See?
taking part in an unauthorised procession
All
was upheld.
fascists are gay.
The appeal focused
All
on whether the
fascists are
conviction was
gay.
proportionate to fundamental
Once
human
again,
rights protections, a
theory
principle that
proven
came
correct.
from 2 non-binding decisions of Britain's Supreme Court.
Homo.
However, Chief Justice Andrew Chung said that the legal frameworks in Hong Kong and the UK differ significantly and should not be treated the same. Beijing imposed national security law in 2020 after months of pro-democracy protests in 2019, and the Hong Kong Legislative Council passed a new national security law, also known as Article 23, in March this year. Lai has been held in solitary confinement for more than 3 years since December 2020. He is now facing a separate national security trial and serving a sentence of 5 years and 9 months, after being convicted of violating a lease contract for his now shuttered newspaper's headquarters. According to the
Looking it
Security
up,
Bureau,
sorry.
over 300 people
No.
were arrested
Pause
over
real
acts
quick.
or activities that...
Pause real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, listen, pal. The last thing I'm going to do is join whatever foodie club you want me to join.
Leave us out of your weird hobbies!
Hong Kong should be independent, huh?
Yeah. No. Debates are for stupid people.
And
endanger
homos.
national security.
And homos,
Among them, 176 persons and 5 companies were charged.
So it wasn't an easy match, and I didn't say like, okay, it's a hard match, and I'm pregnant, so it's okay to lose. No, of course, in contrary, I was really motivated, and my pregnancy gave me more strength to fight more and to be more able to win the match.
Elbette ki bu onu gösterir ki kadınlar her zaman meksedlerine doğru gidebilirler ve bu
Covering the text.
daha da gücü verir insanlara.
Sorry.
That archery with the actual
You
like,
know
belly,
you have
though.
controls to the camera as well, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to read text when it's on screen, though.
Elbette ki
This proves women can always go for their goals, giving them strength.
bu onu gösterir ki kadınlar her zaman meksedlerine doğru gidebilirler ve bu daha da gücü verir.
Every time I touch it, you cry because I pressed the wrong one. So
yeah, because you
The prize was also for my baby that we could achieve something together. It's a good
And I've
feeling.
got
It's really good.
preset ones here that
maybe
are
I
perfect
want to
for any
see. Maybe
slide.
I want to see the entire screen, and that's why I hit that one because I need to read the entire subtitle. Huh? You think of that? I didn't
That's
think so.
actually only ever
I
that
didn't think
wide.
so. You see that Archer
Is
though?
only ever that wide.
Was the Archer the Azerbaijani one? Who was the Archer?
Yes.
Okay.
I would assume so.
Because it came right after that.
Yeah. Because the fencer, I think, was pregnant. The Egyptian one.
Yeah, they're both
I think there were
pregnant.
there's multiple of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Archer specifically.
Yes, Azerbaijani. Yeah.
So it's a message for my baby that with determination and with hard work, you can do whatever you want and you can achieve your dream. And the message for all women that we are strong and our bodies can surprise us.
Wait, where's that girl
Tim
from?
Walz spent a year teaching.
So
Azerbaijan and where?
Egypt was the other one.
Oh, interesting. So this
Mm.
girl's from Egypt.
I would assume so. Yes.
Okay.
Week of you being named on the
Oh my God, bro, this is so good.
Democrat nominee changed.
Mhm.
And you guys seem to be struggling a little bit with how to approach the new dynamic. How are you approaching your
Okay. Before we get into this, I don't know who this is. I doubt I'll care. Debates are a waste of
Oh no, someone will be disappointed.
new opponent?
Just
and-
like my father.
Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty straightforward, actually. We're running against a set of policies that I think have failed the American people, and we're running to a set of policies, President Trump's 4 years in office, that I think really succeeded for the American people.
Yeah.
And I think that what's different about it, and you're right, Dana, it is different, but what's different about it is that we're running against a different person who a lot of Americans just
No
don't
way.
know. And so I think we have to remind people that President Trump delivered lower prices, lower inflation, a prosperous and
He
peaceful
didn't,
world,
though.
and
He
also a
didn't,
secure
though.
border. And Kamala Harris's policies have produced the
was
exact
also
opposite.
false.
Now, that was an easier.
None of those policies are Kamala Harris's.
No, but also
because
none
she
of
is
what
not
you
the
said is
president.
correct. Prices are lower because yes, the dollar value go up. You can't say that the cost of living was like any lower, anything like that. The crisis
Yeah.
still existed, right? And you did nothing to address it. And just because you fucked over the country of Iraq to lower gas prices does not give you a victory, because that's the only thing people cared about, is putting those Joe Biden "I did that" stickers on the gas pump. Because the artificial lowering of Iraq's oil economy that definitely created more uncertainty because people had less money to circulate. So
to make when Joe Biden was in there, because people
also
associate Joe Biden with
inflation wasn't lower. Just because the dollar, that this is like they're literally being like, hey, with us the dollar was worth more. That's really that's all you got, JD, and that the border was secure. Okay, you also voted down a secure border law. What do you have for me here, JD? Anything of substance for once, please?
policies. But I think Kamala Harris clearly owns the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, especially when we consider the fact that, as we've all learned over the last few months, Joe Biden clearly isn't capable of doing the job. And so I think that drives home that Kamala Harris really has been the one calling the shots
today. That's the thing.
I mean,
It's
how
like
could she not?
I still think. Besides, I think Kamala Harris will be better on Gaza. But the question is, will she be good on Assad and shit? That's what worries me, is that she's more of the Obama party,
which is an Assadist.
Yeah. So it's like I've said, I still think Joe Biden might be better than Kamala on certain things.
Yeah.
But Gaza is a pretty strong one, where he definitely would be better.
Yes.
I think Joe Biden doesn't really know where he is.
Kamala Harris has been calling the shots. As who?
Well, I think she has to have been, right? Because if she's not calling the shots, Dana, then who is? And I do think it drives home something that's fundamentally dishonest
Joe Biden.
About the way that Vice President Harris and also a lot of senior Democrats have approached this. If you remember, for months, even years, the argument was that Joe Biden was sharp. He could clearly do the job. And the minute that he performed poorly in that debate and he became political dead weight, you have Kamala Harris and everybody else trying to throw him overboard. But I think the more troubling question is,
he was like, I was tired,
so many
I was
senior
sick.
Democrats, including the vice president, cover for him? And if Joe Biden wasn't capable of doing the job, as even a lot of Democrats say now, was Kamala Harris in charge or was somebody else in charge? And that's a real issue.
There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard, but I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
And it is taken off. The New York Times reports that when Donald Trump was asked about it, he said, "Not me, they're talking about JD."
Well,
are they though?
No, but that's Trump's cope. Isn't that funny? Is to instantly throw JD overboard.
That is very funny. I mean, I'm very interested to see his
I'm
response.
actually normal.
Certainly, they've levied that charge against me more than anybody else, but I think that it drives home how they're trying to distract from their own policy failures. I mean, look, this is fundamentally schoolyard bully stuff. They can accuse me of whatever they want to accuse me of. As Harry S. Truman once said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And I'm doing this because I think that me being vice president will help improve people's lives. So
are we attributing that to Truman?
Sure. I have no idea what you're referencing.
If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen.
I think it's probably because she's a woman.
Well, he just referenced Truman.
He referenced Truman. Did Truman say that, did he?
I guess so. Is credited with popularizing the phrase, "If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen." Interesting.
Did not know
JD
that.
Vance was right about something for once.
Go figure.
I accept their attacks, but I think that it is a little bit of projection, Dana. If you think about just take a couple of days ago, Tim Walz gives this big speech. He's been announced as the VP nominee, and I remember when I had just been announced as the VP nominee, I gave my big speech, and I saw my wife.
Wow, you remember?
A big hug and a kiss.
Oh, this is
I
so
love
good.
my wife, and I think that's what a normal person does. Tim Walz gave his wife a nice, firm Midwestern handshake, and then tried to sort of awkwardly correct for it. So I think that what it is two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who are comfortable in their own.
Hang on. What is this attack exactly? I hugged my wife. He shook his wife's hand. Well, okay.
Very strange.
I don't care what you do with your wife, bro.
He does, though. He wants to make sure that...
Meanwhile, Trump's wife won't touch him. Not really the thing to attack, huh, JD?
Awkward.
Skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American people. And so they're name calling instead of actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he acted weird, which he did on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home. And I think that it's projection, Dana. Look, I think this election should be a...
Can we cut in with the Young Turks talking about Jesse Waters, because it will give context to what JD Vance is saying right now? If not, if we don't want to cut it in now, we can just wait. But it is the context for the attack that he's doing.
For which one?
Jesse Waters. It's TYT. Young Turks. Jesse Waters is like, are you broken, Jesse Waters?
The Great Walls of China has a lot of red flags, but one is glaring. His body language.
This is all we need.
Tim on stage,
Jesse Waters
waving profusely in a very unsettling manner. Very unsettling. Men should not move this way. It's not the way we move.
Well, right-wing media is attacking Tim Walz with everything they've got, and that means that Jesse Waters is back to using his favorite line of attack, which is arbitrarily deciding what does and does not make someone manly.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back.
Stop it, Junk. Yes, this is what
Waters' commentary got even more deranged recently, so let's give that a watch.
Yes, please. Thank you.
The handshake is probably the most telling. This is Walz and his wife shaking hands like business associates. Followed.
Bro, Jesus fucking Christ. This is exactly... Better. Dude, this is just like Joe Biden going, you answered all the questions in like a sarcastic, tongue-in-cheek, like Donald Trump can't even answer questions, right? Obviously, that's what it was. I've seen people do this. I do this.
Just wait.
right? When you like go to shake someone who
so much
someone's
funnier.
hand who you're affectionate with, and then you like, and you, instead of going for a hug, you go for a handshake, and then you do it because this is like a thing called.
Oh, so you're saying
joke?
it is weird and awkward then?
Yes, it's intentionally so. It's done so on purpose. That's where the hug comes in because it's like a haha funny inside joke thing. This is not an unusual thing.
It is for
by a weird hug. Now let's compare that to Waltz's interaction with
weird. Look at Kamala Harris.
This is Waltz and his wife shaking hands like business associates, followed by a weird hug. Now let's compare that to Waltz's interaction with Kamala's husband, Doug.
Here we go.
Interesting. What's going on here?
Some may call this weird. That's the only adjective that.
They didn't even look at the thing I was looking at. That's so funny. They're so bad at their job. They can't even see weird.
Is this fucking great?
Hysterical.
Comes to mind.
And
right
the
now.
hug is not the way you hug your wife. You know, you hug your wife from the body. You don't hug like this.
Yeah.
Different than he hugged Doug.
It was very sumo wrestling like almost, right?
He was going to take him out.
Yeah, but boy, he
loves Doug.
Well, that was an ill-advised attack line for Waters, considering that Trump has interactions.
Let's go back to that interview. I told you
Dad, and some of you know
worthwhile
him in
cut
here.
in, huh? Worthwhile cut in for that JD interview.
Make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he acted weird, which he did, on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home.
Right. It's even funnier, right? Because he's walking up with Kamala Harris, right? This is where like, you know, I know that people who watch Fox News and Fox News hosts don't have a thing called a sense of humor, but when you are married to someone or affectionate with someone, you know, and you're walking up with someone of the same sex as them, as a business partner, you go to shake their hand like you've never met them, and it's like, haha, get it, we're married. Like, these people are old. You fucking morons. Like, it's so obviously just a meme between them. What is going on? This is pathetic.
And I think that it's projection, Dana. Look, I think this election should be about who's going to solve the inflation crisis, who's going to make groceries and housing more affordable, who's going to secure that southern border. Kamala Harris's record is that she supported all the policies that made that problem worse, Dana. We're trying to say we're going to take the country in a different direction.
That was going to fix
really
it,
think that
your
it's
boss...
important to point this out, Dana. Their entire campaign has not been about...
Trump did what?
She supported the policy that would have fixed the border that your boss destroyed.
Yes.
So
now, here's
once
our
again,
policy.
You're responsible. If there's a border crisis, you're responsible.
For how we're going to make your life better. Or here's what's wrong with Donald Trump and JD Vance's policies. We're going to name call and hope that you don't notice that we don't have an agenda. That is...
Bro, that is fucking hysterical.
What's your agenda again? We're going to make things
JD
cost less.
Is JD Vance, the guy running with Donald Trump, complaining
we're
about
gonna
name
make
calling?
the things cost less. That's our agenda, and we're gonna kick out all the Browns.
The entire Democrat approach to this election.
They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define
Dana,
you as well.
If you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about
policy
versus...
positions about what they're going to do. I think that's really insulting to Americans.
You started out talking about the policies in this interview, but you have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. You say it was shameful that Governor Walz retired from the military before his unit deployed to Iraq.
Okay. So, I was just curious what he meant.
Let's win this.
So, what you're telling me is that their campaign website, this website, is not telling you any of their policies. Wow, it's almost like they haven't been running a campaign for very long, and the website is for donations and an introduction to the candidates so people can have an introductory lesson on who these people are, or at least who their political profile says they are.
Also, Kamala
so,
Harris is letting Beyonce is giving Kamala Harris like backing tracks for when she comes out at rallies.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So
amazing. Yeah, so like I'm just sort of looking here, right? It's meet Kamala Harris. Great. We know who she is. She's Indian, obviously, not black.
yeah, no. Check when she becomes black in her profile.
True.
Banned for racism. Deleted because you're racist. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That's what you get for being racist.
What happened?
Then I said that you were deleted and banned for being racist.
Because I hit the StreamYard, then I hit back on the StreamYard post instead of back on the thing. Let's see. Became a national model for black.
Oh, there it is. What year?
No, I just keyword searched became.
Yeah. So what year? When she become black?
Looking. First black.
We're gonna deflate the dollar bill and get rid of all the immigrants.
The daughter of parents who bought her on civil rights marches. Yes, we've heard all this. California Attorney General. Blah blah blah. President Joe Biden is blah blah blah. $35 a month for our seniors. Biden Harris doesn't say anything about her being black.
So she's only claiming to be Indian?
There's no mention of the word Indian in here.
South Asian?
There it is, South Asian.
Yes!
Woo!
We did it. We did it, Joe.
We found it.
We did it, Joe. See, she's not black. Told you. Trump was right. Is this guy black?
Black as fuck.
Wow, his thing is much shorter, huh?
Yeah, because they don't matter.
Do they have quizzes for us to do to find out what Hogsworth's house we're in?
We should. Oh my god. I hate these people so much. Oh, I hate these people so fucking much.
But what Hogsworth house are they?
Hold on. Do you see what the button says?
No. Put me in contact. Put me in coach. Okay. Well, I mean, that's what they're running with, even though he was an assistant coach. We'll get with that with Laura Ingraham. It's so funny. Not only is he lying about military, he's lying about being a coach. He was the assistant coach.
This is how we get our name out there. We host a Kamala Harris event. We sign up to host an event. We say we have no money, but you can come on our show.
We'll just misplace a few decimal points on like the viewer numbers.
Yep. That'll work. Perfect. Although I'm pretty sure if we rock up on Twitch with Kamala Harris on stream, people will probably fucking tune in.
Get back to the news. You need a zip code. Sorry. They won't even let you because you're Australian.
I hope people don't think that. What I'm trying to do is defend someone who served his country. I'm not voting for him. I'll campaign against him, but I don't think it's fair to characterize his service the way they have. Governor Walz served 24 years. Sure. He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service?
Well, of course, Dana, I honor his service, and I've never criticized what Tim Walz did.
I love how anything they say, they immediately have to be like, well, you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying.
Military. I criticized his retirement decision, and most importantly, Dana, I criticized his lying about his own record, okay? This is a guy who is captured on video saying, I carried a gun in war. He never went to war.
Yes,
this is
he
a
did.
guy who's been captured on video, as other people say.
Actually, he did. Actually, he did. Actually, he did. Actually, he did, JD. Actually, he did.
Okay. Show us.
So, well, first of all, the key is war zone. Right?
Aye.
So, did he carry a gun into a combat zone? No. He did not engage active insurgents in a combat zone. But as part of the mission to Afghanistan, he was deployed in European missions where what would be him at war with a gun. Like, how literal do we need to fucking take this, right?
Mm.
And also, I'm finding a picture of it real quick. Okay. Oh, a Snopes. A Snopes. Look at me. No, Tim Walz did not lie about being in Bagram Airfield or claim it was Iraq. Walz traveled to Afghanistan as a congressman. Okay? So those are key distinctions here. So he did go to Afghanistan, but it was as a congressperson, not as a deployed soldier.
Aye.
Although Enduring Freedom, which was the battle in Afghanistan, he did deploy there. It was just to Europe. Still a war, not a war zone. And he did go to Afghanistan. He did videos in Afghanistan. He went on like a PR mission to Afghanistan where he like helped the troops and stuff.
Okay.
So he traveled to the field as a U.S. congressman. The claim is implying that such trips were part of his service to the National Guard, or that he incorrectly stated that Bagram was in Iraq. They stem from a written version of his remarks at a 9/11 service memorial that differ from the remarks he actually gave. So there you go. Once again, JD's wrong, and no matter how he spins it.
He's an Afghanistan veteran. He's a veteran of a war, not
He is an Afghan war veteran.
My country, and I did it honorably, but I never went to a war zone. I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain, Dana. Now, I served in the United States Marine Corps, and you know this. And look, there are a lot of things that I'm proud about. I've never lied about what I did or overstated it because it would be beneficial to me in an election. I think that's what Tim Walz did. That's what I was criticizing. And yes, I do think it's scandalous behavior.
You talked about one of the things that he said, weapons of war. He was talking in a campaign stop about, he was trying to talk about gun control.
Sure.
And he said, weapons of war I carried in war. I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke there.
Sure.
Do you accept that?
He misspoke. Another word is that he lied about it, and he didn't correct the record for 15 years until he was put under political pressure because I called it out, Dana. Whatever you want to call it, a misspeaking or a lie.
How
I think
hard
Tim
did you
Walz should
little
have
goblins
to correct the
hunt for
record. Now,
that
you pointed
one?
out a soldier who defended his
15
service.
years.
There have been a
You
number
found
of soldiers who served with
You
Tim
went
Walz.
through 15 years. The best you could come up with is that he said he carried a weapon in war,
That's the best I got.
which is technically true.
Have criticized him on the exact same grounds that I have, because it's not right to misstate or to embellish what you've done. And I think that's what he did.
And on the question of when he
Is
left
it right to misstate
the National
and
Guard,
embellish
he
what
filed
other
his
people have
election
said that they've
paperwork
done?
February 10th, 2005. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq. And it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
But on CNN last night, Dana, one of the people who was actually in charge of him said they knew they were going to deploy to Iraq in February of 2004. So, or excuse me, fall of 2004. So he knew he was going to Iraq. He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use.
Retire.
Because he wanted to run for Congress. He lied about that. He said that when he decided to retire, He did not know that he was going to Iraq. That is another untruth, as even his senior military officer said. So again, I'm not criticizing the service. I'm criticizing the dishonesty. Dishonesty spoken in favor and for the purpose of political benefit. And I think that the most important thing here, Dana, is it goes to Kamala Harris's judgment. Tim Walz is ultimately going to be the vice president. Kamala Harris is in
Donald Trump picked you.
great health. I'm sure she's going to be president if she wins for 4 or maybe even 8 years. Why did Kamala Harris choose a person who has lied about their military service? I think that is a...
Why did Trump pick somebody who has no contributing factors to him winning the election? You fucking moron. You are the embarrassing choice out of the 4 options here. Just so you're aware.
Serious lapse in judgment. And I don't want to hear from a campaign spokesperson of Kamala Harris. I want to hear...
Also, not going to Iraq and occupying Iraq as an American soldier is objectively based.
Yeah, so even if it was true, good.
Yeah. Like, even if it is true, even if what John said is a stretch at best, right? Good. He didn't go to Iraq. He didn't kill people. He didn't contribute to ISIS. Great.
And then
that's a good thing.
He voted against Iraq stuff. I think he did vote against a Syria bombing, though. Depends on who against.
Hear Kamala Harris herself address what I just said.
You know, I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
Dana, I'm not interested in the ad hominem. I've heard from a lot of veterans groups who criticize Tim Walz. The question is, he said he served in war, and he didn't. That is a dishonesty.
He did.
I couldn't care less what one or the other person says about it. I care about what the truth is. The truth is that Tim Walz didn't tell the truth. And importantly, Dana, this is about Kamala Harris's judgment. And I think that when you ask, why has Kamala Harris...
This is such a weak line of attack.
I know, right?
This is so weak.
I told you. That, she continually destroys him, too.
Yeah. Because it wasn't, because I was about to say I was on stream, but it wasn't. It was what basically our conclusion to what for Trump, right? You have to be stupid or dumb. Sorry, dumb or ignorant. Willfully ignorant or racist to believe or vote for Trump. And they're proving this. They're just proving it. Everything they're walking into it, they're fucked. I'm convinced America is a lost country if Donald Trump wins. Honestly.
Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why has Kamala Harris supported policies that have promoted the increase in inflation? I think it goes to the heart of her judgment, and I think that that's what we should be talking about.
One last question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam War, reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time.
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump lied about it too. Let's actually live check this. Did Donald Trump lie about his reason for not fighting in Vietnam? Trump made up injury to dodge Vietnam service, his former lawyer testifies. Interesting. That's from Michael Cohen. I don't know if he's believable. Avoiding the draft 5 times is pretty wild, though. Donald Trump avoided the military draft 5 times. It wasn't uncommon for young men from influential families to do so during Vietnam. Wow.
But Ali got put in jail.
Exact same grounds that I have, because it's not right to misstate or to embellish what you've done.
Trump lied about being at 9/11.
And on
yes.
And called
the question
veterans
of
losers.
Yes, he did.
when he left the National Guard. He filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
But on CNN last night, Dana, one of the people who was actually in charge of him said they knew they were going to deploy to Iraq in February of 2004.
Didn't he already say that?
He's floundering.
Doesn't he
fall of 2004. So he knew he was going to Iraq. He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use.
Retire.
Because whatever.
It is rewound.
Because he kicking kids out of school.
What happened there?
One of them, Carol Carty, said she was almost a childless dog.
I campaigned against out. But he's saying
Kevin Roberts of Project 2025.
Walz didn't tell the truth. Dishonesty spoken. When you ask, why has Kamala Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why has Kamala Harris supported policies?
Okay,
I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
Dana, I'm not interested in the ad hominem. I've heard from a lot of veterans groups who criticize Tim Walz. The question is, he said he served in war and he didn't. That is a dishonesty. I couldn't care less what one or the other person says about it. I care about what the truth is. The truth is that Tim Walz didn't tell the truth. And importantly, Dana, this is...
we heard something earlier about it. I think you might have mentioned it, but are we surprised?
I mean, isn't there the golf cart footage we've seen?
Yeah, I think so.
There's he's on a golf cart and he says shit like that.
Mm.
But of course he said that. It's a woman running against him.
Exactly.
This is about Kamala Harris's judgment. And I think that when you ask, why has Kamala Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why has Kamala Harris supported policies that have promoted the increase in inflation? I think it goes to the heart of her judgment. And I think that that's what we should be talking about.
One last question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam War, reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time. He really honors our veterans. He honors me for my service. Donald Trump didn't lie about serving in the military. He didn't say that he went to Vietnam when he didn't. This is the problem. I don't criticize anybody, whether they served our country or not. I think it's honorable to serve, but obviously a lot of people have reasons for not serving. I criticize somebody for embellishing their record, for lying, saying, I went to war. Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said, I went to war?
Holy shit. Shut the fuck up. Going to the Iraq war to kill Iraqis was not a good thing. This is a bad angle of attack. This is awful.
We found one time he lied about something 15 years ago.
Oh my God. Who cares? Fucking children. Literal children.
It's because
this is the guy.
It's because this is literally all they have. That's how clean Walz is.
This is the guy who is going to decide Senate fucking what are they called? When it's split.
Yeah, draws or
tiebreakers. Tiebreakers. This is the guy.
Which
this
never
idiot.
happens.
If Donald Trump wins and there are Senate tiebreakers, it's this idiot who gets to decide legislation. Awesome.
Which never
but he
happened.
didn't actually. That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that. Let's move on to.
They've corrected it by admitting that
Let's move on to another important issue to voters, and
Please.
that is the issue of abortion. You wrote the foreword for a new book by Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts of Project 2025. Project 2025, among many other things, calls for rolling back approval of the abortion drug mifepristone. Donald Trump told me during the debate that he would not block the drug. And on Thursday, when he was asked, he didn't rule it out. So which is it?
Well, look, Dana, first of all, Project 2025 is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. Kevin Roberts is a friend of mine, but I wouldn't say that he speaks for the president in the same way I wouldn't say that he speaks for me. Now, what Donald Trump has said is that he respects the Supreme Court's opinion on the mifepristone ruling.
But let me just stop you right there. The
Please.
Supreme Court, you're a lawyer, so you know this better than I.
Sure.
The Supreme Court, all they did was say that what came to them didn't have standing. So they let it stand. A real question, a substantive question, hasn't made it to the Supreme Court. So my question for you is whether or not a Trump-Vance administration would allow mifepristone to continue to be sent around the country.
Well, President Trump won the nomination of the Republican Party. He said it to you, and he said it repeatedly, that his goal is not to block mifepristone. It's to let states make the decision on abortion policy. Now, of course, that does mean, Dana, we have to be honest about this, that California might have less restrictive rules than Ohio, which might have less restrictive rules than Alabama. I think what President Trump is really trying to do on the abortion question is really admirable. And I wish the press was a little bit more honest about it. He's saying we've had a 50-year culture war over abortion, where unfortunately this issue has just divided the country, and he wants to provide some ground for us to come together, for states to make these decisions, for voters to make these decisions, and for us all to respect one another. That's all he's
on
proposed.
that issue. A few months ago, on the question, his position,
Yeah.
which you've adopted, is it is up to the states. I spoke to a woman named Kate Cox. She lives in Texas.
Sure.
She was 20 weeks pregnant. Her fetus was diagnosed with a disease called, it was a deadly genetic condition called trisomy 18. She said that carrying the pregnancy, she was told this by her doctors, to term, if the fetus even survived, would hurt her chances for having more children, which she and her husband desperately wanted. Why is not allowing her to end that pregnancy helpful or supportive of expanding families like you want it to be?
Well, first of all, Dana, my heart breaks for this woman. I don't know her personally. I've certainly heard the story, and our heart breaks for her. And we want people to have healthy, happy families. And it's extremely unfortunate that sometimes, medicine, the act of God, whatever happens, it just doesn't work out. And what the president has said, I think, very clearly is that he is not trying to prevent women who have non-viable pregnancies from getting access to the medical care that they need.
But allowing the states to decide, a place like Texas, which has very strict laws now, doesn't allow a Kate Cox to end a pregnancy that is fatal and could potentially hurt her ability to have more kids.
But what President Trump has said is that we are going to let voters make these decisions. And again, Texas might have a view that President Trump disagrees with. They might have a view that President Trump agrees with, but you've got to let the voters make these decisions.
So you're comfortable with that law in Texas?
I'm not comfortable with anything, Dana, because I'm not passing judgment on what these laws should be. You asked me my own personal view. Right? I campaigned against an Ohio referendum, but I think that we have to let voters decide. And when they speak their mind, you have to be
actually answer a fucking question. Seriously, stop dancing. Stop just avoiding the questions. Stop deferring to fucking Daddy Trump and answer the fucking question. You're a Marine, right? Nut the fuck up and answer a question, you fucking pussy.
Trump, my daddy-in-law.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Agree or disagree with whatever voters decide, they're going to make these decisions.
You're listening to this cunt.
Welcome back to State of the Union. Here's John King is doing a project talking to voters all over swing states. He talked to Republican voters in the critical swing state, must win, I would say, swing state of Pennsylvania.
Of course.
One of them, Carol Carty, said she was almost a childless dog lady because she didn't happen to meet the right person until she was 40 years old. Another, Joan London, was offended that you don't think she has a stake in the future of the country because she doesn't have children. What do you say to key voters like that, Republicans, swing voters? Who are put off by your views?
Well, what I would say, Dana, is if you look at what I said in context, the Harris campaign has frankly lied about what I actually said. I'm pro-family. I want us to have more families. And obviously, sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes for medical reasons, sometimes because you don't meet the right person. But the point is that our country has become anti-family in its public policy. Let me just give you an example of this. So after our second child was born, my wife and I, we have 3 little kids. After our second child was born, we get the baby home from the hospital. We get this ridiculous out-of-network medical bill that is financially shocking, and we're pretty well off. And that happened because we have ridiculous laws in this country that are anti-family. I've sponsored legislation to try to fix things like that so moms and dads don't get these surprise medical bills. I think it's important for us to be pro-family. That's all that I've ever said.
If you want to be pro-family, I want to, because you do criticize, as you just did, the Democratic Party for being anti-family.
I do.
You called out Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg in particular. Kamala Harris has 2 stepchildren. Pete Buttigieg and his husband have adopted twins. Do you recognize them as parents and more broadly as being part of families?
Well, of course I do, Dana. I mean, you know my life story. I was actually raised. I was raised, but Dana, I was raised. I mean, one of the first people that I gave a hug to after my RNC convention speech was my stepmom, who's been an incredibly important person in my life.
She's not childless.
My kids call her Mamaw. Of course, she's not childless. But again,
did she get stuck? Was it under a table? Did you have to help her?
The criticism, I certainly did not call my own stepmother childless.
Kamala Harris.
I criticized Kamala Harris for being part of a set of ideas that exists in America.
This is so Weasley. This is legitimately pathetic.
Leadership that is anti-family. I never, Dana, criticize people for not having kids. I criticize people for being anti-child. And I do think that Kamala Harris has made some bizarre statements. She has said things like, it's reasonable not to have children over climate change. I think it's the exact opposite message we should be sending to our young families. I want to expand the child tax credit. I want to stop those surprise medical bills. I want to make housing more affordable so that if you have a young family, you can actually afford to put them in a home. And I think that it is unfortunate that so much of our public leadership has become anti-family. One final point on this, Dana. If you go back to the COVID era, one thing that really frustrated me and motivated some of these comments is we were at a point where we were kicking kids out of school. We were masking 3-year-olds and putting the masks back on them, even as they were trying to rip them off at school. I think that if we had more people who took the right perspective and had a little bit more understanding of how little kids actually operate, we would not have made so many of those mistakes during COVID.
That's a whole nother conversation. Because
no,
it's
related to this
because people didn't know as much because it was literally a novel virus.
But Dana, you asked me about okay. You've now asked me 3 questions about comments that I made 3 years ago. I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she supported policies that opened the American southern border. I wonder what Kamala Harris thinks about the fact that she lied to the American people about Joe Biden's middle.
Thank God.
Come on, you're going to have to sit in the dunce chair.
Because I respect the American people enough to sit down for an interview.
I appreciate that.
Kamala Harris has been the nominee for 3 weeks. She hasn't sat down for a real interview.
Believe me, we are asking. You're not going to get a disagreement there.
But the point is, Dana, you've got me for 15 minutes or however long you have me. We should be talking about public policies that matter. How are we?
I agree. So talk about fucking policy, you fucking dweeb.
How are we going to close down that southern border? We've talked so little about that. We've talked a lot more about a sarcastic remark I made 3 years ago. I think we should talk about the issues that most Americans care about.
I only asked you one question about that. I asked you about policies, and I was asking about the military record that you brought up. Nobody else did of Tim Walz. One last question. This is on policy.
Please.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Donald Trump said this week that he feels strongly that the president should have at least a say when it comes to the Federal Reserve and how to handle interest rates. Do you agree?
Pause. What do you think Trump meant by this?
I have to go back and hear what she said again.
Donald Trump said this week that he feels strongly that the president should have at least a say when it comes to the Federal Reserve and how to handle interest rates.
Nope, absolutely.
Do you agree that a president should direct the Federal Reserve on how to handle interest rates?
Well,
hang on. What do you think he meant?
He wants to probably control the interest rate for certain people.
And then how do you think JD is going to respond with this one?
He's going to weasel out and say,
actually, he didn't say
I'm
that.
not an expert. I don't know.
Actually,
he said the president should have a say, but one, I absolutely agree with what he said.
Right now, the president doesn't have a say.
Well, the president has a say in the sense that the president appoints the Federal Reserve governors. But he's saying, to be clear, President Trump is saying, I think, something that's really important and actually profound, which is that the political leadership of this country should have more say over the monetary policy of this country. I agree with him. That should fundamentally be a political decision. Agree or disagree, we should have America's elected leaders having input about the most important decisions confronting our country.
That would
the question
be a huge change, just so people understand
it would be a huge change, but whether the country goes to war, what our interest rates are, these are important questions that American democracy should have important answers for.
Here's an idea.
Now we're a
Adopt Japan's
democracy.
model. Adopt Japan's model, have a self-defense force, and then go fuck yourself.
You hear that? We're a
How about that?
democracy now.
Ah, I thought you were a republic.
Forward. I think all President Trump is saying is that, look, it's kind of weird that you have so many bureaucrats making so many important decisions. If the American people don't like our interest rate policy, they should elect somebody different to change that policy. Nothing should be above democratic debate in this country when it comes to the big questions confronting the United States.
Okay, one last question.
Please.
And I can't believe I have to ask you this, but I do, because Donald Trump has been attacking Kamala Harris's racial identity.
He has not been, but ask your question.
Well, he questioned her racial identity. He said a number of years ago, she happened to turn black. Her father is Jamaican. Do you believe Kamala Harris is black?
I believe that Kamala Harris is whatever she says she is.
Nope.
But I believe importantly that President Trump is right that she's a chameleon.
JD, the question was, do you believe she's black? So you just answered no to that question. Wow. Wow, sport.
Boy.
Tends to be one thing in front of one audience. She pretends to be something different in front of another audience. Look, Dana, she's not running a political campaign. She's running a movie. She only speaks to voters behind a teleprompter. Everything is scripted. She doesn't have her policy positions out there. She hasn't answered why she wanted to ban fracking, but now she doesn't. She wanted to fund police, but now she doesn't. She wanted to open the border, but now she doesn't. She should have to answer for why she presents a different set of policies to one audience and a different set of policies to another audience. And I think that's what President Trump is getting at. This is a fundamentally fake person. She's different depending on who she's in front of.
With respect, you changed your position on an important thing, which is Donald Trump.
Of course I did.
And so why are you not a chameleon?
Because, Dana, I've explained to the American people what's different. People change their minds when the facts change. They should. But if you want to be the people's vice president or president, you should have to stand before an interviewer and say, this is why I changed my mind. So to everybody who's seen that I criticized Donald Trump since he asked the question, here are two things.
You didn't just criticize him. You said he could be America's Hitler.
Well, that's.
So why, and this is, okay, so good follow-up from her, but you can go a little harder, right? Because he said it was like something about Nazi, right? And
yeah, next
I'm just thinking, why wouldn't Dana just go, why, if he is America's next Hitler, what, and he has objectively gotten worse, what makes you think he's gotten better?
Oh, just wait.
Is the question I would have asked.
His answer's so good.
It's a criticism, and I didn't say that exactly, but set that to the side. What I said about Donald Trump and what I believed about Donald Trump, two things that really change. First of all, I didn't think Donald Trump would be a good president. He was a great president. Wages were rising. The world was more peaceful. Remember, when Donald Trump was running for president the first time, they said he would start World War III. He brought more peace to the world than any president of my lifetime. The second thing, Dana, is I believed, and I'm ashamed of it, I believed a lot of the media lies about Donald Trump in 2016. I believe that he said things like, for example, the media said Donald Trump accused all Mexicans of being rapists and criminals.
He did.
You actually look at what he said, he did not say that at all. And I think it's important.
He said they're sending their rapists. Not that all of them were rapists, but an implied amount of them were being sent deliberately to rape our white women. Okay. When they say you called illegal immigrants rapists, true.
Yeah.
He never said all. And nobody ever phrased the question.
You change your mind, and that's all I've done. And my pitch to the American people would be,
they're not sending them.
What you said in that speech. Here you are.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some,
I'm going to say that that's him calling all Mexicans rapists, yes.
I guess so.
Because you said Mexico is not sending their best. So implying that any Mexican going to America is a criminal, a drug addict, or a rapist. I would say it's pretty safe to imply that he was saying all Mexicans there.
I imagine a lot of folks who are thinking about voting for Donald Trump in 2024, maybe they've bought in the media lies about him. Think for yourself, look at what he actually said, and I think you'll find that he's, one, a very engaging guy, but two, was a very good president.
There aren't media lies. We play him and we let him speak for himself, and so people are getting exactly.
I'm not accusing you of lying, Dana. You know I like you, but the media lies from time to time.
I know you're not, but people hear him for himself. Last question.
Please.
Are you going to debate Tim Walz?
Of course. I want to debate Tim Walz. I think it's important, and I think that it goes to a very fundamental difference between the Trump-Vance.
You're telling me this isn't Ron DeSantis' son?
Talking to the media. We believe in answering questions. We believe in debating. I think it's really important. I mean, look, I'm asking the American people to make
the next thing he says is some, I assure you, are good people.
And before the American people to make that case,
well,
and I'm going to keep on doing it
in
Trump, whatever form I get the
can be good people. For example, him. For example,
Donald
Trump.
Thank you so much
Thanks,
for
Dana.
sitting down and taking my questions.
Of course. Thank you for coming here.
Tim Walz spent a year teaching in China in 1989 and later organized student trips, and says he has visited the country more than 30 times over the years.
Yell out if you want.
Republicans say Walz's long ties to China mean Beijing will welcome him joining the Harris ticket and predict he will loosen hardline U.S. economic and trade policies.
She selected Tim Walz, a guy who wants to ship more manufacturing jobs to China.
Vance appeared to be referring to Walz's several years old support for trade with China as Minnesota's governor. Walz made no mention of China at his debut campaign appearance. But here's the then congressman in 2016 about how he viewed the country's relations with the United States.
I don't fall into the category that China necessarily needs to be an adversarial relationship. I totally disagree, and I think we need to stand firm on what they're doing in the South China Sea. But there's many areas of cooperation that we can work on.
And with VOA in 2014, he described what it was like to live there for a year following the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests.
And it was very powerful, and I'm certainly honored to have been there and to see the spirit of the Chinese people about trying to very proud of their country, but understanding that freedom needs to shine.
In China, in the hours after his debut on the campaign trail, Harris's vice presidential pick quickly became a trending topic. This user said, "I think he might be friendly to China." Other Chinese internet users thought he would take a harder line. While in Congress, Walz co-sponsored a number of resolutions critical of China's human rights record. One nationalist military historian said the Democrats want to destroy China. Others commented on what Walz called his life-changing lunch with the Dalai Lama, Tibet's exiled leader. With one user saying former teacher.
Look, they keep trying to do this, but Dalai Lama mentioning Tiananmen Square, not denying it, not advocating for the stealing of Tibetan children.
Literally, he's saying he was in China and he thought it was amazing to see an uprising against the government.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what are we complaining about here? This guy seems on the level. I don't understand.
Yeah.
In China looked like an American spy. Keen China watchers say that so far Beijing has not publicly reacted. But here's what they see in Walz.
He's been very forthright in his criticisms of China's human rights record. And I think he's done that from a position that is maybe more credible. It's because of his position of China's human rights record. And I think he's done that from a position that is maybe more credible. It's because of his kind of conspicuous earnestness and his sincerity and the embodiment of the kind of values that he purports to be wanting to spread to China.
Other China analysts agreed that the Harris-Walz administration is expected to largely continue the toughened China policies.
Yellen's so tiny; it's never not.
I think
like
they should
funny
be
to
seen
see her
around the world, in China, in Asia, as continuity in the complex, decades-long U.S. policy of recognizing the need to deal with China as a major power in the world, and that part of the world, but also the differences in values.
Chinese very hard to learn
when it comes to democratization.
But what does Beijing think? That's harder to guess.
I would imagine they're essentially gobsmacked at the moment of not knowing what to make of this person who's not who they expected.
So as this duo, both born in 1964 under the same lunar zodiac sign, barnstorms America, Beijing can only wonder, what would the future hold with a pair of wood dragons in the White House? Anita Powell, VOA News, Washington.
Dad, and some of you know him in here, a chain-smoking Korean War era veteran, cared about his community, but 2 days after I turned 17, he took me down to join the Army National Guard. And for 24 years, I proudly wore that uniform.
Presumptive Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, touting his service, the National Guard, at a campaign rally tonight in Arizona. It comes as Republican VP candidate Senator J.D. Vance criticizes Walz's record, accusing him of abandoning his National Guard unit in 2005 to run for Congress before a deployment to Iraq. Well, joining me now, former independent governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura. He endorsed Walz in his recent run for governor. Governor Ventura, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I'm really eager to hear your take on this because you are a former Navy SEAL. You served in Vietnam, and I
didn't know he was a fucking Navy SEAL.
Of this attack from the Trump band's ticket on Governor Walz's military service.
Well, Laura, I'll tell you what I think. I think it's shameful. I think it's shameful that a veteran would attack another veteran. Governor Walz served honorably for 24 years in the National Guard.
Is the only real libertarian that's made it to government.
I thought this dude was a nutbag.
No, he is, but like he's on like he's not like over the rail nutbag, you know? He's one of the people I will use for de-radicalization because like his opinion on 9/11 is that they let it happen, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And he makes strong arguments for letting it happen. And then like, I just take them to the next level that they let it happen through incompetence.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha.
Like they didn't need to like directly facilitate it from happening.
They're
they set up a situation where it could happen and did nothing to prevent it.
Yes.
20 years you are eligible to retire
but yeah,
at any
no,
time.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, as opposed to Joe Rogan,
his deployment,
where you're going to believe nonsensical things with Joe Rogan. Yes. I think Ventura, the conspiracy beliefs he has are more grounded in reality than even the average conspiracy theorist.
It's like aliens are real, but only because it's like statistically probable kind of stuff.
I don't know if he believes in that, but he definitely is very skeptical of government.
That's just an example of
it's
a conspiracy that's based in fact or some kind of logic.
Distrusting of government type stuff.
Yes.
So that's why I say he's like the only true libertarian who actually made it to office because like the Rand brothers are just fucking dickheads.
Yeah, they're just conservatives.
20 years you are eligible to retire
look up what he thinks
at
about
any
aliens,
time
though.
You deem necessary. They talk about him missing his deployment. Well, maybe Mr. Vance should ask the real question. What is the National Guard doing deploying to a foreign country in a foreign war? Well, let's go into history and figure out how that happened. That happened because George W. Bush and Dick Cheney went into the Iraq war based on lies, no weapons of mass destruction, no ties to Al-Qaeda, nothing with 9/11, and they ran out of bodies. They needed more bodies. They couldn't implement a draft. That would be political suicide. So what George Bush did was sign an executive order sending the National Guard into foreign deployment. The National Guard is not for foreign deployment. Their name says what they do. They guard our nation from within. So this hogwash about Governor Walz missing a deployment, not only that, he's 24 years, he's an E9. I deployed twice. We never even had an E9 with us when we deployed. E9s are not going to walk the point. They're not going to be involved in any combat whatsoever. They're figureheads being the most senior.
This is fucking hysterical. So basically, Jesse Ventura is tearing down their entire fucking propaganda point. From a military perspective, what are they going to say to him? This is fucking great.
Enlisted within their company, and that's what it's.
My favorite part was the after 20 years, you can voluntarily retire at any point ever for whatever reason. That's my favorite one.
It's all about. So I think that Vance is doing a disservice to himself and a disservice to the United States Marine Corps. I know a lot of great Marines, and Marines show respect, and Vance is not showing respect. And let's continue. Who does he have respect for? Donald Trump, the biggest draft dodger from the Vietnam War, the rich white boy who bought his way out of it. I come from South Minneapolis. My friends and I didn't get out of it. We either got drafted or we enlisted. I know 6 or 7 or 8 of my friends. Donald Trump was your typical rich white boy who didn't have to serve in Vietnam because he could buy his way out of it. And that's who Vance is standing with, this guy who leads from the rear.
Then why do you think, given all that you've described, from the politics, the history, and of course, the person who's on the top of the ticket who has been criticized for the bone spurs reason for not going to serve. And frankly, I have not served. I am a civilian and have the ultimate reverence for those who have, and thank you for your service. So why do you think this is the line of attack to choose politically? Obviously, it would offend and alienate voters on one level, and also people who have served the armed forces on the other.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Mr. Vance that. I don't understand his motive whatsoever, how he could turn against a fellow veteran. You know, there's kind of an unwritten rule amongst us veterans. You don't criticize another veteran. Not every veteran's a knuckle dragger, and I'm not going to define knuckle dragger.
You know what, cunt? No. That's war crime apologia, buddy. Fuck you. No. How about don't criticize other fucking service members when it's unwarranted? How about that for an example? That is a blanket excusing of war crimes, is what that is. Because actually, like, if you really think about it, that train of thought is the I did nothing wrong by dropping the atomic bomb kind of mindset, right?
So
I did nothing wrong because I was just following orders mindset. That's what that shit
I
is.
was looking up his position on conspiracy theories, all right? So on aliens, he believes that the U.S. government has substantial knowledge of aliens' presence here on Earth, but chooses to keep the knowledge from the public. Like I said, it's basically all anti-government stuff. And then I saw other people accusing him of believing in the weather conspiracy with HAARP.
Amazing. Yeah,
not necessarily true. He hosted a show about conspiracy theories, so he was paid with a script to read. It didn't necessarily mean he endorsed those views. So because of that, a lot of things are being attributed to him that he may not necessarily believe.
Interesting. Okay.
Because if you've been in the service, you'll know what a knuckle dragger is. But, you know, as a frogman in the United States Navy, my job was to ensure the Marines could get to shore to do their job. We went in ahead of them. We went in before them to ensure the Marines could land. And his point of being a Marine like he is, and then criticizing the governor after 24 years of service, it's despicable on his behalf for doing that. And I hope all veterans feel like I do about it. You don't criticize another veteran and how they served, whether they're a cook or whatever they do. They all have a job to do. And if you're going to be successful, everybody has to do their job and pitch in to be successful.
So well said. I think it's capturing the sentiment of so many people who are watching this, and there is the terms I can think of as kind of an ick factor of having people each other in this way.
Jesse Ventura's like, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Fact that everyone has served, and what's the number? Like less than 1% of people have protected this nation over time. I do wonder, given your strong feelings and the way in which he has been attacked in this way, and he is addressing it in various ways. It won't be the end of the story.
Well, it was a show.
traditionally
it was a show. So even then, he's like just doing the interviews with people, or he's just introing segments for the show.
Well, I'll tell you this. I met with Bobby Kennedy last winter. We met for 3 hours. Apparently I came in second. He chose his woman, Shanahan, as running mate. Bobby's still a friend of mine, but I'll tell you where I stand right now. I'm going to be selfish. A few years ago, I got the opportunity to see the United States elect its first black president. I didn't think that could ever happen. And they even reelected him. Well, now I'm going to be selfish again. I've only got a few elections to go. I'm 73 years old now, so the window's closing. I want to be alive to see the first woman president of the United States of America and the first woman commander-in-chief, and we've got her right now.
Governor, thank you so much for sharing your views on this issue.
I love that how he says, I'm going to be selfish, right? I'm going to be selfish, right? So this is what I mean is like, as far as like anyone who's down that rabbit hole, as long as they're coming to like a more, like he's not like a loony man, right? He at least like considers things rationally. And like this whole thing about the government having aliens, like I can completely understand anyone who believes that. Can I actually argue against it is the question, you know? Like I can argue against dumb shit like flat earth, QAnon stuff, you know? But we'll never know what like the government knows about like certain things like that. I would say that it's unlikely because it's just like, you know, there's other scientific communities out there besides the government, and they haven't detected any like bleeps and bloops up there. So the universe is a lot of empty space.
So you are officially endorsing the Harris Van Walz ticket. Excuse me.
Yes. This
is great.
President.
Yes.
It's time for a woman.
Especially when you're his age, right? And he I mean, this man fought in Vietnam. He lived through the Cold War. It comes from a deep distrust of the government. Because like he said, like the government fucking lied about going into Iraq. He knows that. Like, of course it's rational to hate the United States government, especially after 9/11.
Especially, yeah.
Then we men have screwed it up enough. And you know what? Maybe we'll finally get some legitimate thing on the abortion issue. You know how to solve abortion? Hold men responsible. They're the ones ultimately responsible for all abortions. If you hold men responsible, then you'll see a big change in the abortion rules.
What does that mean to hold them responsible?
They're responsible for every abortion that could take place. They are the aggressor. Sex tells you that.
You mean in terms of...
Okay. Moving on.
The Great Walls of China has a lot of red flags, but one is glaring. His body language.
Okay, we saw this.
Oh, what a chance to see.
Are we done with this?
What?
Move on?
Tim Walz?
Not yet.
Yes, I mean, the Trump Mar-a-Lago speech is pretty funny.
President of the United States. I mean, we can say we're there. And Tim, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Since Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris announced Minnesota governor.
Yeah.
I would assume so, yeah.
I mean, he was in Predator, so he did fight aliens.
Tim Walz as her running mate. Some supporters told Reuters they now feel they have an individual fighting for them in the lead up to the November 5th election.
He changed the national narrative.
Reuters recently interviewed attendees of a Harris-Walz rally in the battleground state of Wisconsin.
People want to see someone fight for them. I think Trump spoke to a lot of people because they felt that they were abandoned by their politicians. You feel that Joe Biden turned the tide, but you feel with Tim Walz that he's just going to keep doing that.
So I think a vote for Harris and Walz on the ticket is a vote to get Midwestern small town values back in the White House and kind of get the politics back in the pockets of the people that put the politicians there.
The Democratic candidates are using the campaign swing states to introduce Walz, a former teacher, football coach, and Army National Guard veteran, to voters nationwide after he secured the number 2 spot over better-known Democrats.
We don't shy away from challenges, but I'll tell you what, Donald Trump, he sees the world differently than we see it.
Harris and Walz have been headlining rallies in battleground states, including Pennsylvania.
He's fucking great on the mic,
as
too.
Harris's rapid rise has sent her Republican rival Donald Trump's team
on the mic, he's a slut.
Calibrated strategy and messaging after President Joe Biden dropped his faltering re-election bid. Since then, opinion polls now show Harris as erased the lead Trump had built over Biden, and Democrats have raked in hundreds of millions of dollars from voters and big donors since she became the party's candidate.
Let's get more perspective now on the pick of Governor Walz and what he brings to the ticket. We welcome in Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. Kristen, good morning. There was a short list. Final interviews over the weekend. Tim Walz gets the call. Why?
Well, Savannah, look, I think Peter alluded to one of the top reasons, the rapport between the vice president and Governor Walz. She feels like this is someone who she can trust and who really understands his role as number two on the ticket. I think that the Harris campaign also, they view him as someone who can unify the party. And look at what we saw at that rally in Philadelphia, Savannah, 10,000 people, as well as plaudits from independent Senator Joe Manchin, as well as progressive Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He's someone who's really energizing the base. And then I've been talking to sources overnight within the Democratic Party. The word that I keep hearing over and over again, plain spoken. They see him as someone who can reach out, who can communicate with voters in those critical Rust Belt states. And so I think that was key as well. But look, one Democratic lawmaker did say to me overnight, boy, if Pennsylvania is razor close, it may have been nice to have Josh Shapiro on that ticket.
Yeah, the governor of Pennsylvania was also
really the only
opinion.
opinion
It seems like the Trump campaign is signaling that they are breathing a sigh of relief that he was not chosen. But let's talk about Tim Walz and how the Trump campaign may decide to attack him. What are the grounds there?
Well, you were just at the Olympics, Savannah. Think about this as basically a 100-meter sprint. This is going to be a sprint to define Governor Walz, because as Peter just noted, 70% of Americans say they don't know who he is. So you're already seeing the Trump campaign trying to make the case. This is the most, in their words, radical left ticket in U.S. history. They are going to attack his policies, everything from the fact that he enshrined abortion rights to expanding background checks for gun buyers, as well as the LGBTQ protections that he passed in his state. So it's going to be the burden of the Harris campaign to fire back. How is he going to do that? I've been talking to Democrats overnight. They say he's got to flood the airwaves. He's got to not just make use of the Democratic National Convention coming up, but engage in debates and interviews and introduce himself to the American public, Savannah.
All right, Kristen, here we go. Thank you. Starting gun. Already off. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday.
Thanks for watching.
In the same way that J.D. Vance represented a new target for Democrats to assault, because so much has been said about Donald Trump, and there's almost a sense of like, you know, what new things can you introduce to the public? Although, you know, I did see quotes in the wake of the Republican National Convention that
didn't we watch this?
Yeah, probably.
People just hadn't seen him speak, actually.
Welcome back to Politics Nation. When Vice President Kamala Harris picked Governor Tim Walz to be her running mate this week, he joined a long line of Minnesota politicians to achieve national fame, including vice presidents and presidential nominees Hubert Humphrey and Walter Mondale. Another politically prominent Minnesotan was Jesse Ventura, a former professional wrestler and Navy veteran who ran successfully for governor in 1998 on the Reform Party ticket. Former Governor Ventura joins us now. He is currently the spokesman for Jesse Ventura Farms. Thank you for coming on today, Governor. Let's start with this. You once held the same job as Governor Walz, and you followed his career. What are your impressions of him?
Well, first and foremost, let me say, Reverend Sharpton, it must have taken you and Jesus to get me back on MSNBC, because I never thought I'd be on this network ever again. And it took two people like you two, I think, to achieve that. But having said that, I'll tell you about Governor Walz, what I see about him. I'm a complete independent. And when he won his first election as governor, within 24 hours,
when you heard the word Jesse Ventura Farms, what would you think it would be?
I hope it's weed.
It is. Of course it is.
Okay.
So it's funny that they had MSNBC promoting.
That is funny.
That.
Me and set up a meeting with me to pick my brain.
Chat, is anyone under 21? You can't show flour in general on YouTube. Cake gummies. Jesse Ventura Farms. Oh, it's literally the logo on his shirt. It's JVF.
Okay.
That's like the logo. So fast acting, 50 milligrams of mystery food. Vegan. 10 pieces.
We should see if they want to do a sponsorship.
That's the thing. It's really hard to do this stuff because you have to you can't even put the link to the website.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. Because it's still federally illegal.
Well, let me promote it then. Me promoting an American product outside of America, problem solved.
No other governor's ever done that, Republican or
Unable
Democrat.
to ship
Tim
to
Walz did.
is
And what that showed
Minnesota
me,
or Montana?
Tim Walz is the kind of guy.
Minnesota.
MN? So they literally can't even ship the flour that they sell to Minnesota.
Who's out for success, and he will reach across the aisle because he came to me, the ultra independent in Minnesota, to seek
They
me
do
out
have a specific
to get any
section
information that
for
would help
Minnesota,
him govern,
though.
and I happily did so. And I'll tell you what else he did.
I guess he just
20-some
can't get
years
flour
ago, I
there.
tried to legalize cannabis marijuana. I lit the match. Well, the match simmered for 20 years and finally became a flame. And Governor Walz called me and he said, Governor Ventura, you need to be in my office Monday at 11. I'm going to sign into law ending the prohibition of marijuana in Minnesota. It was your idea. You're still alive. You should be there to take credit for this because you're the one that done it. That's the kind of person Tim Walz is.
Wow. Well, former President Trump's vice presidential pick, J.
If they get in, weed's probably becoming federally legal.
I think that is up to the Supreme Court.
What do you mean? Just make it not illegal.
Well,
remove it from the schedule of drugs.
That's maybe they could reschedule it. That is it. Maybe, but
D. Vance, who is a former Marine, has led the Republican charge attacking Governor Walz over his 24 years of military service. Vance has accused Walz of stolen valor for leaving the National Guard in 2005 to run for Congress, just a few months before his unit was deployed to Iraq. As someone who understands how military service works, you definitely do. What's your response to this?
My response is this. First and foremost, any point after 20 years, you can retire when you want to. Second, Vance is missing the point. What he ought to be asking is this. Why is the National Guard being shipped out and fighting in foreign wars in other lands? That isn't their role. Their role is to be here in our nation, protecting us inside our own country. That's why they're called the National Guard. What happened was this. George Bush and Dick Cheney, when they started their folly with the Iraq war, they needed bodies. They couldn't bring back a draft. It would be political suicide.
They must have practiced lines. They have to.
I mean, he's a wrestler, so like.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris announced her VP pick
his
today.
own catchphrases and shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and this ticket's so liberal, it's like they're trying to lose. Here's the authentic, not staged at all call Kamala made to the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz.
Hi, this is Tim.
It's Kamala Harris. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Madam Vice President.
Listen, I want you to do this with me. Let's do this together. Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored, Madam Vice President.
This was Kamala's first major decision, and she choked. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro was the frontrunner, but sources say he was too Jewish for the Hamas wing of the party and was too talented a campaigner and would steal the spotlight from Harris. So her cowardice and her insecurities forced her to choose the only guy who looks older than Biden. Here they are together in Philly.
What? Don't gaslight people that Biden is young now. Come on.
Insane.
Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. With his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one. And now, welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Wow. Thank you for bringing back the joy.
He's so charismatic.
I know, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. He didn't want this, though, did he?
That's one of the main reasons why she picked him.
Yeah, because that's because I was gonna say that he'd be a great pick for president, but if he didn't want this, there's no fucking way he'd want the job as president.
Well, I mean, that would be 8 years from now.
On this ticket.
Yeah,
and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next president of the United States of America. So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead.
In the one opportunity Kamala had to separate herself from the Biden administration, she chose a sloppier version of Biden. Do the chemists in the Democrat lab think you have to pair old white guys with young black women? Tim Walz looks like Biden and sounds like Bernie.
We can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
How did Kamala make a vice president more radical than she is? They're the Jordan and Pippen of progressives. The last time Harris and Walz tangoed, he let rioters burn down Minneapolis, and she bailed him out.
But he's only 60 years old.
Hey, did Trump previously say that Walz did a great job there, Jesse? Maybe we should check
did he
that.
actually?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Walz blamed America for the Black Lives Matter riots and said they were exciting.
A society that does not put equity and inclusion at the center of it is certainly going to eventually come to the places where we're at. They're going to want fundamental change. And that is what I think, that's one of the exciting things in the midst of all this. You can feel a sense of optimism coming back.
The Minneapolis mayor was begging Governor Walz to deploy the National Guard. And Walz told the Guard, stand down. He told the police to surrender their precincts. And once the city was a pile of ashes, he defunded the police. What kind of Midwestern dad with Midwestern values lets a city burn to a crisp and then lets crooked donors swoop in and buy up the real estate on the cheap? When haters were ripping down statues of Columbus, Walz didn't stop them.
It was an act of civil disobedience that we need to make sure people feel that there is a proper outlet to address what are legitimate concerns around what they view as a genocidal monument that they have to walk to in their democracy.
Our democracy, too. If Kamala was the most radical senator, Tim Walz is the most radical governor. When Kamala was letting illegals pour in, Walz was giving them driver's license and free tuition. Minnesota's a sanctuary state, and he wants to help make America a sanctuary country.
You know, he talks about this wall. I always say, let me know how high it is. If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in the 30-foot ladder factory. That's not how you stop this.
Walz let his best city burn down, flooded it with illegals, and helped cancel the state flag to make it look more like the flag of Somalia.
Yes.
How do we know this guy's crazy? Squad loves him. Omar, AOC, thrilled. Bernie, thrilled. The Democrat Socialists of America, thrilled. Offering up an over-the-top endorsement as if Walz was Castro. Dylan's thrilled because Walz turned Minnesota into a sanctuary state for sex change operations for children. No age limits.
We want every Minnesotan to grow up feeling safe, valued, protected, celebrated, and free to exist as their authentic versions of themselves. Protecting and supporting access to gender-affirming healthcare is essential to being a welcoming and supportive state to the community.
Walz signed a bill that removes a child from their parents' home if the parents don't want to castrate them. He's sick. Walz forced schools to stock tampons in boys' bathrooms. Tampons in fourth grade boys' bathrooms. What a freak. What do boys need tampons for? This guy's not Minnesota nice. He's Minnesota nuts. Minnesota lockdowns were worse than California's. Not only did he keep schools and churches locked down, but he set up a hotline so your neighbors could snitch on you for leaving your house without a mask. He probably learned this from China, where he visited 30 times. Weird, right? I'm sure he paid for all those trips himself on a teacher's salary.
That was an Australian policy first.
Walt spent his honeymoon in China. He's being groomed by the Chinese. Now, if I was the FBI, I'd do a background check just to be safe. He loves China just as much as Biden. 3 months before Biden detonated himself at the debate, Walz was full steam ahead on the cover-up, said Biden was fresher than ever.
I think this week watching, some of the media colleagues look at this as a new Joe Biden. No, it's not. It's the same competent Joe Biden that's been delivering for us. Governors understand that because we have to do it every single day.
Walz has a lot of common in Paulie P. Remember Paulie? He T-boned a seasonal worker, then handed the Highway Patrol a donor card.
Retard alert!
96 and a 55. Claimed he wasn't actually drunk. He was just deaf from serving in the military. But he actually blew a .12. Walz served in the National Guard until his unit was deployed to Iraq, and then he abandoned them.
Back in 2005, a warning order went out to the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery to mobilize for a mission to Iraq. At the time, Walz served as the unit's highest non-commissioned officer, but months later, Walz would retire from the Guard, avoid the deployment, and run for Congress.
The public needs to know how pathetic his leadership was.
Retard alert!
Guardsman. He abandoned us. I mean, what the hell kind of leader does that? I mean, he just, as soon as the shots were fired in Iraq, he turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit.
When soldiers, police, and families needed Walz the most, he walked away. This is a trick pick. Democrats think they can trick you with an old white guy from the Midwest, but he's a freak in sheep's clothing. Democrats can't be honest about who they are. They have to lie to you and hide their positions. But there's something else going on here. Obama didn't want Kamala. He wanted an open convention. But Biden endorsed her before Barack could make a move. So Barack put Eric Holder, his wingman, in charge of Kamala's VP vetting. And Holder just served up Waltz, creating the craziest ticket in history. Is Waltz just a sacrificial lamb?
Jack's ignoring.
Do they know they're going to lose? Because all the talented Democrats are being kept on ice for 28. Newsom, Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer. So when Harris Waltz loses, then Barack can say, see, far left, I told you so. We tried it your way. Now we do it my way. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
I want to play a clip of Tim Walz on the.
Oh, that's why you were doing it. You were listening to Jesse Waters. You don't blame me. Fucking hell. Jesus. What do we got here? How long is this being going for? Hey, Biscuit's back.
I need the continuous bell, so it keeps on ringing.
He left his unit to run for office. That's not a good soldier. Why is killing brown people in Iraq a good thing? Just a curious question.
Well, that's what a good soldier does.
The white dudes for Harris Zoom. I hadn't seen it in real time.
You are a retard. We know.
And this is about as good as it gets in terms of rhetoric when it comes to Democratic.
Okay, look, I'm actually gonna ask this like seriously.
Why is brown people killing Americans a good thing? Where did that happen? That happened in Iraq?
So,
yeah.
So
who did Iraq kill before we went there?
I'm not sure whether you were here for the video before.
They weren't.
But Jesse Ventura said, a Navy SEAL, that you can leave voluntarily after 20 years of service in the National Guard.
What did Iraq have to do with 9/11?
For any reason, at any time. What's the problem? I don't see the problem. He was there for, as you say, 24 years, right? Has obviously objected to the war in Iraq, did not want to go through with being deployed as an imperial occupier of a foreign nation.
He never even made the decision. He was retiring before it was announced they were going to Iraq.
Yes, I know, but I'm playing the hypothetical that this is actually the occurrence, which is, he left because Iraq. What
did Iraq have to do with 9/11?
What do you mean? Oh, you're literally asking the question. Yes.
What did Iraq have to do with 9/11?
No, it was just Saddam, right? Saddam and nuclear weapons and 9/11, I guess.
Politicians. Here is Tim Walz. Let's start more or less from the beginning. Maybe go a minute into it. But
24 years isn't good enough. 24 years isn't good enough for this person.
Hold on. So 20 years, you know that you can leave after 20 years for any reason, any point, any time, right? So he was 24 years and wanted to run for politics. Why would you go to Iraq? Secondly, the forces were not the forces. His unit was the National Guard, and this is a really good
fact. The Al-Qaeda chapter in Iraq was the Kurdish chapter of Al-Qaeda. Nothing to do with Saddam.
Yeah,
Al-Qaeda in Iraq was literally fighting Saddam. It's just a fact.
Yeah. But yeah, so why is not going to Iraq a bad thing? Can you answer that for me? Yes, we know that Saddam gassed the Kurds. You're not comprehending what we're telling you.
Al-Qaeda was fighting Saddam. So what did Saddam have to do with 9/11?
But yeah, so can you please answer that question for me? why is not going to Iraq to kill brown people as an imperial occupier a bad thing? Just answer that for me. Anyway, let's continue.
He's talking, he's talking about the importance of this election. It's really at the end, which I really love. But check this out.
Case, and for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborly.
Wait, what's that? What happened there? I thought we were going to start at the.
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Trying to get pregnant needed fertility treatments, things like IVF, things that they would ban. And so once again, I keep talking about this idea. You're right. These guys are the anti-freedoms. I grew up in a small town, 400 people, 24 kids in the class, 12 cousins. And I hear J.D. Vance trying to talk about what a small town is. There's one golden rule in a small town. Those of you who are from a small town,
that's how you know he's
mind
a
your own
real
damn business.
red-blooded American.
We don't need it. I don't know who's asking for this crazy stuff that they're pushing. Who's asking to ban birth control? Who's asking to raise the price of insulin? I'm a Legion Club member, and none of the dudes there are asking to cut veterans benefits like Project 2025 does. So look, that's not where.
Pause it for 1 second. There's a couple of things I just want to say here. One, he grew up apparently in Nebraska. I don't know where in Nebraska he grew up, but I wonder how much that's going to help in terms of that one electoral vote in Nebraska that the Democrats really want and need. It won't hurt. Let's put it that way. No. There's, to be able to send him in there. He also apparently will speak quite a bit about IVF treatment because he and his wife apparently needed that treatment
easily
for their child. I guess they tried for about 8.
I'll check if he's still here.
8 years and couldn't do it. I mean, he's going to speak to this stuff.
He must
and continue.
2025 does. So look, that's not where folks are at.
Pause.
Okay, we'll just check in.
After taking paper 24 years, right before he was going again, he didn't know he was being deployed. He left before that was announced.
Okay. When I say killing brown people, I'm not talking about you specifically or any American soldier.
No. Hang on. I'm still reading it. How am I making excuses for terrorists when I said that Al-Qaeda was fighting Saddam? That's not an excuse. That's just a fact. Like, look it up.
He got to Israel. Okay. Okay. When I say killing brown people, I'm not talking about like American soldiers specifically. I'm talking about the American government and their direction, their goals. Their goals was not no deaths of Iraqis. Their goal was to kill Saddam in lieu of how many deaths to Iraqis would come of it. Correct? Right? You're aware of this? I'm not saying that you are racist. I'm not saying that American soldiers are racist. I'm saying that having no introspective thought about what you were doing for the American government that is the blood on your hands and the amount of shit that happened because America occupied the Middle East. Right? You have to understand that, yes, you, the individual soldier, might not be at fault, but the actual American entity of the U.S. military is. No matter how you fold this, an imperial power of the United States. It just is, right? So you doing this, imposing your will, America's will, over a foreign country for notably and objectively shaky grounds when they should have just gotten rid of him in the 90s when they were in the country already and they were there for essentially WMDs, which also at the same time gave American soldiers Gulf War syndrome, right? Again, why would American soldiers, after being treated like this, after Vietnam, after the Gulf War, still want to be used by the American government
I'm still
to impose
waiting.
the will of the politicians.
You're giving him more things to counter when we're still waiting on what Saddam had to do with 9/11.
I know. I'm just explaining.
You're just giving him more shit to counter. We're still waiting on how did Saddam have to do with 9/11.
I represented a rural district. Donald Trump won it by 15 points.
But mostly, yeah, just that is what does Saddam have to do with 9/11? Why were they in Iraq?
Where was Zarqawi before the Americans invaded?
In 2016 when I won. Those are folks that want a fair shot. We need to point out to this. The reason rural America hurts is because robber barons like these guys have come in there. These are the guys that take money out of our public schools for private schools to give vouchers to people who are already going to private school. They undermine the basic social safety net that makes this country great. So when I hear you on here, I hear Josh talking about hope. That is exactly right. That's what we need. And then coupled with that, because my wife reminds me of this. She said, hope is the most powerful word in the universe, but it's not a damn plan. We need a plan to win, and that's what you guys are doing. That's what smashing that button does. That's what's calling.
Smash that like button to win the election.
The choir needs to sing. The choir needs to sing.
That's a good point. If you're on YouTube, hit the like button and fucking subscribe.
Win the election by smashing the like button.
Subscribe as well, because YouTube's fucked us. Honestly, I think that's what we should do. We should push likes and subscribes and shares and shit. We should really push it, or have like a little graphic that we can put in the corner somewhere.
Our moment. This is not just transformational for one election. This is transformational for several elections.
What if we do it like teacher style and we get like a graph with good noodles? And you can just get gold stars on your noodle chart.
For several generations. But here's the thing that I take responsibility for. We're not in this alone. The rest of the world needs us to be here. These guys throwing our NATO allies under the bus, the idea that they don't care what happens in the rest of the world, not addressing climate change, it's going to impact
everyone whose name scrolls across. Pretty much everyone whose name scrolls across the bottom came in like the first week of YouTube, and then our like reach was immediately cut right after that, and we basically haven't been able to get new paid subscribers since that cut. So it's been like 6 months even. Like, very frustrating.
Yeah, not really. I didn't want to say it, but yeah, not really.
Communities that are less fortunate than anyone else. Those are the things that has to do. We have communities that are going to pay the price because we don't address it.
Like we would be so big if we didn't get fucked by YouTube, I reckon already. Like, because there's no way the algorithm's recommending our shit that much. There's no way. So I reckon we would be far bigger had that all not happened. And we'd be making money too.
How often in 100 days do you get to change the trajectory of the world? How often in 100 days do you get to do something that's going to impact generations to come? And how often in the world do you make that bastard wake up afterwards and know that a black woman kicked his ass and send him on the road? And you know that's something that guy's going to have to live with for the rest of his life. So I got to tell all of you, please do what you can. Please talk. Look, I got Florida man as a brother. We all got him in our families, but these are our neighbors and our relatives. And at heart, they're good people. They're not mean-spirited. They're not small. They're not petty like they hear on stage. They're angry. They're confused. They're frustrated. They feel like they got left behind sometimes, but we can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Just do the damn work. So I got to tell you, when I see this, it lifts me up. I'm inspired. I see it. Again, anti-Tommy Tuberville, this is the first day of football. We're all in this. We're all undefeated. We got an opportunity on this. I want to be standing in that day in November when we're playing for the big one, and I'll take us. And again, keep hammering on these guys.
It's actually insanely it's insane how informed everybody who's like active in the chat is. It's fucking insane. It's like 6 people, but it's fucking crazy.
Idea of calling them out for who they are, shrink them. Is he a danger to society? Yes. Is he a danger to women's health? Yes. Is he a danger to world peace? Yes. But don't give him more credit than he needs. He's just a strange, weird dude.
Talking about.
As we've been saying, pick that in the pace, pick up the work, do the work, donate, call, talk to your neighbors. Let's win this thing. No regrets at the end of this. Thanks, folks.
I mean,
was that on White Dudes for Harris? Was it? I think I just. Yeah, it was. Okay. Interesting.
He talks like a normal person. I mean,
yeah, that's the exact vibe that I get from him. He's just a normal dude,
like a football coach. It's maybe not too harsh. But I love the idea that he's out there saying one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. I like the idea that he can sell a set of policies, not with a political identification, but rather with one of like, this is just being a good person.
Yeah. And I mean, I have your wet blanket impulses too, but since Emma's not.
Next.
We begin on this Monday with the stark difference between what Vice President Kamala Harris is touting on the campaign trail and her far left record. The New York Post is calling Harris a comma chameleon, noting that Harris once a hero.
The what
Cringe.
now? The New York Post.
Cringe.
Fox News quoting the New York Post. That's like Tim Pool quoting Scanner.
Not the
Like
best
that
source.
movie where they made the heads explode.
Yes.
Of progressives, along with the media, is hiding all of her far left positions from voters. And we've heard her at rallies trying to convince you, the voters, that she is now tough on crime. She's a prosecutor.
Before I was elected a United States Senator, I was an elected Attorney General, and before that, District Attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. As a prosecutor.
Well, we know her resume, I guess. That tough prosecutor you just watched once backed a bail fund that helped free violent criminals. And now the new tough on crime Kamala wants you.
Whenever Fox News says a vague term and doesn't tell you any specifics, they're lying. Like, yeah, I want some more context here.
It's just a bail fund.
Yeah.
Bail fund that
They
helps
still
free
did those people still go to trial?
Pretty
Like
sure
it's just
they would've.
bail. It's just bail.
Mm.
Now, the new tough on crime Kamala wants you to believe that after nearly 4 years and 8 million illegal immigrants, she's going to get tough on the border, too.
Hey, Kaylee. You know, prison doesn't actually change people. It actually increases recidivism.
You can't get bail in prison.
What do you mean?
Bail.
Oh, it's jail.
Bail is a leading up to court thing.
Yeah, okay.
So I was Attorney General of a border state. I went after the transnational gangs, the drug cartels, and human traffickers. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. So I know what I'm talking about. He talks a big game about a lot of things.
I don't think
But he
this
talks
is a
a big
mixed
game
record.
about border security, but he
I
does
think
not
this
want
is a fundamental belief in innocent until proven guilty.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
The walk. So Trump is the one talking a big game. Well, Kamala is actually taking a page from his playbook. Her first proposed policy is literally a copy-paste of his idea from months ago.
We are going to not charge taxes on tips.
and eliminate.
Did you know that people can have crossover policies? Whoa.
Guess what? You'll never guess what Dem policy the Republicans recently voted. And by that I mean Trump.
What?
Child tax credit.
Amazing. Yes, JD Vance was floating it.
Technically, it was part of the
Hilarious.
bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's so funny.
Taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Hospitality.
Also-
plagiarism there. Trump quickly blasted Kamala, posting
First of
everything.
all, you are in no place to accuse people of plagiarism. Fox News. Secondly, she was specifically like that rally was specifically with like a union of restaurateurs, not waiters.
Ah.
So that is a good policy for them as well.
Yes.
Because it actually benefits the bosses more than it benefits the workers.
Yes. Yes.
Just like how the keep our tips or save our tips movement, whenever government says they're going to get rid of tips and go to wages, there'll be these movements called like save our tips and stuff. It's always right wing. Always
Yeah,
right-wing
yeah.
fucking idiots.
Yep, because they all think that they get more. It's better to have higher tips.
Well, they
But
want
realistically, you want higher wages.
The thing is that the tips, they don't have to pay their workers if they make other people who are
Yes, that too.
customers pay their workers.
Yeah, because this fucking surprised the fuck out of me. There was a pub in South Carolina that was a girl was working there. I asked her how much she was getting paid. She said nothing, just tips.
Yep,
crazy.
That's how it works.
Couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, "There's no
So,
fucking way."
So like they technically give you a wage, and that wage is like insurance, right? So if you don't make enough in tips to compensate for the wage hours worked, you'll get the difference, and it's often under $1 anyway.
Great.
Thing she does is fake. But despite the apparent gaslighting on Harris's far-left record, she's now leading in 3 critical battleground states. You'll see it there. This is a new poll from the New York Times Siena College showing that Harris is leading by 4 points in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are the big states. But how is that possible when the liberal media has your back? Just look at the magazine's latest cover. This is Time. They're calling it, quote, her moment. Wow, that's powerful. Kamala is different than Kamala plus media. But starting with tax on tips, I saw this in real time, and I immediately, of course, thought of President Trump.
Yeah.
And then when you do some research, Charles, here's what you find. Let's pull this up. This is on the IRS webpage. I verified this morning. This is from, look at the date on this, February 6, 2023. IRS introduces new service industry tip reporting program. This is after Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote to literally tax your tips.
Yeah, no, and then on top of it, they want to get an army, 80,000 IRS agents to go after people who are, tip workers or side hustle workers. Look what happened in California. They tried to shut down the
side hustle workers
because they're not unionized. It's bizarre to me what's happening, and I can only think half the folks who are buying into this just don't know. They're apolitical. Maybe they're not paying attention. And the other half agree that this is a wink and a nod. We know that you're going to just do what you have, say what you have to say, but we know you'll govern differently. And that's the dangerous part, because they're probably right. I'm 99% sure they're right in their assumption that, hey, she'll do whatever she's got to do to win. But once she gets in there, she's going to revert to who she's been for the majority of her life.
Harris, Politico noted this morning what was so significant about tax on tips was, yes, it copied Trump, but it was her first policy proposal. Where are the white papers?
Look, it's the Predator. Go huge head.
Where are the plans?
Why is her
They
head
don't
so
exist.
big?
Just enthusiasm is what she's thinking.
What's going on?
Well, they're looking at what has traction.
God, I don't care about anything that they have to say. Next.
Let's turn to our NBC News correspondents covering the 2
Blink sideways.
presidential campaigns. Monica Alba is covering Vice President Harris, and Garrett Hake is covering former President Trump. And he's here with me on.
Oh my God, I'm over it.
Yeah, we got to do the Trump Mar-a-Lago thing, and then we're done with America.
Hoping to instill in them.
I feel like this is.
It believes walls will help Democrats. This is everyday person.
Oh
Rust
God,
Belt,
this is just
the neighbor.
going to be the most boring thing ever.
Yeah,
wasn't
just
sure.
do the Mar-a-Lago speech. that
I
Trump
know.
did,
I wasn't sure.
And then
what
we're
that
done
was.
with the U.S. and we can just do other stuff.
Okay.
That coverage was actually not bad. It's just there's already been so much ahead of it. It gets funny because they bring in a guy who, like,
well, thank you very much.
Is like very like violently anti-democrat.
You're being here. Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that
Stop
our country
sniffing the
is right
mic,
now
Trump.
in the most dangerous position it's ever been in, from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation.
I did the Instagram
We have
post.
a.
I don't think I tagged this.
We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that. And we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it.
Question. Why should I trust your judgment?
Because he's
You
great.
have proven time and time again that you have terrible judgment.
Because he's great.
Like assigning
Picking
like
JD
assigning
Vance.
Larry Fink to be the Treasury.
And picking JD Vance. as your running mate.
Picking JD fucking Vance.
Not respected. All over the world, they're
true
laughed at.
patriot.
And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country.
Yeah, eye patch guy.
With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against the somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen.
They decided to do it because her record is horrible. It's actually good for me. I'd rather run against Kamala. Okay, bro. Whatever you say.
Man that is, he's got things done that he has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she's not
in the wilderness.
She couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore. Like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today that we're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess MSNBC came out, or CNBC came out also with a poll that was has us leading. And leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible.
Is it me or is the microphone covered in KY
culture of
jelly?
No common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what anyone wants. We want to have a safe.
I said, is it me or is that microphone covered in KY jelly?
It certainly looks like it.
Country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border during the Biden-Harris administration. 20 million people, and it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are, but they're much higher than you would think. Just like far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like the October 7th would have never happened. Russia would have never hit Ukraine had the election result been called differently. It was a very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened, but now you have millions and millions of dead people.
Millions
people dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries, they can't
buy bacon. Listen, bacon is good for me.
I think it's very important to have debates, and we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th.
So now you are doing
we've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th, and we've agreed with ABC on September 25th. So we have those three dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date.
Three debates.
So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed, other than some fairly minor details.
So
audience, some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily. I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms. They may or may not agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people are allowed to come into our
country? That's a great name.
Country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums, even insane asylums. That's it's a mental institution on steroids. That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into these are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We have a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country, the most unpopular vice president. And because of political reasons or because of being politically correct, even though she never received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated. as I remember it, because I watched it very closely, but she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa. The first she never made it to Iowa.
She was fake.
She was the first one that was defeated.
Twitter.
She was the nastiest to him. She was nasty with calling him a racist and the school bus and all of the different things. She was very nasty to Biden. And shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now. This was taken away. The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden. And I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what, from a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily, but whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run. And they took it away. They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we could do it.
It's at 1.5 times speed. That's probably why. But it's also
no, keep it.
Nice. I know exactly, because I know a lot of people.
We got to get through this, and it's already an hour long.
They said we'll do it the nice way.
Yeah.
We'll do it the hard way. And he said, "All right." So that, I mean, they've really taken what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else, and we're leading. We're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying for a country with a constitution that we cherish. We cherish this constitution. To have done it this way is pretty severe, pretty horrible. You would have thought they would have gone out to a vote. They would have had a primary system. They would have done something, but to just take it away from him like he was a child. And he's a very angry man right now. I can tell you that. He's not happy with Obama. And he's not happy with Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy. She is crazy too. She's not happy with any of the people that told him that you've got to leave.
People won't fucking give Chuck Schumer the credit he deserves.
Also blames her. He's trying to put up a good face, but it's a very bad thing
there
in terms
was
of a country
no
when you do that.
rumor.
I'm not a fan of his.
There was no rumor he was thinking about dropping out until he met with Chuck Schumer. After he meets with Chuck Schumer, it's then this weekend he's going to switch out, and Kamala is going to run.
Yeah,
but nobody ever mentions the King Jew's name.
Nope.
It's Jewish eraser.
And he had a rough debate. But
this is systemic anti-Semitism.
Fuck Nancy Pelosi. You know whose opinion matters? Not Nancy's. You know why?
Yeah.
She's not the leader. Schumer is.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I believe he's a Senate minority leader.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that you just take it away.
Yes, but he is the king.
Yeah. True. Senate majority. Yeah, there you go. King Jew. The king. That's
like that.
That's the actual position.
Or you go out to a vote
Like,
and do something. He
give
had
him
14 million
credit.
votes. She had no votes. She got no votes. And I think she's crashing. I think when people find out, and
Yes, the Dominionist, our favorite man.
Yeah, but and Hakeem. I wasn't sure. But Hakeem Jeffries' house as well.
Who's the actual leader of the Democratic Party, though? It's technically
Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay. So there is like official leaders of
Yeah. So Chuck Schumer is the majority leader, so technically him, but in the House, because they have a minority, Hakeem Jeffries would be also. But that would be if we did a parliamentary system. Those would be like the president and vice president type stuff. If we had a system more like the UK, where the party puts up their candidates, that's who they would be. Which honestly would be great candidates.
I think people are starting to find out what a bad job she did. What a bad job she did on the border. She's trying to say she had nothing to do with the border. She had everything. She was appointed to head the border. And then they said, border czar, she loved that name. She loved that name, but she never went there. She went to a location once along the border, but that was a location that you would love to go and have dinner with your husband or whoever. That was a location that was not part of the problem. That was not really going to the border. So essentially, she never went to the border. And if you listen to Tom Holman, if you listen to the great border people, Brandon Judd from Border Patrol, if you listen to Paul, I mean, so many different people. I speak to them all the time. And I did when I was president. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Millions of people coming in, and our country cannot sustain it. Our country is going down because of this.
Says nothing.
Because of incompetent people. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have them. I hope she agrees to them. September 4th, September 10th, September 25th. And I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please? I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California as the AG. But as the DA, she destroyed San Francisco. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, all know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. He said the greatest city in the country is San Francisco.
Do we
That was
know?
about
It's
20 years
because Mitch
ago,
McConnell
and he
is
passed
still
away a while ago.
minority leader, right? Mitch McConnell is like,
Hmm.
what's good? Because he said he's not running again. So who do we think is going to win minority leader after Mitch McConnell? Lindsay?
They might do a fascist coup of it. They might put.
Well, I think
Marty
that's
Taylor
part
Greene.
Ms. Lindsay, exactly. Lindsay is the most queer-coded person in government. I swear. Southern Belle, Lindsey Graham.
He would be looking down and said, what happened? He thought it was the best city in the country. He had divisions there, Lowe's. And he would be looking down in horror now when he sees she destroyed no cash bail, weak on crime. She's terrible. And yet they weaponized the system against me. They have me. I got so many lawyers. Now they want to delay cases. I won the big case in Florida.
Oh,
I won the big case. Nobody even wrote about it. Big case.
They
The judge was a brilliant judge,
destroyed criminal
and all they do is
justice
they play
except for when it comes to me. Got it.
the ref with the judges. But this judge was a fair but brilliant judge. And as you probably heard, the big documents case, I won it.
Oh my
Now,
God.
Biden lost it because he didn't have prejudice.
I'm an idiot.
Why?
I look down and this is sitting there, right?
Uh-huh.
And the Akira,
Akira.
DVD. And I'm
Akira.
like, oh, what? I just thought the red was like stylistic slashes across the name. No, it's Akira in Japanese.
Akira.
It's that in Japanese. So I'm a fucking idiot.
Presidential immunity. He didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He lost it. But the special, I call it prosecutor, special counsel, special prosecutor to me, he appointed by Garland, he said the man's incompetent. He can't stand trial, but he can run for president. But we no longer have to worry about that because we have somebody that, in my opinion, is more incompetent.
Nothing you said
She couldn't
mattered.
pass a bar exam and lots of other things.
He's
and she should
bitching
not
about.
be
He
in a
still
position.
can't
Because if
stop
she
bitching
becomes
about
president, our
Biden,
country
who
is going
he's
to be
not
a
running
giant
against.
fail. It's
It's so funny.
going to fail. It's going to be a failure the likes of which this world has never seen. Yeah, please. No, how about you? You have to speak louder.
Get a microphone, you fucking lazy cunt.
Yeah. Well, it changes around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know. It's possible that I won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments.
He literally is, though. That's the funny thing. He would be one of.
I'm really good with
biggest
blackmail.
failures in the world.
Extremely well with this
understand
kind
what blackmails are.
Jewish
He
voters way
literally
up.
Thinks he's talking
White
about
males way up.
blackmailing.
White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. No, I don't know. All we're doing is giving
Don't
you
assume their
the stats
gender.
that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with.
We love black jobs. Black jobs are the best. What are black jobs? A job black people do.
It's any job a black person works, aka nannies. Peasant work, you see.
Black females where we're doing pretty well. And I think ultimately they'll like me better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression. And they can't have that. They can't have that. So I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially when the facts are right. Yeah, please, in the back. Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with anybody. I think that this election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at and her. And they said she was the worst of all. In other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her.
Who's they?
I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and ABC. And we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential debate. So CBS will do vice presidential.
Oh, my God.
And I have to tell you,
Please.
J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job.
It's going to be so funny.
Say it. Oh, give me a break. Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it. I'm so glad you asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I ever had 2,000 people, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest, the press. And here's a great example.
Did he say 100,000
in Michigan
people? 100,000 people. Doubt it.
Recently, 25,000 people and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in. We had in Harrisburg 25,000 people and 20,000 people couldn't get in. We had so many, nobody ever mentions that. When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC, which they said, oh, the crowd was so big. I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size. And no, they never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying turn around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about, oh, the enthusiasm. Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm. The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party
actually
has the
I'm
enthusiasm.
better and cooler.
I wonder
I'm
if
better,
there's any
cooler, and blacker than Kamala Harris.
I wonder if there's any drone footage of the MCG leaving, like people leaving the MCG after a footy game. Because that's a stadium of 100,000 people. That could show you what 100,000 people looks like. That ain't what's going to a Trump rally.
This is the part when he says he's bigger than Hitler.
People want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it. If I were president, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened. Zero chance.
Those
you wouldn't
countries
have
wouldn't
October 7th of
exist.
Israel. You wouldn't have the horrible withdrawal. And I don't mean the withdrawal, because the withdrawal was fine. I was ready to withdraw from Afghanistan, and we were going to do it with dignity and strength. And we were keeping our equipment. We weren't leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind. And we wouldn't have had 13 great soldiers. I know the families of those soldiers well. We wouldn't have had these soldiers killed. And we wouldn't have had 45 soldiers obliterated. No legs, no arms, the face. None of that would have happened. And you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any inflation, because inflation was caused by their bad energy problems. Now they've gone back to the Trump thing because they need the votes.
lost their
I don't know if you know, they're drilling
their faces
now
got
because they
blown
had to go
off.
back because gasoline was going up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. So they said, we better do what Trump. But the day after the election, if they won, you're going to have fuel prices go through the roof. Everybody's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. People want gasoline-propelled cars. They want hybrids. They want to have everything, and they want electric. But they want everybody to have an electric car. We don't have enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that. And you know what else?
Trump?
The weight.
It's actually only people like you who want EVs and want other cars banned. By the way, it's people in your circle, the rich people who already were planning on buying EVs. Those people are the ones who advocate for the banning of petrol cars. By the way, just so
the weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric. Little things that a lot of people don't talk about. The weight of a truck is 2.5 times.
Did you know that Audi and Mercedes and BMW now, I believe, have all backtracked on their 100% electric by 2028 or whatever the fuck they said 3 years ago when it was all the
believed him
phase?
originally.
Huh?
I believed him originally. Wow.
Uh-huh. There was no way they were going full electric. It was way too fucking early.
2.5 times heavier. You would have to rebuild every bridge in this country if you were going to do this ridiculous policy. So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that.
What?
And when she gets 1,000 people,
Confirmed
everybody starts
bigger than
jumping.
Hitler.
You know that if I had 1,000 people, would say that's the end of his campaign. He gets 1,000 people, and everybody starts
That's
jumping.
right.
You know that if I had 1,000 people, people would say that's the end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people in South Carolina. I had 88,000 people. In Alabama, I
even
had
Hitler had
68,000
those
people. Nobody says
numbers.
about crowd size with me, but she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, "Oh, the enthusiasm's back." No, the enthusiasm is with me and the Republican Party, because you know that if I had 1,000 people, would say people would weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric. In history, for any country,
There you go.
It's
Go back 5 seconds, and you'll be
ridiculous
on it.
policy. So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that. And when she gets 1,000 people.
Bigger than Hitler. Yes.
I told you, bro. I told you, bro.
Hilarious.
People and everybody starts
See,
jumping. You know that if
what
I had
the
1,000
title
people,
was
people would say that's the
clickbait.
end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people in South Carolina. I had 88,000 people. In Alabama, I had 68,000 people. Nobody says about crowd size with me, but she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, "Oh, the enthusiasm's back."
better.
No.
This is the
Bro.
guy who says he has the biggest dick in the room.
I want to say at between 5 and 10 times he says he's bigger than MLK. and more important than
The
Martin Luther
enthusiasm is
King.
with
I
me and the
want to
Republican
say
Party
it's about 5
because
to
they want
10
to stop
times.
crime. They want to stop people from pouring into our country from places unknown and from countries unknown, from countries that nobody ever heard of. That's where the enthusiasm is. Yeah.
In countries that no one's ever heard of. That's right. His dick is mushroom
I don't know.
shaped.
I don't know if I can or not. I got him elected. Without me, he wouldn't be governor. I got him elected. He
I
was
got
doing
him. It's
terribly. I
me.
got him elected. With that
I
being
did
said,
everything
I hope we
right.
can repair it. But if we don't, the people are still the people, and they're going to vote. We're leading in Georgia by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania
Countries
by a lot.
unknown. Countries you've
but
never
I don't
heard
know.
of.
Now
Like
in Pennsylvania,
what?
I have great relationships. In Georgia, I do too, but unfortunately not with the governor. I've never understood it. When you get somebody elected, they're supposed to like you. He's not exactly for some reason, and you'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, I'd love to see it get repaired.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
It's a big state. So I won Alabama by a record. Nobody's ever gotten that many votes. I won South Carolina by a record. You don't win Alabama and South Carolina by records and lose Georgia. It doesn't happen. And the people of Georgia understand that. There was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say what happened.
Up your
And,
microphone?
all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections in Georgia, we have honest elections in Pennsylvania, we're going to win them by a lot.
So you want to know what it might not have been Harris themselves but I want to say like it's maybe donors or something like that. Anyway, somebody affiliated with a big name on the other side of the aisle said that press conference was great. You should do them every day.
Somebody actually said that?
Yeah, because it's the press conference has only hurt him. Nothing positive came out of this, and he's doing it because he really is floundering,
Amazing.
And the JD Vance interview, nothing good came from that one either.
He actually said it two ways. First, he said it incorrectly, then he corrected himself. Do you agree with that, right? If you watch him, he said it two ways. No. I mean, he said it two ways because he doesn't really know what he said. Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? He had a chance for 90 minutes to bring it up at the debate. He could have talked about that at the debate, and he didn't do it. Everyone said, oh, he said this and he said that. He's just, they give him something to read off. He read it very badly because he actually said it the opposite. Then he had to go back and correct himself. He said the opposite. He should have brought this up at the debate. If he had a problem, of course there'll be a peaceful transfer. And there was last time, and there'll be a peaceful transfer. I just hope we're going to have honest elections. That's all, okay? What a stupid question this is.
Oh my God. What an asshole.
Because I'm leading by a lot and because I'm letting their convention go through. And I'm campaigning a lot.
I'm letting their convention go through.
We have commercials that are at a level I don't think that anybody's ever done before. Plus, in certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones, I'm speaking to radio, I'm speaking to television. Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any news conference. You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference. She's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economically and from an outside perspective. Russia doesn't respect us anymore. China doesn't respect us anymore. North Korea, Kim Jong-un liked me a lot. He doesn't like this group. We are in great danger. We're in great danger of being in World War III. That could happen. No, after their convention, yeah. And I'm going out to certain places to help certain senators get elected. Not even for me. I'm trying to help when I go out to Wyoming or when I go out to Montana, or I'm going to different places to help people. And I don't have to go there because I'm leading those states, as you know, by 35, 40, 50 points. I'm leading by record numbers. I'm going because I want to help senators and congressmen get elected. Congressmen and women get elected. Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds woke.
The upcoming what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I respect Elon a lot. He respects me.
We got to get rid of full-throated.
To be honest with you, it takes courage to endorse people.
Just like the Judy Hopps JFK stuff, okay? We bury it. We never talk about it again.
It's got to be Monday night.
No more full-throated.
I believe he's the host.
No more Judy Hopps JFK.
A lot of people are talking about it. I look forward to it. That'll be done on Monday night.
Am I right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you have a lot of misinformation spread about China, and you have a lot of misinformation spread about a lot of different places. I think I'm going to get along great with China. President Xi,
China, I don't know what you're talking about.
We met right here, right in that, except we had a beautiful sofa there, as opposed to what we have right now. Right now we have you. But President Xi and I had a very good relationship until COVID. And I held him responsible for COVID.
Don't Google full-throated.
I think we have a great relationship.
And
I think it's going to be mutually beneficial. But we cannot have it where China is taking advantage of the United States. And that's what they were doing, as you very well know. Yes, please. What's your question?
Is that why the microphone?
No,
has
I think
lube?
the people that if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much. I think those people were treated very harshly when you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed. Nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly. And when they were there to complain, not through me, they were there to complain about an election. And, you know, it's very interesting.
Listening?
And I said peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen, Maggie, I was at the mall, I was at the Washington Monument, I was at the whole thing. I had crowds. I don't know who's ever had a bigger crowd than I have, but I had it many times. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was that day. And I'll tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of a small number of people relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than
January 6th.
If you look at Martin Luther
I know
King,
he is.
when he did his speech,
I'm
great speech,
listening.
and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number.
Huh?
He's saying January 6th was more important than MLK now. He's now bragging about January 6th while saying nobody died there.
Number of people, if not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, and everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back.
Because your followers are fatter,
Lincoln
they
to
take
Washington.
up more space.
And you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd. We actually had more people. They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people, and I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, please.
Oh my God.
Yeah, sure. We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and we live by it. She has no votes.
What's
and
the First
I'm very happy to
Amendment?
run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint. And I hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win. After the debate, they said, you're not going to win. You can't win. You're out. And
how many freedoms are enshrined in the First Amendment?
No, why did it go back, you motherfucker? Bigger than Hitler, baby.
Look at you learning how to cap wing. It's so easy, right? Isn't it great how easy that program is?
I have no idea how to like blend it into it and make it black and white.
You can't blend with cap wing. That's not what
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I could probably make it black and white and it would look a bit better.
You can do that. You can do that. So if you go to you just have click the layer, and then if you go down to settings and put the saturation at 0, it'll go black and white.
Beautiful. It fucking keeps moving it whenever I...
Yeah, it can be a little glitchy.
Whenever I move it over. Because I gotta get him covering there, mostly. Yeah, I reckon that's perfect. Bigger than Hitler.
Well, that's equal Hitler. You need to double the crowd up too.
Oh, true.
You know it better than anybody. But so, when you think about it, they said at first they were going to go out to another vote. They were going to go through a primary system, a quick primary system, which it would have to be. And then it all disappeared. And they just picked a person that was the first out. She was the first loser. Okay. So we call her the first loser. She was the first loser when during the primary system, during the Democrat primary system, she was the first one to quit. And she quit. She had no votes, no support. And she was a bad debater, by the way, very bad debater. And that's not the thing I'm looking forward to.
Okay.
And me, I'm a master.
She never made it to Iowa. Then for some reason, and I know he regrets it, you do too, he picked her.
You do too.
And she turned on him too. She was working with the people that wanted him out. But the fact that you can get no votes, lose in the primary system, in other words, you had 14 or 15 people, she was the first one out, and that you can then be picked to run for president, it seems to me actually unconstitutional. Perhaps it's not. Please.
He hasn't been picked.
So I've run against Hillary, and I've run against various other people. I would say that in terms of intelligence, Hillary was far superior. I would say that. Hillary was smart. She was her own worst enemy in many ways, but she was smart, very smart. Okay? If you ask me to compare them, please.
He likes Hillary better because he prefers dictators.
Would you repeat that question, please? You have to speak up. It's a hard room because it's very big, if you know. So this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see. Yeah. So I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down, and I've answered, I think, very well in the debate, and it seems to be much less of an issue, especially for those where they have the exceptions, as you know. And I think it's when I look for 52 years, they wanted to bring abortion back to the states. They wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade, and that's Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everybody, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back in the states, and I did that. Now the states are voting, and frankly, some of the votes are much more, if you could say, liberal than you would think. Ohio turned out to be, they had a big vote, and it turned out to be a much more liberal standing than people would have thought. Kansas, the same thing.
I had to.
And then you have Texas and you have other places where it may be different. But the issue has been brought back to the states now. And like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly. I think that that's a very important thing. I think when you don't, you have to follow your heart. But when you don't believe in the exceptions, it's much tougher. It's a much tougher issue. But about 82% of Republicans do believe in exceptions. I think and a lot of them are changing their mind and coming even further. I think that abortion has become much less of an issue. It's a very small, I think it's actually going to be a very small issue. What I've done is I've done what every Democrat and every Republican.
I didn't know he was a Ninja Turtles fan.
The states are voting on it, and frankly,
I missed it. Did he actually say Hitler? No, no, he didn't. He did not actually say Hitler. He just said, my crowds are bigger than anyone in government in history.
Yeah, he literally said in history in the world.
Holy shit, bro. I
Very
just
funny.
looked down. Okay. Giant spider for American standards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Show me. Show the camera. Show the chat.
I'm gonna get a light on it as well. So these are it's because of the specific climate that I live in. I've seen bigger ones in my house than this.
That's what she said. Is that it?
Yeah, it's big. Like I said, big for American.
What, is it just like a wandering spider or something?
No, these are like cellar spiders or something. The cellar spiders are like almost clear.
Oh, that's weird.
But
it's just a house spider.
Yeah. It's like the common house spider or something.
Okay. Yeah, ours are black. I think our house spiders.
I think it's got something as well.
Good, leave him. Don't move him. He's a good friend. He'll keep the bugs out.
So the bigger ones are like they're like a water spider. That are huge here, so it was the biggest spider I've seen in America. Besides like tarantulas as pets, right?
Yeah.
So because the climate I live in, they get really big, especially close to water. But like this big one, it was when I first moved in, right? So like when there wasn't like a lot of activity in the house, there's like more like bugs freely going. Like I used to not be able to like drop food on the ground; it would be covered in ants because they like lived in the floorboards because the house was like just abandoned so long.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I literally could hear the thing's legs on the ground as it scurried across the floor. It's the only time I've taken the initiative to catch a spider. I literally caught it in a box and just threw the box out the door.
Fair enough. Was it an actual like tarantula or was it just that?
No. It's just got really big long legs.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It's very loud.
And when you think about the Democrats are really the radical ones on this because they're allowed to do abortion on the 8th and 9th month and even after birth. If you look at your new governor from Minnesota, he's like the governor previous, the former governor. I don't want to get him mixed up because Glenn is doing a good job and he's leading our whole campaign in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. But previous to Glenn, the governor, he said the baby will be born. We will put the baby aside and we will decide with the mother what we're going to do. In other words, whether or not we're going to kill the baby. The Minnesota gentleman, this guy agrees with that. He is the most liberal. Look, between her and him, there's never been anything like this. There's never been a combination. So I'll use the word progressive. They want to go progressive. They don't like the word liberal. I like liberal better. I think it's more appropriate because nobody knows what progressive means. But they now like to use the word progressive. But there's certainly never been anybody so liberal like these two, or even close. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore, really. And when people hear what I said in the debate, and I think I said it very well during the debate. We brought it back to the states. Everybody wanted it in the states. And very importantly, and you think about this, assuming you have exceptions. If you don't have exceptions, it's a more difficult thing. At the same time, there are people that strongly feel that way. And you have to follow your heart, and you should follow your heart. But
follow
that
your
issue
heart.
is very much subdued. Yeah, thank you.
Follow your heart. This
About who?
man loves Ninja Turtles.
Yes. No, I didn't. Look, if you take away guns, she wants to take away everyone's gun. If you take away guns, can't do it because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they wanted hunting, they want, different things, but they need weapons for protection in this country. People live out in the woods and they're not going to have a gun. If you look at it, some countries, I don't want to get them in trouble, but some countries have actually gone the opposite way. They had very strong gun laws, and now they have gone the opposite way, where they allowed people to have guns, where in one case they encouraged people to go out and get guns, and crime is down 29%.
Where?
And remember this, what is the toughest gun law in the United States? Chicago. On July 4th, 117 people were shot and 17 died. The toughest gun laws in the United States are in the city of Chicago. You know that.
Please. Shot at him. He didn't get shot.
They had 117 people shot. Afghanistan does not have that.
The air hurt.
Afghanistan, by the way, was the
face.
lowest point in the history of our country, in my opinion. That was the worst
That's right here.
embarrassment to the history of this country. And I say Putin would not have gone into Ukraine if that didn't happen.
So that grass, it's just a grass spider, right? They technically can bite, but that's definitely the same spider, right? That's a decently sized one too.
Yeah. They're friends. They're bros.
Billy and all these guys that are incompetent.
Like snakes. Don't kill snakes either. Snakes are bros. Snakes don't fuck with you.
When he saw that happen, when they took out the soldiers first, they took out the soldiers first. If you go back and check your records, for 18 months, I had a talk with Abdul. Abdul was the leader of the Taliban, still is. But I had a strong talk with him.
Abdul.
For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot at or killed. But not
Physically repulsed.
even shot at. 18 months. And then we had the disaster of the lift, where people were falling off airplanes from 3 times the height of the World Trade Center. I mean, terrible. But now our country has to be respected again. Please. Go ahead, please. I'd be against that. That Kamala is in favor of not giving Israel weapons. Yeah, that's what I hear. Look, she's been very, very bad to Israel, and she's been very bad to Jewish people. And I say it, if anybody I know is Jewish and they would vote for...
It's really funny. He basically just takes his position, and then whether he's aware of it or not, he basically makes a snap decision, takes a position, rails incredibly hard against a position he believes is the opposite. And then when he's told later that he did this, he then goes, no, I didn't.
I know you are, but what am I?
He's a literal child.
Kamala, over me, they should have their head examined. If you think about it, I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. I even built the embassy. I gave them no Iran deal. The problem is they didn't do anything with it. Iran was broke. We could have made a deal so easily. I would have had a deal done within 1 week after the election with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We would have gotten along with Iran. I was looking forward to it. I was fine with Iran. We hit them a couple of times pretty hard, but we would have been fine with Iran. But I terminated that deal. I got them the Abraham Accords. Everyone said that's impossible.
Yeah, and it also matters on whether he's trying to get something from them or he's trying to sell something to them.
Okay.
Simple.
What do you see? Pretty big, right? It's no huntsman for sure. These are similar to huntsmen though, but see how flat and long their legs are?
Yes.
So they literally can float on top of the water. And there's a reason why their legs are that long.
Yeah.
So they're completely harmless. And they literally can only, the only reason it was in my house was because I'm so close to the fucking water. That's if I poison the water outside my house by the creek down there, boom, oof, boy, the terror, the charges that would come, it's like the whole town's water supply right outside.
Mm. They have a what?
Cabal.
Respectful to Jewish people, and any Jewish person that votes for Kamala and her new friend, who I don't know if she knew him before, but I don't think he's too good. But anybody that votes for them, if you're Jewish or if you love Israel, you have to have your head examined. Go ahead, please.
I just don't want him to crawl on my flip-flops and squat.
They have. The FBI came to see me about the shooter.
Yeah.
I think they've done a very good job.
For all I know, it's got
and I think they did a very good job with respect to this other lunatic that they have in custody. Please. Yeah.
Just hopefully not in my shoes.
Well, I know Willie Brown very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him. We thought maybe this is the end. We were in a helicopter.
Do the chinchillas eat spiders?
They will. They will attack it. Yes.
Yeah. Just let the chinchillas out.
Well, because like I said, because you remember how we were talking to Jordan about cricket spiders?
Mm.
So I actually have a video of BG fighting a cricket spider.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's pretty funny because he's territorial over it, but he like loses it. But yeah, like they'll
Does he punch it? Or do they like kick him? Do they like jump and kick? What do they do?
Well, let me just search BG. He rips one of its legs off.
And there was an emergency landing.
Because I had never heard of the spider cricket, right? Until that conversation. And then right after one came in.
Willie was a little concerned. So I know him pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen him in years. But he told me terrible things about her. But this is what you're telling me.
Okay, here it is. That's when he loses it. But he went for it.
It jumped right over him.
Yeah, but he got it twice. He grabbed it twice.
Was that when he shook his head, was it?
Yeah, because like I've also seen him like grunt at like big moths and stuff that get too close to his cage.
Funny animals.
Happened with Kamala, but he I don't know, maybe he's changed his tune, but he was not a fan of hers very much at that point. Yeah, I do. Go ahead. On what? Well, I'm going to announce that. I'm going to actually have a press conference on that at some point in the near future, so I don't want to tell you now. But Florida does have a vote coming up on that, and I think probably the vote will go in a little more liberal way than people thought. But I'll be announcing that at the appropriate time. Please. Yeah. Oh, we gave tremendous for childcare and all of that. No, our tax cuts, which are the biggest in history, our tax cuts are coming due, as you know, very soon. And if the Democrats don't renew them or make it impossible to renew because it's pretty close in terms of vote, if they don't renew them, it's the equivalent of having a 4 times tax increase from what you have right now, and it'll destroy the economy. I think they're under tremendous pressure to do it. I've never seen, all my life I grow up and I watch politics, and I used to be on the other side of politics first, and then I run for office. But in all the years of studying politics, I've never seen people get elected by saying, we're going to give you a tax increase. These guys get up, think of it. We're going to give you no security. We're going to give you a weak military. We're going to give you no walls, no borders, no anything. We're going to, all these things they're doing. I mean, the transgender became such a big thing, but they do all of these things, but they always say, we're going to give you a tax increase. I never heard anybody campaign on a tax increase. A politician has always said, I will cut taxes. I'll give you one example. Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security.
Did he just throw a JFK impersonation in there? Or am I tripping? Or is this sped up?
I'll give you one example. Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. I am going to increase. I never heard anybody campaign on a tax increase. A politician has always said, I will cut taxes. I'll give.
I swear it is. I swear he's trying to be funny. Let's slow down to normal. Let's see.
You one. A politician has always said, I will cut taxes. I'll give you one example. Social Security.
I think maybe it was Bush. I don't know. I reckon he was trying to imitate something there.
I think he was just talking.
That was a very unusual mannerism, though, that you don't really see. That's why it kind of stuck out. Right? And JFK always had that, like, hammering action as well. That's why I sort of It sort of stuck out.
They're going to destroy Social Security. I am going to leave Social Security. I'm not raising the years. I'm not raising the age. I will be saving Social Security, and I'm going to work it out that there's no tax on Social Security for seniors. I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So waiters, waitresses, caddies, people that drive cars, people that get tips who have been harassed by this government, we're going to have no tax on tips. That's a big thing. Yeah.
If taxes come in, if tips come in cash, just don't report the tips.
Absolutely, sure. Because other people have done far bigger things than Steve Bannon. Sure, it's politically motivated. I think it's a horrible thing they did. Look, they've weaponized government against me. Look at the Florida case. It was a totally weaponized case. All of these cases, by the way, the New York cases are totally controlled out of the Department of Justice. They sent their top person to the various places. They went to the AG's office, got that one going. Then he went to the DA's office, got that one going, ran through it. No, this is all politics, and it's a disgrace. Never happened in this country. It's very common that it happens, but not in our country. It happens in banana republics and third world countries, and that's what we're becoming. We have no borders. We have bad voting regulations. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have problems. France learned that lesson.
No.
France had all mail-in voting, and they went back to paper ballots, voter identification, voter ID. They went back to a normal system, one-day voting.
Let's fact
They don't
check
want to
that.
be around, voting for 64 days. And, look, the election, I keep talking about November 5th, but the election really starts on September 6th. That's when it starts because it's early voting. We should have one-day voting.
We'll note it
We should have
down and
paper
we'll
ballots.
ask that Alice girl when we get her on the show.
We should have voter ID and we should have proof of citizenship, please. No, the gentleman in the back. For who? You're going to have to talk louder, sir. Elon is a very different kind of a guy. He's a very big believer in the country, but he's very worried about the country. He's very worried about the country. And I don't know if it's good for him politically to have supported me, although I think we have a vast majority of this country does support me. But Elon, more than almost anybody I know, I mean, he loves this country. He loves the concept of the country. But like me, he says this country is in big trouble. It's in tremendous danger. Okay, please.
Okay, so France not only doesn't allow mail-in voting, they don't use
I like this
voting
guy.
machines.
I like him.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm just writing. Thought you were going to talk more.
Yeah. The polls have suggested. There are some polls that say we're going to win in a landslide. People are voting with their stomachs, meaning they're going to the grocery store. They're paying 50, 60, 70% more for food than they did just a couple of years ago. Look at what's happened to energy. Look at what's happened not only to their cars, where gasoline's gone from $1.87, $1.87, and we had moments when it was below that, but it's gone from $1.87 to $5, $6, and $7.
You can authorize somebody to vote
the
for
strategic
you.
national reserves and they take it out.
That's kind of cool.
So you can use an agent to vote.
That's kind of cool.
They must fill
Even though
out a
it's
form
peanuts compared,
ahead
it
of
doesn't
time,
last long.
bring it to a police station. You can be a proxy to no more than one voter living in France.
It's very nativist of you.
And potentially one person living abroad. So if you're not a citizen of France, you can't vote. Or if you're outside of France, you can't vote.
Yes, that's why the New Caledonia thing was such a big deal, because it was France imposing their political will over an autonomous territory that they said has autonomy over their own voting system. That's why New Caledonia was such a big deal, because France voted to allow this, and the New Caledonian citizens couldn't vote against it. So, yeah.
But they're virtually empty now. We've never had
only a few dozen towns use machines.
$2.20 when I was in South Carolina in 2019, like $2, something like that. Lowest might have been just under, but even then it was $3.50 in California, around the same time. That was just before COVID.
This low. And he's using that to keep the gasoline prices as low as possible. He's sucked all of the oil out, essentially the gasoline, to keep the price down a little bit, and it's had very little impact. But you know what? We have no strategic national reserves now. He's emptied it. It's almost empty. It's never been this low. And I had it at a good level, and I would have had it more if the Democrats would have approved the
They
deal.
didn't even
You know,
allow it for COVID.
At $22
It says
a barrel.
people who test positive
now
for the
it's
virus can go to the
it's gonna be close
polls.
to
They are
100 pretty soon,
strongly
in my opinion.
advised to wear a
And the
mask and
Democrats-
follow other health guidelines.
Interesting.
Didn't want to do that, but we bought a lot anyway, and we had it pretty good. And what they've done to the national reserves, the strategic national reserves, is, as you know very well, because you cover it. But what they've done is incredible. They've just, for the sake of getting some votes, for the sake of having gasoline, you know, that's meant for wars. It's meant for like tragedy. It's not meant to keep a gasoline price down so that somebody can vote for Biden.
Mr. I'm getting rid of the COVID pandemic team.
Yeah, like this, like the strategic reserves were opened to cool inflation. That's an emergency, you fucking doofus. Also, right, this is the reserves. The reserves started coming out in what, basically the start of COVID. So what here? Yeah, so it went down here over 19, 20, starts up, adding, and then there. So August 2020, fuel reserves start coming out and not being replenished. And then over the next 4 years, it has been drained and drained and drained and drained. And now there's what? Half, 2/3 of the 2/3 of the reserves are still there. I love that they're vacuuming while I'm recording. This is fucking great.
Can't hear it.
They know I'm here too. That's the best part.
I can't hear it. So.
But yeah, so like the like, sure, okay, the crude oil reserves are 375 million barrels of oil. Yeah, I don't think you will have to worry. I think you'll be fine.
And she's actually not as smart. It's meant for like tragedy. It's not meant to keep a gasoline price down so that somebody can vote for Biden, or in this case, Kamala, who, by the way, is worse than Biden. And she's actually not as smart. Okay, she's actually not as smart. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Yeah, please.
Also, the oil barrel prices have actually been going up for the last 6 months. So, recovering, because the strategic use of the petroleum strategic reserves has actually worked. Crazy, right?
Get ready. He's going to do something stupid.
Okay. Sure, you could do things that would supplement, absolutely, and those things are pretty open and humane. But you have to be able to have a vote, and all I want to do is give everybody a vote. And the votes are taking place right now as we speak. Yeah, but it's there are many things on a humane basis that you can do outside of that, but you also have to give a vote, and the people are going to have to decide. Okay, yes, please. Yeah. On what? No, I think she's actually not as smart as he is. I don't think he's very smart either, by the way. I'm not a big fan of his brain, but I think that she's actually not as smart as he is. Well, she's a woman. She represents certain groups of people, but I will say this: when people find out about her, I think she'll be much less. And I see it right now. I see her going way down in the polls now. Now that people are finding out that she destroyed San Francisco, she destroyed the state of California along with Governor Gavin Newsom. Well, he's been a terrible governor, terrible. But they did it together, and she was early. I mean, she was the first of the prosecutors, really. You know, now you see.
I'm not a fan of his brain.
Various people that are very bad, but she was the first of the bad prosecutors. She was early. Who? Would you repeat that, please? No, you. Would you repeat what you said? You have to speak up. This room is very louder. Do you hear her? A daily press briefing? Why would I do that? I would give you all the press briefings you want. Look what I'm doing here. But why would I do a daily press? You'd get tired of me very fast. No, but I will give you total access, and you'll have a lot of press briefings, and you'll have from me. Now, are you talking about from me or from a press secretary? Well, yeah, probably they'll do something. If it's not daily, it's going to be a lot. You'll have more than you want. Yeah, please. I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about it. I think it's a tragic story. You want to know the truth? And I felt that with Hillary.
How
Does
far?
anything else happen?
No.
15 minutes.
How I must have been looking away when he did the other part that was like mad funny.
There's been natural enemies, and because of Obama, it started with him, and then Biden, because he didn't know what the hell he was doing, they've now become one force, and then now they're adding Iran to it, and they're adding North Korea to it. Pretty doing well.
Bricks.
And he was never 25 years ago the sharpest or brightest bulb in the ceiling. That I can tell you. Okay, he wasn't, but he could do interviews at least. Not lately.
I don't remember what it was, but remember I literally showed you.
And he was never 25 years ago.
Yes. Find the video.
Huh? It was us talking independently, and it was a clip from this. It's towards the end, though, in the like last 10 minutes when it happens.
Okay.
The sharpest or brightest bulb in the ceiling. That I can tell you. Okay, he wasn't, but he could do interviews at least. Not lately, he couldn't, perhaps. But she should be doing interviews. She doesn't want to do interviews. And the reason she doesn't is, number one, her policies are so bad. Just to answer your question, I think that it's not going to change because it's really ultimately not about her as much as about her policies. She wants open borders.
It was exactly this. It was about Trump talking about policy because we spent the last month asking people to name Trump policies.
To defund the police. She wants to, lately he couldn't, perhaps, but she should be doing interviews. She doesn't want to do interviews. And the reason she doesn't is, number one, her policies are so bad. Just to answer your question, I think that it's not going to change because it's really ultimately not about her as much as about her policies. She wants open borders. She wants to defund the police. She wants to defund the police. She wants to take away your guns. Anybody that thinks they're not going to come after your guns, when I was president, I totally protected the guns. And I think it's very important. And I know I take some heat sometimes for it, but you have to have safety. You have to have, when the bad guy walks in with a gun, you got to have some way of protecting yourself. And boy, you would see crime go up at levels that you've never seen. When people say on the side of the house, this house has guns, we will use the guns, they say, let's pass. We'll go someplace else. You have to have them. And for 4 years, and as you know, the NRA endorsed me very powerfully every time I ran, every time. My sons are members, and I guess indirectly I'm a member too, but they gave me the strongest of endorsements, and that's against very strong competition. People that felt the same way. No, you have to have that right. Our Second Amendment is a very important right, and it has to be protected. Okay, how about you? Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just
policy. Criticizing her on policy. What are your policies, bro? You think that was that?
I have 3 policies, I think, that he's done that I can be like, yeah, that was fine. And that's it. That's all. The Trump supporters don't even have that many. So,
yeah. But they think you're the dumb one.
Fucking
idiot. You don't even know. You don't know. Go ahead. One policy. I have more than you. I can literally say more good things about Trump than Trump supporters. Pathetic.
Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion marked a significant shift in the almost 2.5-year war with
Project
Russia.
2025 first?
These big.
Yes.
I think Democracy Now! Has the good video on it. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of leaks from it.
.org. It's war
like a few hours worth of material alone. But it's like boring stuff, it's like training videos. That's what was leaked. So it's like boring.
We look now at the far.
Okay, well, we'll just do Democracy Now!
Yeah.
Ones, and
this should be enough. This should be enough.
Yeah.
All right, policy plan to overhaul the federal government known as Project 2025. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's trying to downplay his connection to the plan. And last week, Kevin Roberts, head of the influential right-wing Heritage Foundation, postponed the release of his Project 2025 book until after the November election. The book's foreword is written by Trump's vice presidential running mate, J.D. Vance. Trump's campaign insists it has no connection to the right-wing blueprint for immigration, almost 1,000 pages long, a blueprint for immigration, reproductive rights, climate policy, and more. But many of the key figures working for Project 2025 are former top Trump administration officials. Some of them featured in newly released videos that were created for Project 2025's Presidential Administration Academy. In a major new development, the independent news outlets ProPublica and Documented have now published dozens of these videos, some of which will feature today. In this clip, Trump's former deputy chief of staff at USAID, the U.S. Agency for International Development, Bethany Kozma, discusses climate change.
Climate change allegedly is everywhere. And if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everywhere. And according to our intelligence committee, the number one threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change. This shows how the federal government is all in on this issue. And climate change activists wield a lot of power. This is an issue to pay attention to, as it has infiltrated
Greta runs
every
the
part
government.
of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control, don't you? I think about the people who don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Perhaps not everyone will make that connection, but after spending time in the international space trying to protect life, I can tell you that this is part of their ultimate goal, to control people.
That's conservative activist and former Trump official Bethany Kozma in a newly released Project 2025 training video. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Andy Kroll, investigative reporter for ProPublica, whose new expose is headlined Inside Project 2025 Secret Training Videos. ProPublica has posted the full 23 videos, totaling more than 14 hours of content on its website. Andy, welcome back to Democracy Now! Explain how you got the videos and their significance.
How much?
14 hours of video.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They were able to get a hold of. Meanwhile, what's the fucking fake one that tries to act like they're ProPublica, but they're not? Project Veritas, right?
What was he wanted?
Ground News Project 2025 leaks.
Sorry, I had to close a bunch of stuff.
As we go through some of them.
Yeah, the videos come from the Presidential Administration Academy, which is one of the main pillars of Project 2025. We've heard a lot about, you've talked about on this show, the extreme policy proposals that Project 2025 put out.
Yeah, I know Project
in its
Veritas
900-page mandate.
I was just saying they wanted to be ProPublica so bad. They wanted to be like, we're the leakers. We got the guys in your bows, you know. We got the documents. We got the evidence. But ultimately, the evidence they were seeking didn't exist because they're fucking political has-beens.
Attention, but is no less important to Project 2025's long-term goal here is to train thousands of future political appointees so that if a conservative president, which of course now means if Donald Trump, a conservative candidate, wins in November and we have a Republican president, that there will be a bench of thousands of vetted and trained appointees who can go into the government and fill openings in that government so that, as Project 2025 itself says on its website, that conservative administration can be ready from quote unquote day one. Now, these videos were provided to us by a source who had access to them. I won't get into the sourcing on it, but with any kind of situation like this, the key things for us at ProPublica are these videos real? Are they authentic? And are they newsworthy? Obviously, the substance is newsworthy. In our reporting process, we talked to people who are in the videos. We verified them, authenticated them, and fact-checked them ourselves. And now we've published on them. And as you helpfully pointed out, also published all of these 23 videos totaling more than 14 hours on our website. Anyone watching today can go and watch them now.
Andy, if you can just give us some background again on Project 2025, because of course, President Trump has disavowed this.
What's in the videos?
The director of Project 2025, Paul Dans, a former top advisor in Trump's administration, has been forced to step down. And of course, that book, which is headed by the head of Heritage Foundation, which is behind this blueprint, is now, they are putting off the publication of this with the forward by none other than Trump's vice presidential running mate, J.D. Vance.
The Trump campaign has clearly come to the realization that Project 2025 and the policies that it lays out are extremely unpopular. And it's not really surprising to understand why. Just a few of those policies are, for instance, closing the entire Department of Education, further restricting abortion rights in this country, especially the mifepristone, also known as the abortion pill, slashing Medicaid.
Is
of course,
somebody throwing out garbage next to this guy or
reclassifying
something?
tens of thousands
they
of
must have hit the
career government employees so that they can be more easily fired and then replaced by more loyal, vetted political appointees chosen by the next conservative president, which again, in this case, would potentially be Donald Trump. So there's a reason the Trump campaign is distancing itself from those unpopular policies. It is hurting their campaign. However, as you pointed out, and as we report in our story, the number of connections between Trump's political operation and his administration from 17 to 21 and Project 2025 are many. As we write in the story, of the 36 different speakers in these videos, 29 of them.
Of course they were, because they're all aware. They all know what they're doing.
Have a connection to Mr. Trump. They worked in his administration across the government, the White House, National Security Council, a number of departments, including Justice, Interior, Health and Human Services, Office of Management and Budget, Presidential Personnel Office, across the board. There are people who ran his 2016-17 transition team that led him into the first presidency. And lastly, I would point out the Trump re-election campaign spokeswoman who sent us a comment reiterating in their view that there's no connection between 2025 and the Trump campaign. She herself, Carolyn Levitt, actually appears in the videos that we posted on our site. So it's really impossible to say that there is some bright line here between Trump's political campaign, his team, and this project 2025 effort.
Andy Kroll, I want to play a series of clips that you have just released. This is another Project 2025 training video featuring Katie Sullivan, who was acting Assistant Attorney General, Department of Justice under Trump. In this clip, Sullivan says the next conservative administration will need to eradicate all equity plans.
I think you can expect that equity and all of the equity executive orders under Biden will be repealed early in the next administration. This is going to require a very detailed plan to execute the eradication of the dictates in the equity orders. For instance, there's a gender advisor position created by one of these executive orders. That position has to be eradicated, as well as all the task forces, the removal of all the equity plans from all the websites, and a complete rework of the language in internal and external policy documents and grant applications.
And this is another Project 2025 training video featuring Dan Huff, former legal advisor in the White House Presidential Personnel Office under Trump, laying out how political appointees should be ready to enforce dramatic changes and face blowback when they do.
If the next Republican president does not execute a dramatic course correction, there may never be another chance.
Eradicate.
So if you're not on board with helping implement a dramatic course correction because you're afraid it'll damage your future employment prospects, it'll harm you socially, look, I get it. That's a real danger. It's a real thing. But please, do us all a favor and sit this one out.
And this is another Project 2025 training video titled The Political Appointees Survival Guide. It features Max Primarak, a former deputy administrator at USAID during the Trump administration.
Now, in terms of a survival tip, do not let career bureaucrats hinder you from advancing the president's agenda. Keep in mind, you're coming into a place, Washington, D.C., that does not share your conservative values or even hostile to it. Because you're here to do something that's not in their interest. They're not going to be your friend, and they're not going to help you succeed. What are you doing? You're here to cut government. You're here to cut spending. You're here to cut regulations. You're here to stop the waste, fraud, and abuse.
You're here to purge the government of any opposition and dissidents. Execute.
Eradicate.
Going on. A lot of careers have been made from that. A lot of money has been made from that. Fiefdoms have been built around it. So you're going to get a lot of opposition here. It's an entire industry of opposition from lobbyists, professional associations, contractor groups, and disappointingly, faith-based organizations.
And finally, I want to turn to a Project 2025 training video featuring Alexei Walternist, a former Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. In this video, he encourages future appointees to avoid mainstream news outlets like the New York Times, the Washington Post, instead take their message to conservative media.
The American people who vote for a conservative presidential administration, they're not reading the New York Times.
Got him.
They're not reading the Washington Post. Actually, to the contrary. If those outlets publish something, they're going to assume it's false. So the only way to reach them...
Heritage Foundation flag behind it, bro.
This guy 100%
Don't say it. Look, bro, look at the Heritage Foundation flag behind him and his fucking elephant sculpture.
You got the wiry ass beard, the neck beard. Boy.
Yeah, a friar.
Boy.
With any voice of credibility is through working with conservative media outlets.
Is this
so Andy
Amish
Kroll, investigative
guy?
reporter for ProPublica, if you can respond, this is just an...
I don't think the Amish are Christian, are they?
Is that an Amish? I don't know what they are. They're like Holland, German thing.
Excerpt of the videos that you have released inside Project 2025's secret training videos.
Yeah, I would pull out a couple of key points for your audience, Amy. I would say first that there is a level of extreme rhetoric in these videos, even down to the choice of words in these different clips. We hear the word eradicate a lot, and then we hear eradicate in the context of removing the word climate change from any federal government document that a future appointee sees. Obviously, that would not move the country in the right direction in terms of combating this existential threat that we face with climate change. You hear eradicate in terms of getting rid of policies that are responding to gender inequality, racial inequality. I mean, those executive actions that Katie Sullivan in the second clip discussed, those are things responding to the abuses surfaced by the Me Too movement, or the abuses surfaced, the injustices surfaced in 2020 during the racial uprisings then as well. Getting rid of all of those. And then you have, with this last clip, the former DHS press secretary, you have someone basically saying, when you get into government, just talk to conservative media. Shut out everybody else. I mean, mainstream media, but just about everyone else as well. Only talk to the people who you agree with, who like you. That the audiences served by those conservative outlets are the only ones that matter. That's not what a presidential administration, Democratic or Republican, is supposed to do. You're supposed to serve the whole country. But clearly that is not the advice that they're getting in these clips.
It's very interesting that they advise the right-wing administration not to leave a paper trail, yet they have left quite a video trail. As we wrap up, Andy, the most important takeaways at this point.
Yeah, the most important takeaways, I think, for people watching are the first time that Trump ran and then, surprisingly to many, got elected, his operation was very unprepared. They did not have a bench of people ready. There was chaos. There was confusion. And that set back that administration for perhaps months, maybe even a year or two into the Trump first administration. If he is elected again, that will not be the case. These videos have a lot of extreme content in them, a lot of eyebrow-raising advice, for instance, like don't leave a paper trail, which you just referenced. But really what they are trying...
That is fucking crazy. Like, if you're going to do illegal shit, just don't leave a paper trail. That's... And these were how were they distributing these videos?
Let's go. Favorites, let's go. We're growing. Look at us magically grow when we go to Twitch.
How about that? Fucking Twitch, right? Where we have a schedule. It's every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But thank you.
Trying
to do
normally
prepare these thousands
sooner than this.
Yes, we started late.
But we do try to try to accommodate international and American audiences.
Thousands of people
who does that
to get in government and enact a pretty conservative, a right-wing agenda, and be prepared and trained to do it from the moment that administration starts. That is different from before, and the voting public needs to understand that when they think about these two candidates, when they think about what
in here when
Trump
he's just waking up.
Yeah, I've noticed that. It's been a couple weeks since we've seen him, but he's here every now and again. More on YouTube though, right?
Yeah.
We'll have to make him come to Twitch.
Agenda would be if he gets elected in November and takes office in January.
I heard he's gay.
I did too, actually.
Trump is gay.
Surprise cross-border incursion marked a significant shift.
We them boys.
war with Russia.
They
It
carry
was
the
Kyiv's
flag.
biggest attack on Russian territory since Moscow invaded Ukraine in February 2022. International security expert Dr. Marian Mesmer of the London-based think tank Chatham House told Reuters there are a couple likely strategies at play.
My best guess is that Ukraine, on the one hand, wanted to push back against Russia, perhaps to increase any leverage that they might have in any upcoming negotiations.
My best guess.
It also seems to have been an attempt to draw Russian military attention away from where they were pushing ahead. And that seems to have worked pretty well.
Ukraine had been losing territory to Russian forces until its surprise attack. Mesmer says it's a risky move.
One risk, of course, is that we've already seen that Russia has much more military personnel than Ukraine. And while Ukraine has managed to kind of stretch Russian military forces thinner, it also has to stretch its own forces much thinner. And Russia presumably is going to try and hit back quite hard because this is obviously making them look quite bad, and it's something that Putin won't want to see repeated. So this could lead to quite significant losses for the Ukrainian military, which are much harder for Ukraine to absorb than for Russia, which doesn't necessarily have the same personnel challenge.
Mesmer said that Ukraine's counteroffensive has likely lifted its soldiers' spirits, at least for
that right there is the main point of this, I reckon. That they saw an easy W and they said, fuck it, go for it. As well as they had the F-16s, morale's already high. Success is more likely. I reckon that's exactly how it was planned.
For the time being.
I think the counteroffensive so far has done a lot for morale. I mean, Ukrainians know that the alternative to the war, if it was to end badly for them, isn't good. And so that is part of why they have been so committed and so behind the government. And I think this very successful counteroffensive has meant that there is a real sense that, Ukraine could win the war, but it could, of course, also sort of go in the other direction if Russian attacks intensify as a result.
Ukraine's top commander said on Monday that Kyiv controlled around 1,000 square kilometers of Russia's Kursk region 7 days after the incursion began.
Today, Ukraine's top military commander says his forces now control about 600 square miles in Russia's Kursk region. A Russian official acknowledging the Ukrainians
That evolved quickly.
Have taken over 28 settlements in that area. And as that stunning offensive appears to be gathering momentum, evacuations now underway in the neighboring Belgorod region. CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleiken is following all of this for us. And Fred, evacuations now in 2 regions along the Russian border there. This is all happening in the past 7 days. What's the latest?
Kamala Harris with a bad border czar. That's
Russian border, but actually pretty deep into Russian territory. Jessica, you already mentioned those around 600 square miles that the Ukrainians say that they now control there. That's a significant amount of territory, and it inches also closer to actually some of Russia's main military and logistics hubs that they're using for their war in Ukraine, namely the city of Kursk and also the city of Belgorod as well. Ukrainians still pretty far away from there, but they do say that their forces are still on the move. The interesting thing about it is that the Ukrainians are using a fairly small force, but one that's extremely mobile, and the Russians right now don't seem to have the number of troops that they would need to try and hold all of this up. So a really difficult situation for them. Seems as though the Russians were caught off guard by what the Ukrainians are doing. As you can imagine, Russian President Vladimir Putin, absolutely irate about this situation, has said that there would be retaliation by Russia against the Ukrainians, also ripped into Ukraine's Western allies. I want to listen to some of what he had to say.
It appears that the enemy, with the help of the Western masters, is fulfilling their will, and the West is fighting us with the hands of the Ukrainians. So it looks like the enemy seeks to improve its negotiating positions in the future.
So the Russians think the Ukrainians want to improve their negotiating position in the future. It really is unclear what the eventual aim of this operation is going to be, whether the Ukrainians believe they can hold that territory. Certainly will be difficult if they don't put more troops on the ground there. But one of the things that the Ukrainians, of course, have wanted to do is try and divert some of those Russian forces that are putting a lot of pressure on the Ukrainians in eastern Ukraine. There are signs that that's happening, but of course, right now, we are still very much in the early stages, Jessica.
All right, Fred Pleiken for us. Thank you so much for that reporting. We appreciate it. Brianna?
All right, let's talk more about this now with retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. What is Ukraine's endgame here, do you think?
Well, Brianna, it's
to win the war.
But I think the most likely one is to really increase their negotiating power. It's kind of what Putin just said in the piece that we just saw, because what they need is territory to exchange for the territory they have that has been taken from them in the Donbas region and, of course, Crimea. So that's, I think, the most likely reason for Ukraine to do this. But they are also putting pressure on the Russians in a military sense, and they're doing this in a very unexpected way for the Russians, which is a major achievement for them, at least so far.
Is this an area they can hold?
Well, that's a good question, because when you look at the map, they're kind of put in an area where they're between Belarus and other Russian units that are in like the Belgorod region. So it's going to be difficult for the Ukrainians to hold this. But right now, the Russians are scrambling to try to get reinforcements into this area around Kursk. And that's going to, I think, take some time for the Russians to do this. So the Ukrainians can hold this for a bit. It, of course, remains to be seen what the Russians are going to bring in terms of firepower, in terms of troops, things of that nature. So it's going to take a while to really sort this out.
Does this snarl any Russian efforts to advance on Kharkiv?
Yes, absolutely, because the Russians who have been trying to get, well, right now they're not really threatening Kharkiv as much as they used to, but Kharkiv could very well be a place where they could go. And if they did that, if they moved toward Kharkiv, they would find it a lot more difficult to do that because of the Ukrainian pressure on them west of this area.
I wonder how much of this is about inflicting a psychological toll on Vladimir Putin, on Russians too, also, as the war might not really be on their mind. It's kind of happening over there sometimes, right? I mean, they, of course, are paying the price. They have lost a lot of Russian soldiers, and yet there hasn't been a huge mobilization of public opinion in Russia against the Ukraine war. Do you think that this is something that embarrasses Putin?
Great.
Yeah, I think it most certainly does. And from a psychological standpoint, I think we can see that it's already taking its toll on Putin. And it may mean that...
Fucking CNN. Awful. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Dog shit.
This video of smoke spewing from a nuclear cooling tower is what Ukraine's leader Volodymyr Zelensky claims shows a fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. He claimed Sunday without evidence it had been set by Russian forces, which now occupy the plant, seen here in Russian National Guard handout video. Both sides are accusing the other of setting fire on the grounds of the plant, Europe's largest nuclear facility. Russian state news agency RIA said that a drone attack started the fire, also without providing evidence. However, both sides also say there's no sign of elevated radiation. The fire comes less than a week after Ukraine's forces launched their largest incursion into Russian territory since the war in Ukraine began in 2022. The 6 reactors at the plant are close to the front line of the war in Ukraine. They're not in operation, but the plant relies on external power to keep its nuclear material cool and avoid catastrophe. The UN's nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, which has a presence at the facility, confirmed its experts had seen strong, dark smoke coming from the plant's northern area. IAEA Chief Rafael Grossi says his agency has requested, quote, immediate access to the cooling towers to assess the damage. There was no immediate response to his statement from Moscow or Kyiv.
Artist Alexei Sai has been creating art about the war.
Just sent.
It's coming.
Oh, it's already in there? Because it's directly related to the story that just
I know this one, the one that I have is about Kursk, but
yeah,
that's fine.
Or was a fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Russian-occupied Ukraine. Couple of things. I just got back from Ohio where I was briefing some Army and Air Force.
I just did that.
I'm running on about 3 hours sleep, but this is how much I love you guys. And to the lawyers of the Army and Air National Guard of Ohio, thank you for the thoughtful plaque over there. Look, this story about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant kind of blew up on Twitter with the whole, oh my God, the nuclear plant is on fire. And while this is part of the plant, this is not the reactor. These are cooling towers. They're used when the plant is in operation to allow cooling water from the reactor to cool back into an ambient temperature. See, inside the plant, water circulates through the reactor and absorbing heat. The hot water is then pumped into the cooling tower where it is sprayed over a large surface area. As the water falls through the tower, it comes in contact with air, causing some of the water to evaporate. That's some of the plume that you see come up from the reactor. That's the steam. And the rest gets absorbed back into the reactor. That the towers, the cooling towers, are only used when the plant is actually in operation, and Zaporizhzhia is in cold shutdown. The reactors are not operating. So there's no danger to the plant from this particular fire because the actual reactors are all
okay, I see.
way over here. So the next question is, what caused this fire? And concrete doesn't tend to burst into flame. Well, if you ever have any question about anything involving nuclear safety, it's usually a pretty good idea to go to the UN agency that knows a little bit about this stuff. And that's the IAEA, or the International Atomic Energy Agency. And they said that they were informed that there was an alleged drone attack on one of the plant's cooling towers, which took place today. And that's kind of weird because, like I said, concrete doesn't tend to burn like that. Some people on Twitter said that the smoke came from burning tires. I don't know. And I can tell you that it's certainly possible that something like this could be a result of Ukraine's incursion into Kursk. It could be a way of Russia forcing a disinformation narrative or creating panic without actually causing a nuclear emergency. Because again, this is not the reactor, but most people don't know that. And something like this, with a burning cooling tower, this is made for disinformation. You know, for those accounts that are all end of the world, World War III,
drama alert, Keemstar Shade Throne.
Create clicks and create disinformation.
What?
So
He's pulled up Keemstar as a source there.
Oh my god.
No damage to the reactors. This may be a drone strike, or it might be some kind of Russian psyop to draw attention from Ukraine's successful operation in Kursk Oblast in Russia. And remember, if you ever have questions about nuclear power, go to the IAEA, not the idiots on Twitter.
Yeah, especially not.
Thank you for watching. Buy a t-shirt.
It's me, Captain Bennett of the documentary team.
In his home country of Ukraine since the first day of the Russian invasion.
February 24 I made a poster for.
Okay, I am gonna veto this one. Go task and
In an unexpected, shocking turn of events, on Tuesday, August 6th, at least 2 Ukrainian army brigades.
Finish on this one, probably.
There's also one from the guy we watched last time. An updated video from him. It's that one that you're hovering over, I believe.
It's either A or
maybe not. This is William. This guy sucks compared to Task and Purpose. This is William. Fuck William. Task and Purpose, if that's the best one.
I don't know what the other guy is. I don't know what you're
It's also a map update thing. You may not have added it because he just did the video.
In an unexpected, shocking turn of events, on Tuesday, August 6th, at least 2 Ukrainian army brigades assaulted over the border onto Russian soil for the first time in history. They started fighting in 11 separate Russian villages. Early reports from the Russian Ministry of Defense claimed it was at least 1,000 soldiers, but since then that estimate is likely many times that. More than 11 main battle tanks and 20 armored combat vehicles, including American-produced Strykers. The Ukrainians pushed up the R-20 highway, and they've advanced at least 20 kilometers, although unconfirmed reports claim as far as 40 kilometers. As
they didn't get stuck like the fucking Russians.
Because there was a lot less gear to move.
of Sunday, August 11th. Moscow Times tweeted 76,000 Russians have been evacuated from the border region in Kursk. Some of Ukrainians' most ardent supporters were initially skeptical of this decision to conduct this risky attack, claiming it's a mistake to expend manpower and resources while losing ground elsewhere along the front line. However, supporters of the move claim it's turning the tables back onto Russia. It's already being called the first invasion of Russian territory since World War II. In this video, I want to examine why Ukraine is taking this risk on a strategic level, how they were able to pull this surprise attack off on a tactical level, and what Russia's response might be.
Okay, I only care about the first and the last one. So let's see if he has not chaptered them out, but there might be title cards.
Well, if I go, hang on. I'll go in here. I'll go to my stuff.
You find time codes.
Well, I was going to look for your video.
It has cost them over $170 million, and Ukrainian troops appeared to just blow through it with an out Russian tank already. They didn't need to capture this hub. I don't want to completely discount this possibility, though. There could certainly be some strategic aspect to controlling the gas metering that I don't fully understand. I translated what this Ukrainian soldier said in this video, where you can see them at the metering station in Sudza. He says the news is the city of Sudza is under the control of Ukrainian armed forces. The strategic objective of Gazprom is under our control, end quote. That's what he says there. And this does suggest to me that the Gazprom station is one of the targets.
Gazprom.
They just took a they took a Gazprom station.
This guy's great because his thumbnails literally have the dates on them, on when the report is.
Yeah. Infrastructure pieces in this direction that could be just as valuable. Now, I'm not allowed to show you images of POWs or captured Russian troops on YouTube, but if you go to my Instagram at Cappy Army, the link's in the description, I've posted some video proof there for you showing the Ukrainians have captured over 100 Russian troops in Kursk. That's what has been visually confirmed so far, although Ukrainian sources claim to have captured 300 Russian troops. But the visual evidence that I can show you is of this burnt-out Russian tank that wasn't able to get off their transportation truck flatbed in time before it was destroyed. This raises some serious questions about Russia's defensive fortifications and intelligence operations in this region. Reportedly, it was the border guards, poorly trained conscripts, and also FSB Russian agents guarding and advising here. It's like Russia's version of the CIA. At least 2 defensive lines were breached by Ukrainian troops who were backed up by artillery and FPV drones. For context, Russia's defensive line here has been built for the last...
So they used artillery shells to do it. Damn. It's a big move.
2.5 years. It has cost them over $178 million, and Ukrainian troops appeared to just blow through it within a few days. This could be in part because Moscow's forces have recently been focused on the Donbass and Luhansk regions, and that focus has gained them territory there over the past few months, but possibly at the expense of protecting more quiet sectors like Kursk and Sumy, where relatively little has happened. Over the past few years, there's been Russian Spetsnaz incursions that I've noticed, and there's some small reports here and there of Ukrainian cross-border special forces raids as well, but that's really about it. We now know the Ukrainian military combined the ground assault and a cyber attack on internet resources in Russia's Kursk region, shutting their communications down. A massive DDoS attack by Ukraine shut down their services, likely made communications and calling for reinforcements difficult for Russian units. Because as we know from other reports, that basically they stated that Russian troops on the ground are making a lot of use of their personal cell devices. So cutting off personal communications to cellular devices could have interrupted military chain of command. One of the most interesting things that stuck out to me, though, about the attack came from a pro-Kremlin military blogger who claimed that he saw the Ukrainian units bringing in bulldozers and engineering equipment and building fortifications. This suggests to us that Ukraine isn't attempting just to create a diversion. They're trying to build fortifications and consolidate their gains here. This suggests it's not just simply some diversion attack, as many have suggested. Whether this works or not, only time will tell. Early reports suggest that they're able to drive deep into Russian territory by going around the more heavily guarded checkpoints instead of stopping to fight them. Ukrainian soldiers released this video showing some of the tactics they use to gain ground here. First, main battle tanks are plowing through, clearing a path, and they've got anti-drone cages on them. They're going through a field, so they're staying off of the main roads in order to keep that element of surprise. Up next, we've got engineering vehicles coming in. We're going to talk more about this in detail. That gives us some indication of what they're going to be doing there. Here we see upcoming is infantry fighting vehicles bringing the ground soldiers once the path has been cleared. And finally, mortarmen are dropping that mobile indirect fire support. Russian Telegram channels have given more hints as to Ukraine's objective here. They said, quote, "Our aircraft and UAVs worked all night. Enemy concentrations were destroyed. The enemy is deploying logistics in controlled territories, bringing in fuel and lubricants and ammunition." If it's accurate, if that's really true, they're attempting to create supply lines. That would suggest to me that Ukraine's intentions are to stay. Whether that will work out or not will play out over the next few days and weeks. But to give you some quick context, this fighting is happening about 500 kilometers, 320 miles away from Moscow. It's the location of one of history's largest tank battles. And some meme lords on Twitter have already been quick to point that out. Retired Army Major General, senior fellow for the military studies at Lowly Institute, he put it this way, saying, quote, "The Ukrainians have attacked with a highly mobile mechanized force. This is different to the Russian dismounted attacks in Kharkiv in recent months. A high level of mobility is essential to creating or exploiting gaps in enemy defenses and rapidly exploiting such gaps. Speed and shock action are vital." This is the theme of this attack that I think you should walk away from. If you know anything about this attack, it was surprise and speed that Ukraine used and leveraged. The Russian intelligence and border guards were caught completely by surprise. So I'll get to how they achieved that element.
The Battle of Kursk was the single largest battle in the history of warfare. Jesus fucking Christ.
How many forces involved?
780,000 on the Nazi side. 1.9 million on the Soviet side.
Because there was 3 million people in the Battle of Somme.
This was less.
Yeah, 1 million people died in the Battle of Somme. But it was mostly infantry, not like armored divisions.
Yeah. So there wasn't many men lost. Not so well. There's 200,000 on the Russian side. 60 on the
1
Nazi.
million people died in total in the Somme.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
And it's only like 6 months.
It was 5,200 tanks on the Russian side, 3,000 on the German side. That's fucking crazy.
I'm surprised at how they might have achieved it in a minute. The live map shows us a Ukrainian soldier at their grocery store here in Sudza, and he's carrying a Western AR-style weapon, a red dot optic for close quarters combat, and he's got night vision mounts on there, which has been a major advantage of them in this direction. We'll see a lot of this unit is using Western small arms and vehicles, indicating that these are some of the more elite Ukrainian units leading the attack. If this mission seems like a risky suicide one-way mission to you, there could explain why that some of the initial reports say that the offensive used some convict units. More than 3,000 prisoners were released in Ukraine and put into military service starting in early July, similar to tactics used in Russia. These units are often used as assault squads, storm units, and we've seen that they've been treated a little bit more expendable. We now have an idea of where they're fighting in Ukraine, or in Russia, so to speak. Are we calling this a counteroffensive or a counter-invasion? What's the nomenclature we're going with? So how many soldiers did it take to pull this attack off? The answer will have major repercussions for the battle. Exact troop strength estimates are difficult to pin down, and Ukraine has been very mum since the attack started, but David D., a former intelligence guy on X, said it was now 8 brigades in the battle. Other sources claim 3. But this is a wide range. It could be as many as 2,000 soldiers, 1,000, but the wildest estimates I've seen are 25,000 soldiers. It took Russia 50,000 troops to gain similar amounts of territory in Kharkiv, so it's not impossible, although they only dedicated 15,000 to the attack. The estimates include Ukrainian special forces and Georgia Legion that were involved in the cross-border attack. Much of this information is based off of what Russian military bloggers who posted details of the different brigades involved and deployed here. The likelihood of incursions being repelled back is tough to judge, because unlike American brigades, which are always about 4,000 strong, Ukrainian ones can vary
people
from
will
as small
say
as
it's like
1,000
you're
to as
American
big as...
puppets. It's like if the Russian sourcing was good, we'd be using it. When Russian sourcing is the best we have, guess what we're using?
Yeah, exactly. Then we'd be using Russia.
Be a better source. Make Russia be a better source, bitch.
Do better.
Like to think that I'm partial.
What we
just
do know
because
is that these
I
forces have
listen
been
to truth and take time to discern fact from fiction.
Yes.
Held back in reserve, waiting for this attack for some period of time when they could have been reinforcing the front lines. So there's been an opportunity cost to this attack. We'll have to wait to see if it's worth it or not, though. A pro-Russian source, Rybar, had this quote that helps explain what happened. Despite the attempt of the Russian joint group of troops to stop the advance of Ukrainian mobile groups, the scale of the crisis is expanding. And this is their words. Unfortunately, the tactics of the Ukrainian formations, with an emphasis on high speed dashes, bypassing fortified areas, and maximum expansion of the breakthrough zone, without securing at the first stage, in its simplicity, surpasses the capability of the Russian army to counterattack. They claim Ukraine has reached the town of Sholdatskahe. To give you an idea of why Ukraine might want to divert troops of Russia's troops away from nearby Kharkiv, I don't know if people know this right now, but Russia is close to being within artillery range of Kharkiv. If they're able to advance another 10 kilometers and capture Lipsy, then they'd be within tubed artillery range of Ukraine's second largest city. This would be devastating for them, and it could help explain why they're taking this risk. The Kursk region in Russia is 30,000 square kilometers. For context, it has a population of 1 million people, and it would probably take an entire corps or 100,000 soldiers to capture. So what is Ukraine really doing here? What's their objective? There are 3 possible goals that have been floated outside the gas metering hub that we'll get into. One is to force Russia to...
I guess if you take into account that it was 2 million troops, 6,000 tanks, and 4,000 aircrafts, it probably would be the biggest fight in history.
David. Well, that's the thing. He pulled up David D because he was the most off of the 3 mark. He said the most. He said 10 from this guy, but most people say 3. So it's like he was just him basing his estimate off somebody.
Divert troops away from other parts of the front line. 2 is morale, and 3 is possibly to trade land in future negotiations. History has a lot of examples of this strategy being used. At the end of the Korean War in 1953, during the armistice negotiations, both sides used their control of specific territories as bargaining chips. Israel in 1967, Six-Day War, they used their control over certain territories as leverage in peace negotiations. Control of land is often used in negotiations, but this would require that Ukraine actually holds on to the territory, so it'll be interesting to see if that happens. The attack is so brazen and unexpected, it's important to note the diplomatic response from around the world. Do countries support it or not? European Union spokesperson Peter Stano, he said, quote, Ukraine has the legal right to defend itself, including by striking at the aggressor on its territory. The United States response has been a little bit different. They're saying that they're going to reach out to the Ukrainian military to learn exactly what their objectives are here. In fact, some of them declined to comment on the attack. An important question that we're not going to have confirmation on ever probably is whether or not America knew about this attack beforehand. After a costly leak of intelligence documents in 2023 by America, Ukraine has kept their information a little bit more close to the chest since then. President Putin of Russia said the attack was, quote, a large-scale provocation, end quote, end quote. Now, let's check in and see what John Mearsheimer had to say about it. What people fail to understand is that Kursk is in Ukraine's national sphere of influence. Some are calling it an incursion, others are calling it an invasion. Either way, I can count on people in the comments section to say I'm using the wrong term for it. But the reason I believe Ukraine has traveled at least 30 kilometers into Russia is partly because Russia released footage themselves of an Iskander cluster bomb attack on Ukrainian troops, and that strike was geolocated to this GPS coordinate 30 kilometers from the border. And Russian mill bloggers have reported firefights occurring near Anastevskivka. 2 majors, he's a Russian mill blogger, and he reported 7 Ukrainian tanks were battling against them at a village in Evnista. How did they penetrate so far so quickly? Similar to how the Russian forces invaded Kharkiv for a second time, and the main Ukrainian defensive lines weren't located directly on the border, sometimes the defensive lines are about 10 kilometers back from the border because these positions offer better geography for defense just naturally. In this case, the main thing Russian defensive lines appear to set up to protect here is the railroad route from Lviv to Belgorod. That rail line. The rail line is vital to Russia to move troops to and from Belgorod, vice versa to Kursk. This part of the reason why sending reinforcements is so difficult for Russia right now, because that rail line has been cut off and stopped by Ukraine. A Russian railway company confirmed that the stations at Sudza, Koryanyov, and Pisel were temporarily closed to passengers. If these maps are accurate, Ukraine's 22nd and 82nd Mechanized Brigades penetrated through the first and possibly second line of defense, capturing at least 130 square miles. Ukraine will be able to control this railroad line if they hold this territory. The freight and passenger line we're talking about here is important to the Russian army. The line runs...
Yeah, that's pretty big. If they can get this rail line, that's massive.
From Moscow all the way down to the southern border with Ukraine. I'd be shocked if Russia didn't expend considerable resources in an attempt to protect this asset and direction. Another key piece of infrastructure that we need to talk about, is strategically of note here, is the Kursk nuclear power plant. It feeds power to all of Kursk Oblast and 19 other regions. Capturing it, however impossible of a task that might be, would be a major problem for Russia. I'm not the one saying I'm worried about that happening. This is what the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Russian National Guard themselves reported, and they publicly said that they're increasing security at the Kursk nuclear power plant. Russia's captured several power plants in Ukraine, suspending and controlling electrical power that Ukraine badly needs right now, an aspect that I'll dive into later in the energy aspect of this war later in the video.
Close.
But that power plant is 45 kilometers away, about an hour drive
Pretty
from the
short
extent of
range indirect fire.
Yes. It's more for cover to make sure people aren't shooting at you as you advance. If I understand how they're used correctly, it's more like airstrikes.
Advanced so far. While nothing is impossible, most experts agree that it's far outside the realm of possibility for Ukraine to make it to that power plant. The fact that there are a lot of videos of soldiers releasing footage themselves to social media, which would normally break OPSEC rules, makes me think possibly part of the operation in Kursk is designed specifically as a morale boost, as a PR victory. I'll translate what the Ukrainian soldiers are saying in this video. Here he's saying, "Who says the boys can't go abroad? And the border guards are gone." This one saying, "We're in Russia now, glory to Ukraine." Military history has lots of examples of symbolic battles that don't have as much of a strategic importance, still having an impact on the war. We need to talk about Russia's response so far, because what happened next was kind of chaotic. Russia's initial attempts to reinforce this direction were ambushed by Ukrainian special forces, small units that they had forward positioned, and long-range strikes.
Also what I was
so far,
say
Russia sent a mix of
is that Russia will probably reinforce the power plant and the train lines before they advance. They're not going to put a division ahead until they secure the lines behind them, and then they'll start moving people forward to take back the town. So Ukraine has time to consolidate things here.
Yeah. Before a big push for the city and the train lines. Or have they already got the city?
Scripts and special forces to respond. This Rybar map, a pro-Russian source, shows 3 main highways that travel to where Ukrainian forces are located. Ukraine knew this ahead of time during their planning, probably over the last few months when they've been planning this. So according to preliminary reports, they've placed landmines on their flanks and used long-range HIMAR rocket strikes to hit reinforcements while they're en route. From the town of Rilske, where they were struck with what appears to have been a HIMARS cluster munition, you can see the shrapnel peppered all over the vehicles that tore through them. It may have taken out an entire company. This is one of the reasons this operation wasn't really possible even a year ago.
Mortars can go anywhere from 3,500 meters to about 10,000 meters, depending on what kind of mortar it is.
Didn't have permission to use American-made long-range weapons on Russian territory until recently. One of the ways they might have done this is by hacking into traffic cameras that are commonplace along Russian highways.
Oh, that's hilarious.
This essentially gave Ukrainian intelligence eyes on all of the highways. Cyber warfare may have allowed Ukraine to get great intelligence.
Oh, that's so good.
Operational security mistakes were made, like this Russian reporter, who is definitely not used to seeing troop movements inside Russia like this. He publicly posted videos showing the location of these troops, putting these Russian units at risk by showing their location because Ukraine could see this and target them. There's currently a debate raging back and forth about whether Ukrainian troops will be quickly repelled like past incursions, or if this is more of a serious development for Russia. But by August 9th and 10th, The ISW was reporting that Russian forces had counterattacked and had begun to stabilize the lines here. It appears like the extent of Ukraine's incursion may have been reached, although it is too early to tell yet. Why weren't there landmines all over here? Possibly because Russia just didn't imagine Ukraine would do this. This is one of the only times in history that a nuclear power has had territory taken away or has ever been invaded. The Kargil War of 1999 saw India and Pakistan, both nuclear powers, change some territory. It's maybe kind of a similar historical event. I mean, it's the closest I could get. This was considered a red line that Ukraine would not cross because of Russia's nuclear weapons. It raises questions about the Russian-led Collective Security Treaty Organization, whose Article 4 says in the event of an attack, all countries would help Russia if they called for it. One of the reasons for this border raid given is that it shows Russia's nuclear threats are empty and that their red lines are not enforced.
Who's in the CSTO?
Basically all the former Soviet countries.
Okay.
So like all of Central Asia, and then Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Okay.
And then like
I feel like the majority of them would tell Russia to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's already shown that it's not a real thing. It's a fake org. It's mostly
Not saying I agree with this or not. It's just one of the possible reasons given for why Ukraine took this risk. When the fighting first started, Russian mill bloggers were quick to dismiss it, saying, quote, "The enemy has zero prospects. This is not an offensive. This is a local operation to divert forces and resources." If I've learned anything in covering this war for the past 2 years now, anytime me or any other defense analyst tries to make predictions about what will happen next in the war, they end up eating their words.
Yep.
There are so many variables, so many inputs that go into this war, so many intangibles when it comes to combat at this scale, that it's difficult even for the world's most top intelligence agencies to say with much confidence what will happen next. I've been humbled by this unpredictable and often terrifying war. In the United Kingdom, British Defense Intelligence, they have this useful metric here that shows how their intelligence agency talks about war. It's called the possibility yardstick that they use when talking about forecasting events in war.
Yes.
And serious defense analysts use this shared vocabulary. Basically, if you read an article, you watch a video, look for keywords such as likely, remote chance, or realistic probability, because talking in absolute terms or making certain predictions is often misleading in a fluid and unpredictable nature of military conflicts. Analysts prefer to frame their assessments in terms of probabilities and likelihoods, reflecting the inherent uncertainties and the complex variables that are at play here. I've learned that this approach allows for a much more accurate understanding of potential outcomes without overcommitting to a single narrative or prediction. I can say most experts assess that the chances of a Ukrainian cross-border offensive this year was a remote chance, which is why it's so shocking. The second,
I don't know. I think if you really I know that looking back is easier than predicting, but if you really look at what Ukraine's been getting, you probably could have seen this coming if you looked hard enough.
Yeah, dingbat.
Right? Like, I am not the people who look at this shit, but I feel like you would easily be able to figure out, like the Ukrainians clearly did, that these areas were not defended very well, and that an attack could be coming, especially with the F-16s.
second thing defense analysts try to do is we try to provide
Russia, inside Russia.
What?
I hope they use the F-16s on Russia inside Russia.
I kind of want to see it. I low-key kind of want to see dogfights too, but I don't think we'll see those. Unless Russia decides to send jets into Ukraine after they set up a no-fly zone. Maybe we'll see, but
an insight into things that
I think what you said is they're going to use them for striking targets is probably
missile interception and radar.
Yeah, is probably a much more likely. Yes, Su-25s, I believe it was, if I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the footage of the planes.
The Frogfoots? Yes, it was the 25, I believe.
I mean, I definitely saw footage of planes there.
Sorry, actually, no, you might be correct. It was the 23. The 24? 24. It looked kind of like an F-111 when I screenshotted it.
Already happened by explaining how or why something occurred in war. But I think the most important question that we want to look at, and if we're looking for insight here, is how this entire ordeal happened. How did Ukraine hide over 1,000 soldiers and vehicles in the age of drones, surveillance, and satellite images that you and I could buy satellite images to that region right now if we wanted to, live updates? So the question's been poking, prodding me in the brain, nagging at me. How did they do this? The best estimate I could come up with is that possibly they were assembled and staged in the center of the country so as not to raise suspicion, and they could quickly drive to the border within 3 hours. For example, the city of Poltava is roughly 3 hours away by drive and might not have raised suspicion. It might have caught Russian surveillance off guard. Nothing happens on the modern battlefield without thermal cameras, drones, spies, alerting the other side. We know Russia used some diversion tactics to try to fool Ukraine about their northern grouping when they attacked Kharkiv, but even that wasn't very useful. I asked the open source spare parts army community on my X, at Cappy Army, the link's in the description, but Jack Hinson24 said, Google Maps shows us some relatively large covered parking garages and other structures in Sumy that could hide the size of a force, but they'd have to be brought in at a very...
No, they were totally Su-25s. I'm looking at the picture and basically the same angle. The thin tailplane, it's 100% an Su-25.
Very slow pace to not draw suspicion. It's a great observation. The only downside to that theory is that the longer you take to build up forces, the greater the chance of spies or leak of information getting out. At Sean in Kyiv said, quote, reports from RU sources indicate that the buildup was known, but basically ignored because the Russian military leadership in that area were rear echelon clowns. So I've seen this multiple times, actually, that and these are unconfirmed, of course, but the rumor is that they were aware of this, and Ukraine maybe made the staging area look like they were coming off of a deployment instead of preparing for a new one. This is Oleksandr Syrskyi. He's the commander of Ukrainian forces and very likely the mastermind of this attack. He was also the commander who previously was responsible for the 2022 counteroffensive. This attack has some of the same fingerprints of his style of attack by achieving the element of surprise. It's also important to note one of the reasons he was rumored to be put in charge was because Zelensky wanted to pursue a more aggressive offensive action instead of just defensive. On August 7th, right after the attacks, Putin convened his high-up Security Council, and the video of this meeting has already become infamous online. Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov told Putin that the Ukrainians were stopped, 315 of them were killed, and 7 of their tanks destroyed. However, the reality on the ground as of Thursday, August 8th, was far from the case. Now, Ukrainian forces are currently taking some hits from Russian glide bomb strikes. There's a major Russian air base in Kursk. It's about 100 kilometers or 60 miles from the border. But this is where a lot of aircraft take off when they bomb Ukraine's energy grid. They take off from here, which brings us to the recently received F-16 fighter jets that we've seen flying over the country in Ukraine. Igor Surko on X wrote that he believes the reason that these American-produced F-16s were outfitted with AIM-120 missiles were to shoot down the Russian Ka-52 Alligator attack helicopters that have caused Ukraine's offensive operations much headache in the past.
Helicopters, though.
Ukraine claims to have shot down 3 of these helicopters and 1 fighter jet in this direction so far. This indicates a lot of air defense assets were dedicated to this advance. Evidence of this comes from pro-Russian sources themselves, saying air defense has kept their bombers at a distance. This could explain why Ukraine was able to pull off a cross-border incursion, offensive action like this, because they had air support. Apparently, drones can even act as air defense now. Geolocated footage recently showed a Russian helicopter taken out by a drone in Kursk, so it might not have been the F-16s at work. Over the past few months, Ukraine has been busy doing several things. First, I've observed them destroying Russian artillery pieces and hardware.
Like throwing this crackpot of theories I could think of, and saying like this was like planned specifically, like the F-16 mission is going to be related to this and planned, like those pilots were planned to take part in like whatever this big operation is. And that's one of the reasons why they were delayed even further, because there has to be a reason they were delayed further.
Yeah, it has to be training, surely.
So there's got to be something that changed plans.
Yeah.
In increasing numbers. For the past few weeks, I've also observed Ukraine specifically striking S-300 and S-400 Russian air.
Exceptional and going around extremely fast in the initial reports.
Okay.
Back last year, cool.
Yeah, and then they take another year to get there.
Yeah, so.
I mean, they're lucky they didn't lose.
Defense systems with HIMARS and ATACMS essentially shaping operations for these kind of missions. Even if Ukrainian forces end up withdrawing from their positions soon, this will force Russia and Belarus to expend more resources in the future on defending their long front lines and draw them out more. The U.S. places certain restrictions on weapons provided to Ukraine that govern how they can use them and where they can use them. For example, recent changes to rules have increased Ukraine's ability to use HIMARS rockets inside of Russia, but only on certain kinds of targets, like Russian troops, not on oil facilities, for example. As soon as these restrictions were changed, Russia's advance into Kharkiv was stalled for the time being, after they took heavy losses. There's also the possibility that this could have been a morale move. After more than 8 months on the back foot and on the defensive, Ukraine needed to retake some kind of initiative. They've been getting hammered by glide bombs, and their electrical grid has taken a beating, as we'll talk about in a minute. But the Viet Cong Tet Offensive, for example, in 1968, failed to achieve its strategic and tactical goals, but the mere fact that they were able to muster a massive offensive was a shock to the American public and American war planners who thought they were going to breeze through. And it's credited with being one of the reasons why American support for the war continued to slow down. Evidence for this comes from the Ukrainian government's first statements about the purpose of the attack. Head advisor Ukraine Podolak said, quote, "This increases the cost of war for Russia quantitatively. More armored vehicles have been destroyed. The Russian Federation has lost territories, and there's been more casualties. Will this affect how they perceive this war?" What I'm saying is morale victories don't always, but sometimes can translate into physical, tangible changes on the ground. In the equation here, it shows Ukraine's backers that investing more weapons and vehicles into the war effort isn't a waste of money, and that they still have a will to fight. But I don't just tell you that Ukraine has had some success here and that they're going to win the war tomorrow. That's not my thing here. I also tell you about the Russian battlefield successes. I want to give you the full picture. I aim to be objective. Pokrovskaya is a Ukrainian town that's under threat of being captured by Russia. This is a direction that they've assaulted after capturing Avdiivka. Russian troops have advanced within 20 kilometers from this town. The reason for losing Pokrovskaya would be such a strategic problem is because it lies on the T-0504 highway that connects to Bakhmut and kind of runs a full circle through the country. This is Russia's main effort, as their offensive actions and the situation along this sector of the front line has been bad for Ukraine for months. It's important for resupply and reinforcing soldiers. The deteriorating situation here for the Ukrainians is the main motivation given for the attack into Russian territory. Ukraine might be hoping that it pulls Russia's forces away from this direction. Provostgate is a town of pre-war population of about 60,000 people.
I mean, that's theoretically why you would do something like this, no? Is to get them to move their shit away from where you are losing.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't even matter. So it doesn't even matter if they lose or are pushed out. You know, there's a bigger objective here.
If it were to fall to Russia, this could collapse the front line further to the east, including near Chasiv Yar. Resupplying them with ammo all along this front line here and material from Western supply routes leading to Kyiv would be difficult. There still would be one highway leading there, but it would cut off one of their main supply routes. I don't think it'd be valuable for me to sugarcoat the situation in this area. It's dire for Ukraine. There are an estimated 20 regiments and brigades in this direction, roughly 40,000 Russian troops possibly. On the other hand, there are probably about 6 Ukrainian brigades here.
Why aren't you on the front lines?
Pussy.
Coward.
Pussy.
Possibly 12,000 troops defending this location. Here we see video evidence of an American-made M2 Bradley getting hit with an anti-tank guided munition here. The crew survived, no one was KIA, but it shows how costly the fighting has been in this direction. Ukraine is getting hammered by glide bombs here, which has allowed Russian infantry to advance. It only became more difficult to hold a city. It only becomes more difficult to hold onto a city once the opposing force gets within 20 kilometers because accurate artillery fire starts to rain down. So now Russian forces are within 17 kilometers.
To be fair, it's a 50-minute video.
Yeah.
Ukraine will likely start to feel the pressure even more.
Also, not an editor. You know?
Yes.
Risks of the Kursk operation is that it takes thousands of Ukrainians' best soldiers and at least dozens of their armored vehicles away from what could have been protecting this direction. Only time will tell if the risk was worth it, so to speak, and we'll need more time to see if there's other parts of Ukraine's plan that we're not yet seeing. Advances in the village of New York are also significant because after that, Russia could push north and cut off that supply line. And Ukraine's top general himself has pointed out what a bad situation they're in overall. He said when it comes to equipment, there's a ratio of 1-2 or 1-3 in Russia's favor. He said that since 2022, the number of Russian tanks has doubled from 1,700 to 3,500. Artillery systems have tripled, and armored personnel carriers have gone up from 4,500 to 8,900. He says that the enemy has a significant advantage in forces and resources. Russian troops have increased from 100,000 to 500,000 since the start of the war. So Ukraine readily admits that they're far outnumbered and they're not in a good situation right now. This advantage has led to recent gains, although he claims these are minor tactical victories, not operational breakthroughs. Angelica Evans is a researcher at the Institute for the Study of War, said that across Ukraine, Russia has been advancing around 6 kilometers each day since March of 2024, which is more than double the average daily gains for between August 2023 and February 2024. Over the past few months, Russian forces have inched forward across the front lines, taking ground here and there. Russian troops are moving closer in on Chasiv Yar. Now, Russian soldiers continue to advance east in Voldar as well. But to try to stop Russia from continuing its advances, Ukraine's military is in need of more manpower. That's why they recently passed a new law aimed at mobilizing 500,000 civilians. It expands the population that would be drafted into military service. 2 of the major reforms were lowering the age of the draft from 27 down to 25, and that would have made a decisive strategic difference in the failed defensive. A VP of Ukraine's joint forces said that last month of fighting, later age for Ukrainian military qualified to serve out of a total incarcerated population of weapons and ammo. On March 14th, 2024, we observed a Russian railway bridge that was being utilized to transport weapons and ammo that was struck with explosives. It was located in the Samara region, 1,000 kilometers away from the border. Even though they didn't directly take credit for this, this was likely the work of Ukrainian intelligence agents because they posted on Telegram saying, quote, "The railway's use in the next few weeks is impossible." Then, on May 14th, this Russian freight train here was derailed by a Ukrainian drone strike, marking the first time such an attack had successfully knocked a train off its track.
Hey, buddy,
if victory is guaranteed, why are you join?
You know that none of this would be happening if you and your fucking country didn't invade them. Just so you're aware.
But if victory,
I'm sure you're not sure.
You're clearly not going to die since Russia's so great and doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
What are you afraid of?
You know, if it's certain death for Ukraine, go join.
Tracks. A video of the incident was posted on Telegram. The drone strike started in January 2024. Ukraine hit the Russian Novatek oil refinery, which resulted in fires lasting for hours, and their operations halted for weeks. Then Volgograd refinery was hit, the largest in southern Russia. Since then, over 18 different refineries have been damaged. It's important for us to understand something about oil production for context. The purpose of the refinery is to process crude oil into usable products like gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, heating oil, petrochemicals. The second type of target has been oil silos, which store oil and finished products. These targets are massive complexes. I'm talking sometimes they're more than 25 square miles. So warheads on tiny drones are going to have a difficult time completely taking them out. Ukraine's logic for attacking these assets is to undermine a core part of Moscow's revenue that's financing the war. In 2011, 50% of Russia's economic revenue was produced by oil and gas. Since then, they've managed to diversify. By 2020,
can't hear you.
Fucking Europe won't be happy, but maybe they shouldn't have shut down their nuclear power plants because Russian propagandists convinced them. Crazy.
It was 28%. But one of the best sources for information on the impact are the experts at the Paris-based International Energy Agency. They claim the drone strikes initially had taken about 900,000 barrels of Russian oil per day offline. Originally, the damage led to large drops in exports. Experts believe that the strikes on Russian refineries...
Yeah, she was fucking awful. Europeans are idiots. We already established it. The amount of fucking, like, oh my god. It's just
like, if you're gonna be European, at least be Canadian. You know what I'm saying?
Had disrupted up to 15% of Russia's capacity. However, since then, these estimates have been lowered. The IEA, their report says that, quote, Russian refineries escaped heavy production losses. We now estimate that the impact of the drone strikes will be limited to 150 to 200,000 barrels a day on average. According to the IEA report, Russian oil companies were able to repair the damage quicker than expected, and they were forecasting less of an impact. This assessment has been backed up by several other sources, including Reuters, who said the disruptions due to drone strikes by Ukraine on Russian oil have been re-estimated to lower to 10% capacity. However, there are emerging factors that could change the balance of the equation. In late May 2024, Ukraine used domestically produced Neptune missiles to hit an oil refinery inside Krasnodar. At least 2 strikes have been reported so far. These missiles carry a larger payload of about 330 pounds of explosives, which is comparable to the 500 pounds that are in ATACMS missiles. There's a similar max range, likely around 300 kilometers or 190 miles. A plus side for this type of munition is that they're less vulnerable to electronic warfare. Ukraine uses homemade Neptune missiles because there are limitations and regulations on how you could use United States-supplied long-range weapons.
Okay. So did they make these missiles uniquely for the war? Or were they making these previously?
The Neptunes? I mean, I assume they made them because they expected to go to war.
Inside Russian territory. ATACMS and HIMARS rockets, for example, are currently not authorized by the U.S. government for use on oil refineries inside Russia. Ukraine's current strike capabilities and range place about 60% of Russia's oil exports at risk, which is not to say that these strikes will shut down.
Hey, princess, you're the fascist.
60% of Russia's oil exports, but it means that's how much is in the firing. One way to attempt to judge the effect of these type of strikes and to do battle damage assessment in an open source method is to look at the outputs. The evidence suggests it had the effect of increasing domestic Russian gas prices at one point by 20% compared.
Also, it's already been a week.
to the start of the year. It's difficult to quantify the exact damage and their effectiveness. It can change. There are some experts who believe the strikes against these Russian oil refineries have forced the Russian government to enact 6-month ban on gasoline, leading to 5-month lows in Russian oil exports. There are less tangible aspects to the strikes, which have the effect of boosting Ukrainian morale. The exact estimates of the cost it imposes on Russia varies. The impact on Russia's energy industry remains a very contested issue. To sum up Ukraine's attacks inside Russian territory, we've observed a clear increase in the number of strikes and the escalation in the type of weapons used, from tiny drones to domestically produced missiles. So for the next part of this video, I'm going to take a look at the recent reports of an increase in Russia targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure.
And we're done. Okay, what do we not do? We do everything.
Yeah, we're good.
Everything. Yeah,
It's been 10 years since 18-year-old Michael Brown was shot and killed by a police officer in Ferguson, Missouri.
We gotta go. We'll hit this on Wednesday.
All right, because this was fucking interesting though. Like looking at the difference between like the 10 years that have passed. That's interesting. Anyway, yeah, fair enough.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Check back in a week.